Chapter 435. Attack on the Poison Eel, Moonlight Sea. The old patriarch of the Fishman tribe reluctantly handed over a golden staff, symbolizing the power of the chieftain, to Tianyuan. At this moment, Tianyuan had awakened from her previous despair and confusion. Her face was filled with determination and resolution as she solemnly accepted the staff and raised it high above her head. From this moment on, she was the chieftain of the Fishman tribe. Although her rise to power was quite disgraceful and unexpected, even leaving Tianyuan herself somewhat bewildered. From the moment she took the staff, she secretly vowed to be absolutely loyal to the little dragon girl, regardless of whether she had acted for the sake of the child or under the pressure of Zhilong. The final outcome was that she had betrayed the little dragon girl, deceiving her back to the Moonlight Sea and nearly causing her death. However, the little dragon girl did not hold a grudge and chose to repay kindness with kindness, not slaughtering the Fishman tribe, but instead appointing her as the new chieftain. This grace must be deeply remembered by Tianyuan. All the male fishmen immediately set out for the Thunder Sea, 1,000 miles away, to attack the Poison Eel tribe. The Poison Eel tribe had always been the most loyal lackeys of the Poison Flood Dragon tribe and served as the first line of defense on the outskirts of the Flood Dragon Mountain. Chapter 436. Poison Eel King. On the small island outside Thunder Sea. The clown dog and the good bunny were both zapped and cried out in despair. Clearly, the strength of the poison eel was far inferior to that of the poison flood dragon. But the dog and the rabbit not only failed to kill the poison eel faster than they had killed the flood dragon, but instead found themselves in a predicament, being zapped by the poison eel. Truly two fools. Shen Yue sighed and rubbed his forehead. Although he did want the dog and rabbit to compete again to see who could kill the poison eel faster, he did not mean for them to see who could be zapped into submission first. They clearly had other ways to subdue the poison eel. Yet they chose the most foolish method, deserving to be zapped. Meng Chun, Han Yi, it's up to you two now. Shen Yue turned and said. Yes, boss. Meng Chun shouted, transforming into a gust of wind as he charged towards one of the poison eels with his sword drawn. Before he even arrived, a fierce blood-red blade light had already struck in front of the poison eel. The poison eel quickly shook its muscles, unleashing bolts of lightning to meet that blood-red blade light. The blade light surged like waves, gathering together into the most powerful blade light, instantly breaking through the lightning's barrier and striking the poison eel. Chapter 437. Mutual Destruction. Crack, crack. A series of pale, purple lightning bolts immediately wreaked havoc in all directions. The previously dominant Fishman army hurriedly retreated in a panic, unable to pursue the isolated poison eels. The poison eels took the opportunity to quickly gather together, linking up to form small circular formations. Dozens or even hundreds of poison eels were enough to annihilate a Fishman army of 1,000. As soon as the poison eel king appeared, it reversed the decline of the poison eel tribe, causing heavy casualties among the Fishman tribe. This is the power of a strong warrior in a war. Poison eel king, don't be arrogant. At this moment, the old patriarch of the Fishman tribe roared and charged forward. Originally, its size was not much different from an ordinary fishman, and due to old age, it was somewhat withered, appearing weaker than some younger fishmen. However, at this moment, it let out a roar, and a brilliant light burst forth from its body, instantly growing to several dozen meters long. This was a secret technique only the chieftain of the Fishman tribe could practice. Of course, this secret technique greatly harmed the fishman's body and soul, and a fishman could use it no more than 10 times in their lifetime. Chapter 438. Flood Dragon Pearl. Boom! A violente explosion sounded. The seawater within 100 miles was instantly blasted into the sky, forming a towering water column thousands of meters high. The old patriarch of the Fishman tribe chose to self-destruct. The poison eel king was directly blown away hundreds of miles by the violent explosion, suffering dozens of deep, bone-exposing wounds and nearly being blown into pieces. Although it was not killed outright, it was heavily injured and had no strength to resist. You mad old fishman, if you want to die, why drag me down with you? The poison eel king cursed angrily, hurriedly diving down to the depths of the sea. In its current state, it could hardly capture the little dragon girl, let alone defend against even a few fishmen. So it could only obediently dive to the sea floor, hiding and nursing its wounds, waiting for its injuries to heal. For the old patriarch's revenge, Zhilong shouted with bloodshot eyes. The Fishman tribe had been pushed to this point. They had to fight the poison eel tribe to the death, and Zhilong bore a significant responsibility. if it weren't for his suggestion to deceive the little dragon girl to the Moonlight Sea, bringing her before the two poison flood dragons. The little dragon girl would not have forced the Fishman tribe to attack the Poison Eel tribe. Chapter 439, Horned Dragon Realm, 4th Update. Flood Dragon Pearl. The little dragon girl's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed excitedly. The colorful pearl spat out by the good bunny was indeed the Flood Dragon Pearl. The Flood Dragon Pearl is an inner pill shed when the poison flood dragon lineage transforms from a flood dragon to a dragon, formed over thousands to tens of thousands of years from the saliva of the flood dragon. A single flood dragon pearl can help a poison flood dragon improve at least 300 years of cultivation and increase its success rate of transforming into a dragon. The flood dragon pearl is an extremely precious treasure in the poison flood dragon tribe, only possessed by the royal lineage of the poison flood dragons. Unexpectedly, the good bunny found a flood dragon pearl in the hiding place of the poison eel king. It must have been secretly given to the poison eel king by the poison flood dragon tribe or left for it by its father, a certain poison flood dragon. The poison eel king needed at least 500 years of cultivation to ascend to the poison flood dragon status, but currently, this poison eel king was only about 300 years old. It was still nearly 200 years away from transformation. Therefore, the poison eel king did not rush to swallow the flood dragon pearl, but hid it away. Unexpectedly, this turn of events benefited the little dragon girl. Chapter 440, Great Shark Sea. In the depths of the Thunder Sea, after swallowing the flood dragon pearl and stabilizing and absorbing it for over an hour, the little dragon girl finally emerged from the secret chamber. At this moment, she had grown to about 7 meters tall, and the horn on her head had become more pronounced and sturdier. Now, her strength had greatly increased, and she was not far from reaching the Horned Dragon Realm. 500 years as a flood dragon, 1,000 years as a dragon, 500 years as a horned dragon, and 1,000 years as Yinglong. The old Dragon King had controlled the sea tribe for hundreds of years, but was only at the Horned Dragon Realm, still hundreds of years away from the Yinglong Realm. Now, the little dragon girl had fortuitously managed to swallow a flood dragon pearl, which granted her over 300 years of cultivation, bringing her closer to the Horned Dragon Realm. Previously, the little dragon girl was determined to rescue her father, the old Dragon King, but in reality, with her limited strength, she had no chance against two venomous serpents, let alone the venomous Serpent King. Now, the little dragon girl was not far from the Dragon Realm, which greatly boosted her confidence. Shen Yue squinted at the little dragon girl and silently nodded in agreement. Previously, aside from her brute strength, the little dragon girl had no other advantages. With her current abilities, even if Shen Yue helped her suppress the venomous Serpent Clan, could she really control the entire Sea Clan? Chapter 441. Walking into the trapped giant shark sea. A massive volcanic island, spanning 100 miles, appeared before everyone. At the center of the island stood a towering volcano, continuously erupting thick smoke, and occasionally, fierce magma shot into the sky. Surrounding the island were dense white skeletons and sharp teeth, remnants of the giant sharks after their deaths. This was the home of the Shark Clan, and it also served as their graveyard. They were born here and buried here. The corpses of the Shark Clan could not be desecrated, and their territory did not welcome any other races. Even the old Dragon King had to inform the Shark Clan's leader, Sha Huang, in advance before entering the giant shark sea. Otherwise, any race daring to enter would be seen as declaring war on the Shark Clan. The Shark Clan would respond with devastating strikes against any trespassing race, even exterminating them. The Shark Clan was this arrogant, this tyrannical, and this unreasonable. When they were still 100 miles away from the giant shark sea, the little dragon girl ordered the Fishman clan to set up camp and wait for her further instructions. Then, the little dragon girl, along with Shen Yue and others, quietly approached the direction of the giant shark sea. Chapter 442. Severing one's own arms. What? A look of shock and despair appeared on the little dragon girl's face. Originally, she had visited the giant shark sea a few times with the old Dragon King and had even had lunch with Sha Huang, during which the old Dragon King and Sha Huang had a great time talking, appearing as good brothers. This was why the little dragon girl was so confident in entering the giant shark sea alone. However, now from what Sha Huang implied, there was no brotherhood between him and the old Dragon King. Instead, it seemed there was a blood feud. This instantly shattered her plan to persuade Sha Huang to lead the Shark Clan to attack the venomous Serpent Clan's lair. Without the assistance of the Shark Clan, the little dragon girl had almost no chance of rescuing her father. After all, The venomous serpent clan had dozens of powerful venomous serpents, even with Shen Yue and others. Plus the clown dog Binbin and the well-behaved rabbit, they would still not be able to contend with them. If she couldn't rescue her father, then living would have no meaning for the little dragon girl, and she would not care about Sha Huang's threats. Since my father almost killed Uncle Sha back then, I will repay my father's debt. I just hope that after I repay my father's debt, Uncle Sha can bury my body alongside my father's. The little dragon girl sighed, then raised her head and said solemnly. Chapter 443. Infiltrating the Dragon Palace. Fourth update, Uncle Sha. I am willing to sever my own arms, and I could even leave my life behind, just to ask you to spare him. The little dragon girl opened her arms, blocking Shen Yue. At that moment, Shen Yue felt a bit angry. How could a man let a girl stand in front of him? Even if this girl was a dragon, it was still unacceptable. He couldn't lose face like that. Move aside. I might not be his match. Let us fight together. Shen Yue roughly pushed the little dragon girl aside, then shot the bloodbone nether flame directly at Sha Huang. Although they were in the sea, the bloodbone nether flame was still a top-tier abnormal fire ranked 10th on the Tianyuan continent, and it had powerful lethality even in water. However, just as the bloodbone nether flame was about to reach Sha Huang, the light purple flames suddenly extinguished. What's going on? Shen Yue was stunned, and his expression changed. This was the first time in such a long time that the bloodbone nether flame had been extinguished. This doused the little fighting spirit Shen Yue had just ignited with a bucket of cold water. Kid, if you have any tricks left, use them all. Sha Huang coldly looked at Shen Yue and said. Chapter 444. The ambush outside the Dragon Palace, Giant Shark Sea. The leader of the Shark clan, Sha Huang, changed his expression to one that was slightly more amiable, but his face was still filled with flesh and looked hideous, even when smiling, appearing terrifying to outsiders. Ying, when do you plan to sneak back into the Dragon Palace? Sha Huang asked with a smile. The Dragon Palace is a place only the Dragon Clan can inhabit. Only true dragons can activate the formation and enter freely. The venomous Serpent King had pretended to report to the old Dragon King to gain entry into the Dragon Palace, and then poison the treasures he presented, causing the old Dragon King to inadvertently become poisoned, after which he was captured as severely injured. Why did he not dare to stay in the Dragon Palace, but instead went to great lengths to abduct the old Dragon King to the venomous Serpent Palace for imprisonment? It was because the Dragon Palace had been the place of the Dragon Clan's inheritance for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years, containing countless powerful formations constructed by the ancestors of the Dragon Clan with their own energy, as well as numerous powerful spirit treasures. If the old Dragon King were imprisoned there, he might quietly activate some unknown formation or powerful spirit treasure to counterattack the venomous Serpent King. Therefore, the venomous Serpent King took the huge risk of dragging the old Dragon King back to the venomous Serpent Palace for imprisonment, torturing him daily and trying every means to force him to reveal the whereabouts of the Dragon God Pearl. Chapter 445. One Claw He. The venomous Mio flew towards the little dragon girl with a lewd smile on his face. In fact, a few years ago, venomous Mio had accompanied his brother, the venomous Serpent King, to the Dragon Palace, and at that time, the little dragon girl had hosted them along with the old Dragon King. By all accounts, venomous Mio was indeed the little dragon girl's uncle. However, this creepy uncle was actually setting his sights on the little dragon girl. Wanted to take this lovely cabbage for himself, which was truly beastly. No, he was a beast. You're courting death. The little dragon girl could not miss the provocation in venomous Mio's words. As the princess of the Dragon Clan, she had been pampered by the old Dragon King since childhood and had never been humiliated like this. If it were in the past, when her strength was weak, she would have been powerless no matter how angry she was. However, after swallowing the Serpent Light Pearl, the little dragon girl was now infinitely close to the Dragon Realm, and compared to venomous Mio, she was not far off. With a swoosh, the little dragon girl suddenly soared into the sky, her form expanding into a light blue dragon several dozen meters long. On her head, a pair of dragon horns had already developed considerably, with faint blue lightning swirling around them. The Dragon Clan naturally possessed the ability to control clouds and rain, mastering water techniques, but at the same time, they also controlled the law of thunder. Chapter 446. A stunning performance boom. A blood-red blade light fiercely struck the tail of the venomous serpent. The scales on the tail of the venomous serpent shattered instantly, and the blade's light left a deep, bone-visible wound on its tail. Han Yi quickly conjured frost spears, shooting them towards the gash just made by Meng Chun. The venomous serpent howled in despair and fled in panic. Boom! At that moment, the clown dog Binbin suddenly vanished, reappearing right in front of the venomous serpent. Then it kicked out. The venomous serpent was kicked back, and then surrounded by Meng Chun and Han Yi, who began to pummel it. Despite its formidable strength, fear had reduced its power to almost nothing, leaving it only able to passively endure the beating. In just the span of a short incense stick, the venomous serpent was battered and bloodied, barely clinging to life. Meanwhile, the clown dog Binbin and the obedient rabbit had their mouths agape, drooling, wishing they could rush forward and swallow the serpent's inner core. Whoosh! A sword light shot from the distance, easily slicing open the serpent's belly and wrapping up its inner core before flying back. Shen Yue secured the inner core and then turned his gaze to the little dragon girl. This girl is ruthless. She directly castrated the creature. Shen Yue couldn't help but squeeze his legs together, muttering to himself. Thud! The last venomous serpent's corpse, aside from the one named Miao, fell from the air into the sea, instantly creating a giant wave over 100 meters high. Blood stained the surrounding sea for dozens of miles. 3 venomous serpents. From a moment they attacked to their complete slaughter took no more than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Especially the first 2 serpents. They didn't have a chance to react at all before being bitten through the neck by the clown dog Binbin and the obedient rabbit, then having their bellies cut open to have their inner cores devoured. The 2 poor serpents watched helplessly as their inner cores were consumed before they despairingly closed their eyes. Howling in pain, Miao lunged at the little dragon girl in a frenzy. As a serpent without its eggs, it would probably never experience the pleasures of a lascivious serpent again. So, even in death, it wanted to take the little dragon girl down with it. Whatever orders it had received about capturing the little dragon girl alive to return to the venomous serpent's lair were thrown out of its mind. Do you need my help? Shen Yue asked softly. Upon hearing Shen Yue's words, Miao was momentarily stunned, then glared at him with wide eyes. In its eyes, Shen Yue as a human posed no threat at all. It didn't even regard the little dragon girl as a concern. At that moment, this frail-looking guy actually dared to think about teaming up with the little dragon girl, truly overestimating himself. However, Miao soon sensed something unusual. Just moments ago, there were still 3 venomous serpents attacking Shen Yue and the others. How come now Shen Yue and the others were floating safely in the air, while those 3 serpents had completely vanished? After a slight probe, it finally discovered the bodies of the 3 serpents, each dead in a gruesome manner. How could this be? When did humans become so powerful? Miao was filled with terror and despair. Escape. The only thought left in Miao's mind was to flee, no longer daring to linger for even a moment, and it turned to run. Although it had lost its eggs and its interest in life, it was still better than losing its life. However, before it could run even 10 miles, the clown dog Binbin, along with Shen Yue and the obedient rabbit, blocked its path. Just leave it barely alive, Shen Yue said lightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At his command, the clown dog Binbin and the obedient rabbit charged forward, fiercely teaching Miao a lesson. Chapter 448. The Unassuming Little Pearl. 4th update. Splash. The little dragon girl led Shen Yue and the others towards an inconspicuous small cave in the distance. Shen Yue and the others hid within the light shield created by the little dragon girl, needing only to wait quietly without moving. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Yue looked around the dragon palace. These palaces towered hundreds of meters high. Even if the dragon clan transformed into massive bodies dozens or even hundreds of meters long, they would not feel cramped at all inside the palaces. Each palace was constructed entirely of gold and gemstones, with each one weighing at least hundreds of thousands of pounds, equivalent to that much gold. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Truly a tycoon. Looking around, there were over 300 such golden palaces in the entire Dragon Palace, amounting to billions worth of gold, probably more than all the gold in the entire Tianyuan continent combined. However, in the eyes of the little dragon girl, this gold and these gems were as trivial as mud and stones. In reality, the dragon clan regarded gold and gems merely as pretty stones for building their palaces and homes. Whoosh! Soon, the little dragon girl arrived at a seemingly ordinary cave entrance where she often played as a child. Chapter 449. Soul entering the underworld. Whoosh! That seemingly ordinary little pearl suddenly rushed into the little dragon girl's sea of consciousness, frantically devouring her soul. The little dragon girl was initially stunned. But then instead of fear, excitement appeared on her face. She knew that the seemingly insignificant pearl given to her by the old Dragon King was the Dragon Clan's treasure, the Dragon God Pearl. However, this Dragon God Pearl had been dormant for far too long, its energy completely depleted. It needed to devour and absorb the souls and bloodline power of the Dragon Clan's direct descendants to awaken. Sure enough, after waiting for about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the Dragon God Pearl that had entered the little dragon girl's sea of consciousness shed its ordinary appearance and began to radiate a colorful glow. At that moment, a colorful light disk the size of a grinding plate seemed to appear above the little dragon girl's head, emitting a brilliant light, looking exceptionally sacred. All eyes were immediately drawn to her, gazing in awe at the colorful disk. At that moment, the little dragon girl seemed like a celestial being, pure and noble, making people dare not look directly at her or even think of any form of disrespect. The Dragon God Pearl, according to legend, was formed by the first ancestral dragon born in chaos, created with its own blood essence and combined with a fragment of soul power. Chapter 450, The Faceless Man Bang. After Shen Yue and the little dragon girl rushed into the main hall, they quickly closed the dilapidated door. After walking for a quarter of an hour in the raging sandstorm, both of their souls were nearly frozen and under the erosion of the fierce wind. They were only at 80% of their prime. This dilapidated grand hall was like a lifeline. Who cared about the dangers inside? Who? Shen Yue and the little dragon girl gasped for breath before turning to look inside the hall. At that moment, they discovered a 10-meter-tall, pitch-black statue in the center of the hall, depicting a ferocious face with huge fangs and two thick black horns on its head. It was currently grasping a humanoid creature, tearing into it with its mouth. The creature being torn apart was already disemboweled, with intestines and organs spilling out, appearing extremely bloody. Moreover, the statue was incredibly lifelike. They could even faintly smell the stench of blood. The little dragon girl screamed in fright. Even Shen Yue felt a chill run down his spine. This was too realistic. Crack, crack. At that moment, a sudden thunderous roar came from outside the hall, and a flash of lightning illuminated the statue, making it appear even more terrifying. Chapter 451, The Soul Transformation Pool Swish. A figure flew out from the dilapidated hall, quickly retreating into the distance. The broken grand hall returned to silence. However, less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense after the figure left, the tall statue in the center of the hall suddenly moved. Boom! The statue slowly opened its eyes, and an extremely fierce aura instantly spread out. 5,000 years. This king has finally awakened. The statue muttered to itself. The faceless person had just happened to enter this dilapidated hall to escape the wind and rain, and inadvertently discovered the special function of the statue. As long as blood-colored soul energy was infused into the statue, it would provide her with many benefits, helping her increase her strength and even allowing her to regenerate a brand new face. As a girl, no, a female ghost, she was very concerned about her appearance. She had tried countless methods and sought the judge many times, but had never found a way to restore her looks. Just when she was in despair, she stumbled upon this statue that had been asleep for who knows how long, finally seeing the dawn of victory. Chapter 452, The Judge with a Broken Pen, fourth update, boom. A firework with a hint of green light amidst the pitch black exploded in the sky above the underworld. This was a distress signal specifically for ghost messengers. Upon seeing the signal, the ghost messengers would understand that another ghost messenger was encountering difficulties they could not solve and urgently needed their companions to come to help. However, ghost servants generally had low strength, and even if they saw the distress signal for ghost messengers, they would not go to help, because if they did, they would probably just be cannon fodder. Who would be foolish enough to volunteer? In less than 10 breaths after the fireworks exploded, two ghost messengers quickly rushed from a distance. One of them looked to be in his 70s or 80s, as if a gust of wind could blow him down, but his eyes were bright and seemed capable of seeing through people's hearts. The other ghost messenger was very young, not much older than the faceless person. The old and young ghost messengers arrived around the soul transformation pool and saw the faceless person frantically manipulating the soul-locking chains to attack Shen Yue and the little dragon girl. However, the light disk above the little dragon girl's head easily resisted all the attacks of the soul-locking chains, rendering the faceless person's attacks ineffective. Chapter 453, Blood-Colored Eyes Buzz. A pitch-black vortex suddenly appeared behind the judge, resembling a large mouth that directly swallowed the judge. This move was the secret technique from the mysterious cowhide scroll that Shen Yue obtained, the Soul Realm. If it were in the Tianyuan continent, Shen Yue might not be able to open the Soul Realm again, as the last time he opened it, he had trapped a void hunter inside. Opening the Soul Realm would inevitably consume a significant amount of his soul power, and if his soul power became too low, resulting in insufficient energy to contain the void hunter, it might escape. At that time, it would be very difficult for Shen Yue to catch the void hunter again unless he waited for his soul power to become stronger, enough to crush the void hunter into dust before daring to use the Soul Realm again. However, this was not the Tianyuan continent. This was the underworld, and Shen Yue was merely appearing in the form of a soul. Therefore, he could use the Soul Realm without any worries. This was also the result of his previous secret attempt, while having the little dragon girl fend off the faceless person and the ghost messengers with the colorful disc. Chapter 454. The Great Battle Approaches. Sizzle. The pair of blood-colored eyes the size of grinding discs stared intently at Shen Yue inside the Grand Hall, and the black energy beams shooting from those eyes resembled giant swords, striking fiercely down into the hall. At this moment, neither the faceless person nor Shen Yue and the little dragon girl could escape, nor was there anywhere to flee. Soul Realm open. Shen Yue gritted his teeth and unleashed the Soul Realm again. Even though he knew it was impossible to compete with that black energy beam, he did not want to sit and wait for death. Buzz! A pitch-black vortex materialized in midair, as if a giant beast had opened its bloody maw, crashing into the black energy beam. Sizzle! The black energy beam continuously sliced through the vortex of the Soul Realm. The vortex trembled violently, emitting a sound that made one's teeth ache and was on the verge of shattering. Shen Yue's face turned pale. The Soul Realm was formed from his soul power, and once the Soul Realm was shattered, his soul would undoubtedly suffer severe damage. The Soul Realm? At that moment, two voices echoed in the air almost simultaneously. Chapter 455. Sword intent of the cloud. This underworld is no longer what it used to be, the tall statue lamented. At this moment, although King Qinguang had awakened, his true body had long since dissipated and vanished without a trace. He had only regained a hint of consciousness. There was still a long way to go before he could fully revive and restore his original strength. But how could the 9 judges possibly give him time to fully recover? This is a disaster. Why did I choose to side with King Qinguang? Shen Yue frowned, feeling a bit helpless. It was obvious that the entire underworld was now under the control of the 9 judges, and King Qinguang, one of the 10 Yama kings, had long become a thing of the past. More importantly, he had only restored less than 1/10 of his original strength. Did he really have a chance against the encirclement of the 9 judges? Following such a half-hearted master, Shen Yue would definitely suffer the consequences. You, hurry to the soul transformation pool to retrieve the blood-colored soul energy. The more the better. I estimate that the judges will arrive no later than an hour later. The tall statue said to the faceless man, me? The faceless man looked a bit confused. Chapter 456. Soul flying and spirit shattered. 4th update. Lingyun, sword intent. Shen Yue stared at the wound on the back of the faceless man, dumbfounded. He could clearly sense that the sword intent that had just injured the faceless man was indeed the Lingyun sword intent. This surprised and delighted Shen Yue. He never expected to encounter a fellow disciple in this underworld. You actually recognize the Lingyun sword intent? The ghostly messenger who had just rushed out was also stunned. The Lingyun Sword Immortal is considered one of the notable experts in the Tianyuan domain, but in other planes, he is not well known, and very few people would know of him. However, Shen Yue could recognize the Lingyun sword intent he had just displayed at a glance, which made the ghostly messenger feel very cordial. Buzz. Shen Yue didn't waste time talking. He waved his hand and condensed a trace of sword intent. Although the sword intent he condensed was rough and unstable, ready to collapse at any moment, the ghostly messenger's eyes widened, because he had sensed that the sword intent condensed in Shen Yue's hand was also the Lingyun sword intent. He never expected to meet a fellow disciple here. The ghostly messenger became excited. Senior brother, if you trust me, let me take these ghosts away. I don't have time to explain, Shen Yue hurriedly said. Chapter 457. 1 against 4 in the underworld. In the dilapidated hall, a series of cracking sounds echoed as the 10-meter-tall, blood-red statue cracked with numerous dense fissures. then suddenly exploded into fragments. A phantom figure slowly emerged from the statue. A faint layer of smoke surrounded his face, making it impossible to see his true appearance. And he exuded an extremely rich, bloody aura, so dense that within hundreds of meters around him, it was as if there was a lake filled with blood. It was none other than King Qin Guang, who had just awakened. In one corner of the hall, Shen Yue and the little dragon girl were gasping for breath. Their faces pale. With the faceless man covering their retreat, the two managed to quickly escape back into the hall, delivering the blood-colored soul energy of the thousands of ghosts condensed in the soul transformation pool to King Qin Guang. Thanks to this blood-colored soul energy, King Qin Guang was able to restore about 20 to 30 of his strength, breaking open the statue and emerging. It's been over 5,000 years, old man. I hope you're still alive. I want to personally twist off your head. King Qin Guang's gaze looked far into the distance, as if he could penetrate through layers of mist and dust. Chapter 458. Nether River. The four judges each held a pen, stabbing or pointing toward King Qin Guang from four directions. In fact, over 5,000 years ago, when the 9 halls of Yinluo governed the underworld, judges also existed. Back then, the judges were one level lower than the 9 halls of Yinluo. They only followed the orders of the Yinluo king. Usually, they did as instructed by the 9 halls of Yinluo, using red pens to circle the names of the ghosts that needed to enter the cycle of reincarnation, then handing them over to the ghost messengers and ghostly messengers for execution. They had no authority to decide the destination of a ghost's reincarnation. In fact, their strength was quite weak, even inferior to ordinary ghostly messengers. Politely, they were called judges. Unflatteringly, they were just clerks, responsible only for writing and drawing. However, since the sudden disappearance of the 9 halls of Yinluo 5,000 years ago, the original 9 judges were completely purged, replaced by 9 new judges. These 9 judges were extremely powerful, far exceeding all ghostly messengers, which completely suppressed the underworld, restoring it to its original calm. However, these 9 judges were all newcomers and had no prior interaction with the 9 halls of Yinluo. Chapter 459. Underworld Hall. In the dilapidated hall, black whirlpools continuously emerged in midair. King Qin Guang stood in midair, dozens of meters above the ground, with black whirlpools continuously appearing behind him. Each of these whirlpools connected to an independent space, which he had opened up using soul secret techniques. In the soul realm, he was a master with a single thought. He could summon wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, rivers and lakes, and could make the space emerge or collapse. However, the precondition was that your soul must be strong enough. At this moment, although King Qin Guang could easily annihilate the 4 judges, he was aware that it was simply because the 4 judges were too weak, not because he was particularly strong. With his current soul power, he could at most manifest the first 4 levels of the soul realm. The 4 whirlpools slowly converged around King Qin Guang. Buzz! When the 4 whirlpools touched, they formed a new, gigantic whirlpool. From a swirl, one could faintly see a space that was dozens or even hundreds of times larger than before. Chapter 460. King Qin Guang, dead. 4th update. King Qin Guang frowned, staring intently at the Nether Old Ancestor. He did not believe or accept the reasons given by the Nether Old Ancestor. Just because the 9 halls of Yinluo were becoming stronger, they had to be exterminated? Then, 9 extremely weak and self-important judges were brought in to take over the underworld? You are a master. How could you do this? King Qin Guang shouted angrily. King Qin Guang and the 9 halls of Yinluo had deep feelings for the Nether Old Ancestor. To the 9 halls of Yinluo, he was not just a master. He was a guide during their most desperate and confused times, a being closer than family. However, such a being suddenly attacked without warning, directly annihilating 6 of them, leaving only 3 of them, including King Qin Guang, who narrowly escaped with their lives, forced to fall into over 5,000 years of deep slumber. Ha ha ha, since you've come today, let me make you understand your death. The Nether Old Ancestor paused for a moment, then began to laugh. Buzz! A dazzling light burst forth from his body, and the once white hair atop his head instantly vanished. Chapter 461. New Grudges and Old Hatreds. Bang! King Qin Guang transformed into a massive fireball, exploding violently, turning to ashes in just a few breaths. One of the 9 halls of Yinluo, who could easily annihilate the 4 judges with just 30 restored strength, was undoubtedly one of the top experts in the entire underworld. However, in front of the nether-old ancestor, he had no ability to resist at all. The dark flames, like a blooming lotus, easily broke through all of King Qin Guang's defenses, delivering a fatal blow, whether it was the Nether River or the Soul Realm. In front of that dark lotus-shaped flame, it was like paper, utterly useless. This flame was bestowed by the Empress of the Sacred Realm, condensed from a supreme power using the death energy of the underworld, known as the Ghost Lotus Inferno. Every piece of the Ghost Lotus fiery flame is extremely precious and powerful, and even many of the underworld envoys are not qualified to possess it. In the underworld, the Ghost Lotus fiery flame is almost considered the strongest existence. Even if the souls of immortals arrive in the underworld, they have no ability to resist the Ghost Lotus fiery flame. This is because the Ghost Lotus fiery flame can directly attack the soul through causality. As long as there is even a trace of resentment attached to you, it can invade the deepest part of the soul, making it impossible to defend against. Chapter 462, Self-Detonation? Buzz. A pitch-black flame slowly blooms in the hand of the underworld envoy. The flame sways gracefully, like a young lotus just revealing its tip, making one unable to resist the urge to reach out and pluck it. However, this beautiful flower is the most dangerous and despairing Ghost Lotus fiery flame. Not to mention that little guy Shen Yue, who has just cultivated the first level of the Soul Realm, even Qin Guang Wang, who has displayed the fourth level of the Soul Realm, cannot resist it at all in the face of the Ghost Lotus fiery flame. You could die proudly. After all, what kills you is the Ghost Lotus fiery flame, and you can be proud of that. The underworld envoy said Dandan, with a flick of his finger. The pitch-black flame instantly bloomed like a lotus flower, with petals slowly opening, resembling a peacock displaying its feathers or fireworks bursting forth, extremely beautiful. Meanwhile, a trace of the pitch-black flame had already flown to Shen Yue's front. The Ghost Lotus fiery flame is irresistible. As long as there is even a trace of resentment on you, it will burn directly in the deepest part of your soul like a bone-deep affliction. Be careful. At this moment, the little dragon girl, who had been standing by, became anxious and quickly activated the colorful disc above her head again, blocking it in front of Shen Yue. Chapter 463, Awakening and Returning Buzz. The pitch-black vortex appeared again, swallowing the underworld envoy in an instant. Crack, crack, crack. Then, the vortex began to rotate rapidly, and endless energy pressed down on the underworld envoy like a massive grinding stone. Although the underworld envoy could not move at all and could only passively be ground down, he was, after all, the underworld envoy, whose power far exceeded that of a transformation god realm expert. Even if the soul realm was opened, it could not completely crush and injure him in a short time. He endured the grinding like the hardest turtle shell. No way. It seems impossible to kill him. Shen Yue frowned, feeling anxious. He was the most aware of the power of the soul realm, and he certainly had a sense of it. Previously, he had already activated the soul realm at least 4 times, and now his soul power could no longer support him to activate it again. Even after this activation, its power was at least 30% weaker than normal. Moreover, Shen Yue estimated that the soul realm could only hold on for another 2 or 3 breaths before completely collapsing. And in those 2 or 3 breaths, it was impossible to completely kill the underworld envoy. At most, he could only be severely injured. Chapter 464, Dragon Saliva Grass, 4th update. Shen Yue and the little dragon girl gasped for breath, as if they had just awakened from a state of drowning. Soon, beads of cold sweat appeared densely on their foreheads. It was too dangerous just now. They were almost caught by the underworld envoy, and, if that happened, they would probably be scattered in soul and spirit. And in the physical body within the Dragon Palace, without a soul, it would have become a walking corpse. Truly, if you don't seek death, you won't die. The little dragon girl had just obtained the Dragon God's Pearl and didn't even know how to use it. And she had brought herself and Shen Yue to the underworld, almost dying there. This made the little dragon girl no longer dare to try casually. She would obediently let the Dragon God's Pearl stay in her soul, letting it do as it pleased. Shen Yue also honestly withdrew his hand that was on the little dragon girl's head. Now, the little dragon girl had grown from a girl of about 7 or 8 years old into a young lady of 15 or 16 years old. And it was time for Shen Yue to understand that men and women should not engage in close contact. The recent journey to the underworld was a blatant lesson. Ahem. I'll go look for other treasures nearby. Shen Yue said awkwardly and turned to run. Chapter 465. The brutal battle of the Jiao God Mountain, the Great Shark Sea. 3 days quickly passed. Boom! The towering volcano, thousands of meters high, suddenly erupted with intense magma, and thick smoke covered the sky. A figure wrapped in flames slowly emerged from the magma. His skin was all red, like freshly fired porcelain from a kiln. It was Sha Huang, the clan leader of the Sea Shark tribe. After swallowing the dragon's saliva grass and going into seclusion for 3 days, he finally broke through. At this moment, he exuded an unrestrained, violent aura, just like the active volcano behind him that could erupt at any time. A new pitch-black horn grew from his forehead, with faint orange flames continuously burning on it, radiating intense heat. The seawater within a radius of several dozen meters boiled, constantly bubbling. This horn was condensed after he swallowed the dragon's saliva grass, and he named it melting gold. The temperature of melting gold is extremely high, dozens of times hotter than magma, capable of easily cutting a towering mountain in half, and when unleashed with full force, it can instantly evaporate a river that stretches for hundreds of miles. Chapter 466. The Old Dragon King, Old Bastard of the Poison Jiao, come out and die. Sha Huang of the Sea Shark tribe shouted to the sky, now that he had arrived at the Jiao God Mountain. The conflict between the Sea Shark tribe and the Poison Jiao tribe was inevitable. Sha Huang, confident after just swallowing the dragon's saliva grass and greatly increasing his strength, wanted to challenge the Poison Jiao King. Only by drawing out the Poison Jiao King would the little dragon girl and others have a chance to infiltrate the depths of the Jiao God Mountain's dungeon. Find and rescue the Old Dragon King. Stupid big shark, you have some guts to dare to come to my Jiao God Mountain. Are you tired of living? Soon, deep within the Jiao God Mountain, a massive vortex suddenly appeared in the deep sea, and a huge, fierce red poison Jiao, nearly 100 meters long, leaped up. It was the current leader of the Poison Jiao tribe, the Poison Jiao King, who called himself Do Haoyan. Do Haoyan was even crazier than his grandfather. He had dreamed since childhood of one day replacing the Old Dragon King and becoming the emperor of the myriad races of the sea, ruling the world. So he named himself Haoyan. Previously, this name had been mocked by other sea tribes. However, since 6 months ago, when the Poison Jiao King struck with thunder and poisoned and injured the Old Dragon King, imprisoning him, no one dared to mock Do Haoyan anymore. Chapter 467. The Venom of the Soul Needle Run. The Old Dragon King frowned and shouted at the little dragon girl. This was why he had been so strict with the little dragon girl over the years, even a bit angry. Where's this place? This is the stronghold of the Poison Jiao tribe, the fire prison dungeon at the deepest part of Jiao God Mountain. Strong as the Old Dragon King was, under the Poison Jiao King's scheme, he was poisoned, severely injured, and imprisoned here. Little Dragon Girl is still just a child. How could she possibly be a match for the Poison Dragon King? If Little Dragon Girl gets captured as well, then the Old Dragon King will be utterly despaired. Quickly leave this place. Take your childhood toys and go find your third uncle in the South Sea. The Old Dragon King shouted sternly. I won't go. I want to rescue Father. Little Dragon Girl retorted against her father, gritting her teeth and refusing to leave no matter what. The Old Dragon King was so angry that his eyes nearly burst into flames, yet he had no way to change the situation. He had always doted on Little Dragon Girl, and usually wouldn't even raise his voice at her, let alone scold or hit her. Old Dragon King, I think you should first tell us how we can rescue you, said Shen Yue from the side. The Old Dragon King probably hadn't seen the scene where the clown dog Benben and the obedient rabbit easily exterminated 2 poisonous dragons. Otherwise, he would have been more confident. Chapter 468. Hidden Formation, 4th update, Big Brother Shun, please hurry and save my father. Little Dragon Girl cried out, a stream of blood tears dripping from her eyes. Now, all her hopes rested on Shen Yue. After all, Shen Yue was an alchemist. Only he could help the Old Dragon King refine pills to detoxify him. If Shen Yue was powerless, no one else would be able to help. At this moment, Shen Yue furrowed his brows, quickly thinking of a solution. Wouldn't it be a pity to leave those blood pearls behind? But if I go to pick them up now, will Little Dragon Girl scold me to death? Shen Yue thought to himself. Benben, retreat 10 miles quickly. Shen Yue immediately shouted to the clown dog Benben. Benben was a bit confused, not understanding what Shen Yue wanted to do. However, it still obediently retreated 10 miles toward the depths of Jiao Shen Mountain. As the group retreated to a position less than 100 miles from the depths of Jiao Shen Mountain, The poisonous Fong in the old Dragon King's consciousness became obedient, no longer spewing venom. The poisoned Dragon King was indeed treacherous. It even left a formation on its poisoned fangs. Shen Yue snorted coldly. Chapter 469. The gap is too large. Jiao, Shen Mountain. The giant sharks of the Sea Shark clan and the army of the Fishman clan were engaged in a brutal battle with the poisonous dragons. The sea surface within 100 miles had long been stained red with blood, and large corpses floated on the surface, covering dozens of miles, interspersed with the sounds of painful wails from those dying. Although no one could see it, it was certain that ghostly messengers had already arrived to escort the souls of the dead to the underworld. However, the fiercest fighting was happening elsewhere. Whoosh! After discovering that the old Dragon King had been rescued from the dungeon, the poison Hao Yin immediately broke free from the sand bamboo and blocked the way in front of Little Dragon Girl and the others. It did not attack the old Dragon King because it knew that the old Dragon King was now at the end of his strength. It was even a bit worried that if it struck too hard, it might kill the old Dragon King. If that happened, the whereabouts of the Dragon God Pearl would likely become a complete mystery with the old Dragon King's death. Therefore, it directly attacked, wrapping its tail around Little Dragon Girl and quickly pulling her in front of itself. As long as it controlled Little Dragon Girl and used her as a hostage, it was not afraid that the old Dragon King would not honestly reveal the whereabouts of the Dragon God Pearl. Chapter 470. Soul Realm Fusion Whoosh. Poison Hao Yin's tail fiercely whipped around, directly pulling Little Dragon Girl in front of itself. It extended its crimson tongue, licking Little Dragon Girl's body with a lewd smile. The nature of the dragon is lustful, and the poisonous dragon even more so. The first time it saw Little Dragon Girl, it couldn't help itself. It was already tired of the mother dragons of the poisonous dragon clan, and now that it had discovered the delicate Little Dragon Girl, how could it let her go? However, it still retained a shred of rationality and did not act directly on Little Dragon Girl. Instead, it turned its head and glared fiercely at the old Dragon King. Old thing, quickly reveal the whereabouts of the Dragon God Pearl, or I will swallow your precious daughter bite by bite, Poison Hao Yin said with a lewd smile. The old Dragon King was sent flying by the scales and blades, rolling away dozens of meters before crashing down onto the sea surface, then awkwardly flying back up from beneath the water. By this time, Little Dragon Girl had already been pulled in front of Poison Hao Yin, and it was too late for the old Dragon King to save her. What to do? Do I really have to hand the Dragon God Pearl over to Poison Hao Yin? No way. The Dragon God Pearl is formed from the essence and soul of the ancestral dragon. It is a treasure of the Dragon Clan. If Poison Hao Yin gets it, it will easily be able to transform into a dragon. Chapter 471. Activating the Dragon God Pearl Buzz. Poison Hao Yin felt the sky suddenly darken, and its soul was pulled into an entirely new space. Leaving the body, in fact, was not a new experience for Poison Hao Yin. As a peak powerhouse whose strength was infinitely close to the Yinglong realm, Poison Hao Yin had even once left its body and entered the skies above, wanting to devour a star for its own use. However, in the end, it did not succeed, but this also proves that its soul power is indeed strong enough. Therefore, when its soul was pulled into a brand new space, Poison Hao Yin only felt slightly nervous for a moment, and then remained calm. Across the entire Shen Yue continent, among the entire Sea Clan, who could be stronger than it in terms of power and soul strength, even if it was pulled into a completely independent new space? What difference would it make? Boom! Poison Hao Yin's soul condensed into the shape of its main body and then crashed violently against the spatial barrier. As long as the soul is strong enough, no space can block it. Hurry up and come out. I can only hold on for 3 breaths at most. Shen Yue hurriedly shouted to Little Dragon Girl. Little Dragon Girl gritted her teeth and, taking advantage of the gap, when Poison Hao Yin's soul was pulled into the soul realm, struggled to try to escape. Chapter 472. The Dust Settles. 4th update. Come back with me and be my little dragon pony. The dragon-shaped phantom said lightly. Its tone was calm, yet contained an undeniable authority that made one dare not resist in the slightest. Poison Hao Yin was crazily rejecting it in its heart, cursing, but it trembled all over, not daring to show any dissatisfaction. That was a level of suppression from the deepest part of its bloodline, completely impossible to resist. Little one, you are destined to be with me, so I will give you a scroll of the Dragon Clan's secret method. The dragon-shaped phantom said lightly, and then waved its hand, sending a faint orb of light directly above Little Dragon Girl's head, which slowly merged into her sea of consciousness. Little dragon girl's soul trembled slightly, and soon completely integrated that orb of light. At the same time, a technique called Cloud Mist 9 Dragon Body appeared directly in her mind. This should be the secret method given to Little Dragon Girl by the Dragon Clan from some unknown higher plane. Whoosh! Then, the dragon-shaped phantom did not waste any more words and directly enveloped Poison Hao Yin above its head. Chapter 473. The Dragon Clan's Secret Realm, the massive body of Du Hao Yin, exceeding 100 meters, instantly shrank under the cover of the dragon-shaped shadow, becoming smaller and smaller. Deep within the volcano of the Jiao God Mountain, a figure slowly emerged. This figure was shrouded in a mist, making it impossible to discern its appearance. Even with soul perception, one could not determine what it truly looked like. It seemed like a phantom, lacking any physical form. Du Hao Yin, this useless fool, what a waste of the support given over the past century. Fortunately, there is still a second plan. The shadow coldly snorted and quickly dissipated into mist. No one noticed its appearance, nor did anyone know its true identity. In the Dragon Palace, a great victory had allowed the old Dragon King to return and reclaim his throne. The Du Jiao clan was exiled to the extreme cold lands north of the Northern Sea, never to return to the Eastern Sea. Although the old Dragon King could not recover to his peak state in the short term due to severe poisoning, the sudden rise of the little dragon girl made his throne incredibly stable. Who would dare to challenge him? They would first have to ask the little dragon girl. The Sea Shark clan and the Merman clan followed the old Dragon King back to the Dragon Palace, helping to rebuild what was nearly reduced to ruins, leaving part of it for defense. This was also the wish of the little dragon girl. Chapter 474. The Transformation Pool 10 days later. A giant shark carried Lin Qi back to the Dragon Palace from the first immortal mountain, Penglai Mountain. The giant shark held a jade token from Shen Yue, which proved its identity, allowing Lin Qi to accompany it to the Dragon Palace. Thanks to the giant shark's assistance, Lin Qi would have taken 2 or 3 months to travel the hundreds of thousands of miles from Penglai Mountain to the Dragon Palace. Lin Qi's arrival finally allowed Shen Yue and the others to gather enough manpower to prepare to enter the Dragon Clan's secret realm. In fact, the little dragon girl was already close to the Yinglong realm, her strength not far from that of the former old Dragon King. However, she had only entered the Dragon Clan's secret realm once in her egg state. According to tradition, dragons had to enter the transformation pool in the Dragon Clan's secret realm every 10 to 50 years during their growth to temper their flesh, ensuring their bodies were strong enough. Therefore, the little dragon girl indeed needed to enter the transformation pool, while Shen Yue and the others could only be considered as taking advantage of the occasion. Lin Qi rested for a night to regain his spirits. After more than a month of cultivation, he finally broke through to the first level of the returning Origin Realm, catching up to Shen Yue and Meng Chun's cultivation speed. Chapter 475. The Shadow of the Void, Part 1. Swish. The shadow extended a finger and fiercely poked at Shen Yue's brow. It was the very shadow hidden deep within the Jiao God Mountain, and it was with its assistance that Du Hao Yin could rise swiftly within 100 years, possessing strength comparable to that of the old Dragon King. If not for Shen Yue's appearance, Du Hao Yin would have easily captured the little dragon girl and forced the old Dragon King to hand over the Dragon God Pearl. With the Dragon God Pearl, Du Hao Yin could directly transform into an Yinglong, at which point the entire Sea Clan and even the entire Tianyuan continent would belong to him. This was also the reason why the shadow chose to assist Du Hao Yin. He needed to use Du Hao Yin as a puppet to control the entire Tianyuan continent. Unfortunately, Du Hao Yin was disappointing and was ultimately taken away by the Divine Realm's Dragon Clan experts connected through the Dragon God Pearl, causing the Shadow's century-long plot to fail. Originally, he had planned to leave the Eastern Sea to execute his second backup plan. However, halfway there, he couldn't contain his anger and secretly infiltrated the Dragon Palace, waiting for the chance to kill Shen Yue to relieve his hatred. Just as the little dragon girl opened the Dragon Clan's secret realm with her bloodline power, he quietly followed her in. Chapter 476. The Shadow of the Void, Part 2. Inside the Dragon Clan's secret realm, Shen Yue was dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at his soul realm, which was easily shattered by that shadow with a single strike. This messenger of the underworld seemed even stronger than the one from the underworld. Previously, when Shen Yue used the soul realm, he could at least trap the underworld messenger for a few breaths. But this current underworld messenger broke through with just one move. Quickly escape. Shen Yue hurriedly turned to run, knowing he was no match for the underworld messenger. However, in terms of speed, he was no match for the underworld messenger either. Swish! The shadow of the underworld messenger instantly appeared behind Shen Yue. Kid, just accept your death. He sneered. No matter where you run, you can't change your fate. Swish! He extended his finger again, aiming for Shen Yue's head. His favorite thing to do was to poke through someone's head with his finger and watch their brain matter slowly ooze out. This time, Shen Yue truly wanted to dodge. Unfortunately, his speed was too slow, and there was no way to evade. Crack! The underworld messenger's finger struck directly on the back of Shen Yue's head. Chapter 477, Endless Void Boom. The Void Hunter self-destructed. This left both Shen Yue and the underworld messenger in a state of confusion. Why did it suddenly self-destruct? Clearly, there was still time to fight. However, for Shen Yue, the self-destruction of the Void Hunter was fine, as it would take the underworld messenger down with it. Shen Yue only needed to hide aside. After all, this was the Soul Realm, his domain, and he was the master of the Soul Realm. No matter how great the power of the self-destruction was, it could not harm Shen Yue in the slightest. However, what he did not expect was that the shockwave generated by the Void Hunter's self-destruction was not strong. In fact, it was very weak and almost negligible. But after the Void Hunter self-destructed, the surrounding space collapsed, forming a slowly rotating black hole. This black hole seemed very ordinary, even less impressive than the Soul Realm or the Zhangxing Pu that Shen Yue had unleashed, but it contained an extremely terrifying energy. The immense suction force caused the Soul Realm to tremble violently, facing collapse. The underworld messenger had no time to react and was directly swallowed by the black hole. Shen Yue desperately tried to stabilize the Soul Realm, but the energy of that black hole was too terrifying. In less than 3 breaths, the Soul Realm finally collapsed. Chapter 478, Trap Buzz. A pitch-black vortex abruptly appeared beside the underworld messenger. If it were before, the vortex of Zhangxing Pu would have shattered him into pieces in less than a breath. However, the current underworld messenger was heavily injured and was desperately trying to recover. He had no energy to deal with the vortex of Zhangxing Pu. Moreover, in the underworld messenger's mind, that Zhangxing Pu posed no threat to him. So why bother with it? Suck it in. Shen Yue naturally noticed the disdain of the messenger of the underworld. He smiled coldly and shouted. Of course, his voice couldn't possibly carry out, and the messenger of the underworld couldn't hear it. Suddenly, the pitch-black vortex formed by the broken world of the living began to spin rapidly, and a tremendous sucking force emanated from the vortex. This time, Shen Yue did not choose to swallow the messenger of the underworld inside, crushing him with the power of the grinding wheel, but merely relied on the sucking force to continuously draw blood from the messenger's wound. In the void, with no air and moisture, there were many disadvantages to recovering from injuries. Now, with Shen Yue unleashing the broken world vortex, blood gushed out wildly from the messenger's wound. Chapter 479, Heart of the Void, It's Over. Am I really going to be trapped and die here? Shen Yue's face was filled with seriousness. Earlier, when he saw the clown dog Benben appear, he was pleasantly surprised, thinking that with the space-moving talent of the clown dog Benben, leaving the void would be very simple. But now, after more than a dozen attempts at space movement, he realized they had been going in circles in the void, and all he could see was the vast emptiness. There was no way out. Huffing and puffing, Shen Yue was still feeling a bit breathless. By now, it had been nearly half an hour since he was sucked into the black hole. Under normal circumstances, a martial artist at the returning Origin Realm would suffocate and die after a stick of incense burned. For Shen Yue to last half an hour was already quite remarkable. But what was the difference between a stick of incense and half an hour? Sooner or later, he would die. What to do? Shen Yue was a bit anxious. He didn't want to die in the void just like this. He still had many things left to do. Just then, a flash occurred in his dantian, and the Chaos Alchemy Cauldron automatically appeared, hovering above Shen Yue's head. Chapter 480, Backswipe. A figure suddenly appeared in the vast emptiness. Shen Yue opened his eyes and looked around. Before using Shadow Escape, he had quietly left behind a worthless little object as a marker. Now, after completing the Shadow Escape, he sensed the position of that little object and found that he was over 3,000 meters away from it. This meant that he had traveled at least 3,000 meters with his Shadow Escape. Of course, this was still far from enough. To traverse the void, leave this place, and return to the Tianyuan continent. Shen Yue had to comprehend the remaining small sharp point of the Void Hunter and traverse more than 10 layers of space in one go. Each layer of space was about 1,000 meters in distance, and 10 layers amounted to 10,000 meters. Continue. Shen Yue sensed the layers of space repeatedly and then used shadow escape. Only by constantly trying and exploring could he break through the obstacles of space and return to the Tianyuan continent. In the Dragon Clan secret realm, 2 months had passed since Shen Yue and the clown dog Benben went missing. After the little dragon girl emerged from the dragon transformation pool, she conducted a carpet search within a 1,000-mile radius of the Dragon Clan secret realm. Chapter 481. Change of situation in Qizhou City. Shen Yue and his companions originally planned to rest here for a few days before heading back to Yuzhou. However, shortly after they arrived in Qizhou City, they heard astonishing news. A month ago, the Di family emerged from the Tianmu Peak as a whole and announced their intention to rebuild the Tianyuan Empire. This news had spread throughout the entire Tianyuan continent. Along with this news came another. The Beast Clan had decided to tear up the Millennium Peace Treaty signed with the human race and prepare to launch a full-scale attack on humans. The Di family used this news as a reason to reorganize the Tianyuan Empire and lead all humans to confront the Beast Clan. The human race had enjoyed peace for far too long, and people's hearts had long since scattered. Without a strong force to unify, coordinate, and lead, it would be impossible for a disunited group to defeat the looming threat of the Beast Clan. Most importantly, the Di family's emergence from Tianmu Peak directly demonstrated their overwhelming strength. There were 2 peak transformation realm experts and as many as 5 half-step transformation realm masters, with dozens of spirit movement realm experts. It should be noted that previously, peak 9th level spirit movement realm experts ranked among the top 10 in the Tianyuan continent. Chapter 482. Sounding the alarm ding ding ding. The sound of the soul-settling bell echoed throughout Qizhou City. Any martial artist at the returning origin realm or above could clearly hear the bell's toll and understood that a beast tide was imminent. Hurry! Shen Yue, Meng Chun, and Han Yi quickly flew towards the city wall. At this moment, no one cared about family feuds anymore. This was a life-and-death struggle between humans and the Beast Clan, and any internal conflict was absolutely not allowed. Whoosh! As Shen Yue and Meng Chun flew through the air, hundreds of powerful auras began to emerge within Qizhou City. Each aura was no weaker than that of a returning origin realm expert. Those were Confucian Dao cultivators above the Master Realm, soaring from various academies towards the city wall. Among them, the masters and gentlemen from the 3 major sanctuaries made up about 4/5, while other smaller academies accounted for 1/5. Shen Yue also sensed several familiar auras, including Mu Qingla, the head of the Qiyuan Academy, Ran Jin, the head of the Shuanyo Academy, and the vice head of the Xiaoru Academy, the impoverished old scholar, among others. However, they did not greet Shen Yue, but hurriedly flew towards the city wall. Chapter 483. The first fallen gentleman, not good. Go back. Ran Jin, the head of the Shuanyo Academy, shouted, disregarding everything as he quickly flew towards the academy. Mu Qingla and the impoverished old scholar also wore worried expressions and similarly soared towards the academy. Although the 3 major sanctuaries had their own defensive formations, they required sufficiently powerful scholars to activate and maintain them. When the soul-settling bell rang, all scholars above the Master Realm rushed first to the city wall. Later, some scholars of the Virtuous Realm received the news and hurried to the city wall to provide support. Now, among the 3 major sanctuaries, the remaining were merely children who had just learned to read and students who had recently condensed their scrolls. Their strength was only slightly stronger than that of ordinary people, but sending them to face the Beast Clan would be tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Therefore, upon hearing the soul-settling bell, the masters strictly ordered the students in the academy not to leave. Boom! 6 massive beasts, each standing dozens of meters tall and possessing roughly 8th tier strength, charged forward in 3 groups, each targeting one of the sanctuaries. Their objectives were clear. Having emerged from the underground defense formations and were less than 3 miles away from the sanctuaries, indicating they were fully aware of the sanctuary's locations. Chapter 484. The first fallen gentleman, continued. Thud. Ran Jin was directly knocked away, landing on the ground without moving. The combined attack from the Thunderbolt Demon Ape and the Giant Python had inflicted heavy injuries on him, breaking dozens of his bones. Huh! The so-called gentlemen of the human race are nothing more than this. The Thunderbolt Demon Ape sneered, its face full of mockery. It forgot that if it hadn't been for the giant python interrupting Ranjin's attack just now, it would have likely been severely injured, if not dead. The gentleman of the human race should be quite delicious. I'll reluctantly eat him. The giant python raised its head high and crawled towards Ranjin. Its head had a dark lump, as if it were about to grow horns, and its entire body was white, revealing it to be an 8th-tier mysterious beast. The snowhorn venomous python. Mysterious beasts are naturally strong in physical body, but weak in spiritual power. In contrast, humans are weak in body, but have exceptionally strong souls. One reason mysterious beasts want to turn humans into their slaves is to continuously consume them to enhance their own spiritual power. It has been proven effective. Chapter 485. The new hobby of the clown dog, Bobo Boom. A violent explosion echoed through Shen Yue Academy. The current head of the academy, the gentleman-level Ranjin, self-destructed. A martial artist's self-detonation involves exploding their dantian, with the energy rapidly compressed from their true essence. Scholars do not cultivate dantian. They self-destruct their willpower stored in the Tianyuan Palace. A gentleman's willpower is extremely strong, almost comparable to the peak experts of the transformation realm. Therefore, under the explosion of his willpower, the power was comparable to that of an ordinary peak expert in the transformation realm. The two 8th-tier mysterious beasts, the Thunderbolt Demon Ape and the Snowhorn Venomous Python, were directly annihilated by the explosion of willpower. Suddenly, rain began to pour down over Shen Yue Academy. It is said that when a sage falls, the heavens weep, the earth changes color, and blood rains down from the sky. However, Ranjin was just a gentleman. After his willpower self-exploded, it also caused heavy rain to fall, as if the heavens were mourning his death. Old Ran, Mu Qingla, and the poor old scholar looked towards the direction of Shen Yue Academy, their faces filled with sorrow. Although the three great Confucian and Taoist academies usually compete with each other and do not see eye to eye, they are actually the strongest individuals in the same lineage of Confucianism and Taoism, mutually appreciating each other. Chapter 486. The rabbit-eating roasted meat slurp slurp. The clown dog Bobo lay on top of the purple-eyed, golden-crowned python, happily sucking its brain marrow. It must be said that the brain marrow of the purple-eyed, golden-crowned python is richer and smellier than that of the ink-feather swift-wind leopard, which suits Bobo's taste perfectly. It glanced at the ugly scaled unicorn crocodile king and felt a bit disdainful. I wonder if the brain marrow of such an ugly and disgusting creature is good to eat? The unicorn crocodile king stared blankly at Bobo, its sturdy legs trembling slightly. It wished it could quickly burrow back under the golden mountain and bury its head in so that Bobo wouldn't see it. Can't see, can't see. The unicorn crocodile king silently chanted in its heart, stepping back step by step. Slurp. Bobo swallowed the last mouthful of the purple-eyed, golden-crowned python's brain marrow, then suddenly vanished in a flash. The unicorn crocodile king was momentarily stunned, then suddenly felt a jolt as two massive tusks like chisels pierced directly into its head. The unicorn crocodile king wanted to struggle, but everything went dark before it knew anything. With the space-shifting ability, Bobo was elusive and lethal. Even the venomous serpent was no match for it, let alone an ordinary 8th-tier mysterious beast. Chapter 487. The appearance of the 9th-tier demon Emperor Fu. The obedient rabbit opened its mouth and spat out a pile of bones. As it opened its mouth, a rich aroma of roasted meat immediately wafted out. The other two 8th-tier mysterious beasts involuntarily shuddered, their hairs standing on end. What kind of monster is this? Why do 8th-tier mysterious beasts seem like ants before it, with no ability to resist at all? Roar! The Froststorm violent bear roared, charging towards the obedient rabbit defiantly. Its feet stomped on the ground, and frost instantly spread out, turning a radius of hundreds of meters into a frozen wasteland in just a few breaths. The obedient rabbit stood there motionless, directly frozen into an ice sculpture. The Froststorm violent bear excitedly rushed forward, swinging its thick paws, intending to slap the obedient rabbit into meat paste. However, as its paw approached the ice sculpture of the obedient rabbit, a fierce flame suddenly erupted, scorching its paw. The Froststorm violent bear howled in pain, quickly biting down and severing its entire paw at the wrist to avoid the flames spreading to its arm and body. Crack, crack! The obedient rabbit bit down on the hundreds of pounds heavy bear paw and began to eat heartily. It was deliciously crispy. Chapter 488. Personally taking action. Fourth update, boom. The towering city wall, several hundred meters high, trembled violently, cracking wide fissures dozens of meters wide. A group of 6th and 7th tier mysterious beasts surged through the cracks into Chizhou City. A giant ape, standing 100 meters tall, covered in light golden fur and wearing a purple golden crown, looked coldly at the human experts on the city wall. A bunch of ants dare to block me? Truly unaware of their own mortality. The giant ape snorted coldly. It was none other than the 9-armed, sky-connecting ape, one of the 9 demon emperors of the demon abyss forest, standing nearly 100 meters tall, with 9 arms and 2 heads. Just a slight stomp from it would shake the surrounding hundreds of miles. Among the 9 demon emperors, the 9-armed, sky-connecting ape ranked in the top 5, with extremely formidable strength. At this moment, it pulled out a 100-meter-long, millstone-thick black iron rod from its waist and smashed it down onto the city wall. Boom! The hundreds of meters high city wall collapsed over 1,000 meters long. Thick smoke billowed into the sky, and shattered tiles and stones flew in all directions. Some low-ranked human martial artists couldn't escape in time and were directly pierced through by the flying debris. Chapter 489, The Will Text Boom. The 9-armed, sky-connecting ape swung the massive iron rod weighing tens of thousands of pounds and swept the city wall of Chizhou City several thousand meters away. The entire front wall of Chizhou City was only several tens of thousands of meters, and with this blow, nearly 1/5 of it was demolished. Boom, boom, boom. It stepped over the city wall and strode into Chizhou City. Clang, clang, clang. Boom, boom, boom. The human martial artists and gentlemen on the city wall launched attacks against the 9-armed sky-connecting ape, and for a moment, sword lights, blade edges, and golden characters poured down towards the 9-armed sky-connecting ape. However, their attacks were like a dragonfly touching water or raindrops hitting banana leaves, failing to inflict any damage on the 9-armed sky-connecting ape at all. The body of the 9th-tier demon emperor has been refined to perfection, not inferior to the 9-star divine weapons. It is important to note that the 9th-tier demon emperor has already mastered the rules of the earth, using the land as its source of power. Even the peak experts in the transformation realm would find it extremely difficult to slay them. The rules of heaven and earth are fixed rules established when a continent or a plane is formed. For example, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Tides have fixed timings, and winter snow and summer rain. All are determined by the rules of heaven and earth. Chapter 490, Generously Facing Death Boom. The Tianyuan demon emperor swung a 10,000-pound iron rod, smashing it fiercely around. Those gentlemen flying in the air and the agile realm experts hurriedly fled to the distance. The Tianyuan demon emperor is immensely powerful and extremely agile, wielding the iron rod more beautifully and dazzlingly than many human martial artists, with strange and varied movements. Moreover, among the 9 great demon emperors, the Tianyuan demon emperor has the strongest soul, closest to that of humans. If any demon emperor could comprehend the will and words of the Confucian Taoist sages to enhance their soul and grasp the rules of heaven, it would be the Tianyuan demon emperor. Therefore, the Tianyuan demon emperor is the most anxious and focused, personally leading 18 8th-tier profound beasts to unleash a beast tide attacking Qi Prefecture City. This time, it is determined to obtain the will and words left by the Confucian Taoist sages. Mu Qingla and the poor old scholar were sweating profusely, frantically launching attacks at the Tianyuan demon emperor, golden words pouring down like a torrential storm, crazily striking without care for their lives. The Tianyuan demon emperor swung the iron rod in a way that was impenetrable, effortlessly blocking all attacks, taking steps that covered hundreds of meters. Chapter 491, Purple Gold Armor Swish. 6 elderly gentlemen with white hair flew out from the crowd, charging towards the Tianyuan demon emperor. They smiled at each other and nodded slightly. The journey to the underworld won't be lonely. Several old brothers can go together. Qin Junzi, Meng Junzi, Mu Qingla, and the poor old scholar gritted their teeth, calling out the names of these gentlemen. They had also thought of fighting the Tianyuan demon emperor in this way, even if it meant death. They would at least bite off a bloody piece of flesh from it. However, as the current heads of the academy, they bear heavy responsibilities and hold many secrets of the academy. If they died just like that, the inheritance of the 3 great holy academies would face significant issues. Therefore, they cannot die, and they dare not die. The 6 gentlemen, whose ages summed to over 1,500 years, had reached the end of their lifespans. Even without today's battle, each of them could only live for a few more years at most. Moreover, due to their advanced age, the chances of breaking through to the Book Saint Realm were nearly zero. Chapter 492, Silence, 4th update, boom. A pitch-black vortex, dozens of meters wide, enveloped the Tianyuan Demon Emperor's head, the second layer of the Soul Realm. This is the strongest killing move that Shen Yue could unleash after returning from the underworld, following a breakthrough in the Soul Realm. With this move, Shen Yue could even trap the emissary of the Underworld Emperor for 2 breaths. How could the Tianyuan Demon Emperor be compared to the Underworld Emperor? Shen Yue believed he could trap it for several breaths. Taking advantage of these several breaths, Mu Qingla, the poor old scholar, and the other gentleman could launch another attack on the Tianyuan Demon Emperor. Overestimating oneself, the Tianyuan Demon Emperor coldly glanced at Shen Yue and then snorted. The willpower storm created by the self-destructing 6 gentlemen couldn't even harm it in the slightest. How could it fear the soul attack unleashed by Shen Yue alone? Buzz. The set of purple gold armor began to spin rapidly, and the scales on it stood upright like the sharpest blades. Clang, clang, clang. The black vortex was constantly bombarded under these rapidly spinning blades, and in just 3 breaths, the vortex was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 493. The distinction between good and evil. Buzz. A giant character for silence suddenly appeared in midair. Invisible waves rapidly spread out, causing a radius of several thousand meters to fall into silence instantly. The Tianyuan Demon Emperor raised the iron rod high, wanting to smash forward, but upon the appearance of the character for silence, it suddenly seemed frozen, unable to move, becoming a statue over 100 meters tall. Even the human side was frozen in place, falling into a dead silence. For a moment, it seemed as if the entire Qi Prefecture city had fallen completely silent. Even a needle dropping to the ground would cause a tremor. The Tianyuan Demon Emperor showed no signs of panic or fear. Instead, it was filled with excitement and joy. Is this the power of the will words? So powerful. If I learn this, even the peak experts in the transformation realm would not be my match. It thought to itself, although the words manifested by the gentleman are also considered will words, they only exist for a short time and cannot be passed down forever. Moreover, the Book Saint Realm is quite similar to the peak transformation realm, having also comprehended the rules of heaven, so the will words they condense can resonate with the way of heaven, unleashing immense power. Chapter 494. Bloodthirsty Villain Qi Prefecture City. The Filial Scholar Academy. Everyone's gaze was fixated on the ordinary piece of white paper floating in midair. At this moment, the Tianyuan Demon Emperor was trapped within it. Whether this piece of white paper could subdue the Tianyuan Demon Emperor was unknown to anyone. They could only wait quietly. However, the good news was that once the town soul bell was struck, peak transformation realm experts would definitely rush over at the first opportunity. Hopefully, this piece of white paper could delay things a little longer, so that when the peak transformation realm experts arrive, the Tianyuan Demon Emperor would be doomed. Shen Yue also quietly watched the seemingly ordinary white paper fluttering in the wind, recalling the scene when he had entered it before. At this moment, there should be an ordinary person appear before the Tianyuan Demon Emperor. Then, one beast and one person coexist. Would it peacefully live with that ordinary person or directly kill him? The distinction between good and evil is not just a simple phrase, but a tangible reality. Time ticked by. Boom! Suddenly, the seemingly ordinary white paper burst forth with purple gold light, and a figure flew out from it. Chapter 495. The Sanling King Boom. Golden words condensed into the shadows of swords, spears, and even the illusion of great mountains, smashing down upon the Tianyuan Demon Emperor. If it were before, these attacks would have seemed like mere tickles to the Tianyuan Demon Emperor, unable to harm it in the slightest. However, it now had at least dozens of wounds inflicted by the blood-colored evil person's dual swords, and its defense had been severely compromised. At this moment, the attacks launched by the gentleman in the book made the Tianyuan Yao Huang feel a strong impact. Several times it was staggered by the golden characters like mountains, almost knocked down. Qizhou City. This grudge, this emperor has noted. Once this emperor regains strength, I will definitely return to slaughter the city. The Tianyuan Yao Huang roared in anger, striding towards the outskirts of Qizhou City. Boom! The city wall of Qizhou City collapsed several thousand meters as it was stomped by it. At the moment the Qi Tian Yao Huang stepped out of Qizhou City, the blood-colored evil person stopped its pursuit, clearly indicating that the farthest activity range of the blood-colored evil person was only within Qizhou City. Come on, come kill me. After running several hundred meters outside, seeing that the blood-colored evil person did not chase after it, the Qi Tian Yao Huang regained its confidence and shouted to the sky. Chapter 496. An invitation from the D family. Fourth update. Since the disappearance of the Tianyuan Emperor, the D family had returned to Tianmu Peak and had not appeared for thousands of years. After the collapse of the Tianyuan Empire, the D family went silent. It was not until recently that D Tianyuan quietly descended from Tianmu Peak, entered the Alchemist Alliance, and participated in the Yuanling Conference, that the D family re-entered the site of the human race on the Tianyuan continent. Originally, D Tianyuan intended to forcibly seize the championship of the Yuanling Conference and then announce his identity as a descendant of the D family to create momentum for their emergence. However, D Tianyuan's luck was too poor, encountering Shen Yue, who was even more extraordinary, and he ultimately had to settle for second place. Moreover, he should not have sought trouble with Shen Yue and repeatedly attempted to kill him. To survive, Shen Yue had no choice but to cause the death of D Tianyuan. Without this once-in-a-millennium genius, the D family was severely hit, and those families that had been suppressed by the D family took the opportunity to strike back, killing many of the D family's experts, nearly causing the D family to collapse. This time, the D family was taking a huge risk by emerging from Tianmu Peak. If they could not successfully rebuild the Tianyuan Empire, their retreat would be completely cut off, and they would likely suffer a significant blow. Chapter 497. Challenge to the D family's alchemy, Hall, Qizhou City. The Zhongling king wore a faint smile, quietly observing Shen Yue. He was a peak expert in the transformation god realm, standing at the pinnacle of the Tianyuan continent. To him, Shen Yue was merely an ant. What champion of the Yuanling Conference, what #1 genius alchemist of the Tianyuan continent, what master alchemist, all were nonsense in the face of absolute power. If he wanted to kill Shen Yue, who in the entire Qizhou City would dare to stop him? Who would dare to plead for Shen Yue? Who could save Shen Yue? This was the most direct manifestation of the respect for the strong. However, the Zhongling king was not foolish. How could he really kill Shen Yue in front of billions of people in Qizhou City? Moreover, how could the D family be satisfied with simply killing Shen Yue? According to the most reliable information brought back to the D family by Shui Lao San, D Tianyuan's death was 90 related to Shen Yue. Whether he was killed by Shen Yue or, even if he did not act personally, he was at least tricked to death by Shen Yue. Therefore, the D family had long since issued a kill order against Shen Yue. However, this kill order did not mean they wanted to kill Shen Yue directly, as that would be too simple for the D family. They could easily send a half-step transformation god realm expert to eliminate Shen Yue. Chapter 498. The messenger of good and evil in the Zhuge family mansion. In an underground secret chamber, Shen Yue sat cross-legged on the ground, and before him was a blank piece of paper quietly floating in midair. In his Niwen palace, there was also a nearly identical blank piece of paper. Previously, when Shen Yue entered the Shaoru Academy, he saw that ordinary blank piece of paper in the house where the Confucian Tao master had lived. At that time, the shabby old scholar said it was left by the Confucian Tao master. Shen Yue thought there was only that one, but he did not expect that after the Qi Tian Yao Huang attacked the Shaoru Academy, another blank piece of paper appeared. If it weren't for Shen Yue seeing the shabby old scholar also with a shocked and disbelieving expression, Shen Yue would have suspected that the old scholar was deceiving him. Two blank pieces of paper, with a wave of his hand. The blank piece of paper in the Niwen Palace flew out and aligned next to the one in front of him. Buzz! The just flying blank piece of paper emitted a faint glow, and then a large black character appeared. It was the character good. Shen Yue's previous performance on the blank piece of paper deserved the character good. Chapter 499. The betting begins. 3 days quickly passed. Shen Yue also emerged from the underground secret chamber of the Zhuge family. Although he had closed himself off for 3 days and nights without eating, drinking, or resting, he did not show any signs of fatigue or weariness on his face. Instead, he looked radiant, with his eyes almost shining. Today was the day he would compete against the 3 alchemists of the D family. When Shen Yue walked out of the secret chamber, Meng Chun, Lin Qi, and Lin Qingwan, as well as Nan Sheng, Xiang Yu, and Han Yi were all waiting for him in the courtyard. Why does everyone look so grim? As if I've already lost before the competition has even started, Shen Yue said with a smile. After 3 days of intensive practice, Shen Yue was confident enough to defeat the D family's alchemists. Boss, seeing you so confident, I'm relieved, Meng Chun said with a smile. Lin Shi and Lin Xinguan also showed faint smiles. They unconditionally believed in Shen Yue. Only Nansheng and Xiang Yu still wore worried expressions. They knew the strength and foundation of the D family, and the alchemists of the Alchemy Hall must have master-level existences. Chapter 500, In Sha Dan, 4th Update. In a recently cleaned hall of the Qizhou City Alchemist Alliance, Shen Yue, the Zhongling King of the D family, and the 3 master alchemists honestly took out all their personal belongings, bringing nothing with them, and walked into the hall. This betting match was originally intended to be presided over by the president of the Qizhou City Alchemist Alliance, but upon learning that the president of the Alchemist Alliance, Song Wuming, was coming, the president hurriedly handed over the judging seat to Song Wuming. All right, since I'm the one you all decided to compete against today, I won't persuade you any further. I hope you can make a fortune peacefully, Song Wuming said with a smile. Soon, Shen Yue also bounced into the hall. The 3 master alchemists swiftly took out their alchemy furnaces. These alchemy furnaces were resplendent and golden, clearly not ordinary goods. Shen Yue also waved his hand and brought out the slightly altered Chaos Alchemy Furnace. All right, since you all have no intention of giving up, let the competition begin, Song Wuming announced. According to Shen Yue's discussion with the 3 masters, each of them would refine the same elixir, and the one with the highest quality would win. Chapter 501, Holy Spirit 3 Stars. In the hall of the Alchemist Alliance in Qizhou City, the place was already crowded with people, mostly alchemists from Qizhou who came to observe and learn. After all, even as an alchemist alliance of a state, not everyone has the chance to watch a master alchemist refine a Holy Spirit pill in person. Moreover, this time, the Imperial family's alchemy hall had brought 3 master alchemists. Additionally, some members of prominent families in Qizhou City were invited by the Imperial family to watch. The purpose of the Imperial family was simple: to humiliate Shen Yue in front of everyone, forcing him to obediently join the Imperial family as a servant. This would undoubtedly be more painful for the young genius Shen Yue than killing him. At this moment, Shen Yue and the master alchemist, known as Old Six, were refining a 1-star Holy Spirit In Sha Dan. In just a short incense time, Old Six had already purified and condensed all 180 types of medicinal materials and was starting the final step of pill formation. In contrast, Shen Yue had not even completed 1/10 of the purification process after the same amount of time. The gap between the two was evident, and it was no wonder that many people on the scene were discussing and believing that Shen Yue would definitely lose. Chapter 502, The Smile Slowly Freezes. Applause and cheers erupted in the hall of the Alchemist Alliance. Incredible. It's so easy to refine a Holy Spirit 3 stars In Sha Dan. The Imperial family's alchemists are indeed powerful. They can casually send out 3 master alchemists, enough to rival the Alchemist Alliance. The crowd of onlookers continuously expressed their admiration and flattery, especially some families invited by the Imperial family. Some had already pledged allegiance to them, but many were still in a stage of observation and hesitation. The Imperial family invited them to watch the competition to let them witness the power of their alchemists firsthand, aiming to dispel any doubts these families might have and encourage them to pledge allegiance faster. Now, seeing that Old Six, the one with the lowest rank among the 3 master alchemists, could easily refine a Holy Spirit 3 stars In Sha Dan, how powerful must the other 2 alchemists be? This is a Holy Spirit pill. Even if these families were wealthy, they couldn't buy it. It was in high demand and pre-ordered by powerful beings in the spirit movement realm. If these families pledged allegiance to the Imperial family, wouldn't they be able to obtain Holy Spirit pills? Even paying for them would be worth it. Chapter 503, A Swollen Face. In the hall of the Alchemist Alliance in Qizhou City, sarcastic voices continued to echo, with shouts urging Shen Yue to admit defeat and get off the stage. However, the 3 master alchemists from the Imperial family's alchemy hall, including King Zhongling, had serious expressions on their faces. They were vaguely worried that Shen Yue might really be able to refine a Holy Spirit 4 stars In Sha Dan. Boom! With a wave of Shen Yue's hand, the purified liquid from 180 types of medicinal materials flew into the air. Then, a light purple flame formed into a lotus shape, enveloping the liquid entirely. This move, called Flame Incineration Pill, could only be performed by an alchemist confident in their skills. After all, This method involved using extraordinary fire to burn and roast the liquid directly. And if the control over the flame was not perfect, it could easily destroy the medicinal properties. In severe cases, it could completely burn the liquid into ashes. Even a master like Old Six wouldn't dare to attempt this. But Shen Yue executed it with great skill, looking very arrogant and impressive. Chapter 504, Victory in Hand, 4th Update. The faces of the 3 alchemists from the imperial family turned red, like boiled pig heads. It was utterly embarrassing. Even King Songling's expression became somewhat unsightly, but he quickly concealed it. All right, Master Shun has won the first round. Let us continue to the second round. King Songling said blandly. Song Wuming glanced at Shen Yue and secretly gave him a thumbs up. So cool, so satisfying. Even he had previously doubted that Shen Yue would definitely lose. However, it turned out that Shen Yue could actually refine a holy spirit 5 stars in Sha Dan, which made Song Wuming have to admire him. In that case, let us start the second round of drawing lots, Song Wuming said, suppressing the joy on his face and pretending to be calm. Upon hearing Song Wuming's words, Shen Yue walked to the front of the hall, standing before him. Another master alchemist from the imperial family also walked towards Song Wuming. After the first round of competition, everyone present had witnessed Shen Yue's alchemy skills and no longer dared to mock him or urge him to admit defeat and leave. The imperial family's alchemists also did not dare to underestimate him, their expressions grave as if facing a formidable opponent. Chapter 505. Have you experienced despair? The third master of the imperial family quickly threw the medicinal materials into the alchemy cauldron, rapidly purifying and condensing them. While refining the materials, he looked at Shen Yue with a smug expression, full of ridicule and disdain. Country bumpkin, have you seen the recipe for the soul-fixing pill? I love your pitifully ignorant expression. The third master sneered, quickly condensing the medicinal materials into liquid, then let out a breath, his face showing a serious and cautious expression. Even as a 3-star master alchemist, he could only succeed once in 3 attempts when refining the soul-fixing pill. Those who had never obtained the recipe for the soul-fixing pill might not succeed even once out of 10 attempts. It's important to note that although the Alchemist Alliance had shared the recipe for the soul-fixing pill with various alchemist alliances across the 9 states, some ingredients were kept strictly confidential to prevent leaks. In this case, the recipe obtained by the Imperial Family's Alchemy Hall would certainly be missing some ingredients. And for those master alchemists to succeed in refining the soul-fixing pill under such conditions was no easy feat. It was like a wealthy family occasionally buying an unknown wild fruit from the market at a high price, only to find it incredibly delicious, a true delicacy. Chapter 506, Embarrassed. In the hall of the Alchemist Alliance in Chizhou City, the scene fell into a dead silence once again. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Even Song Wuming wore an expression of incredulity. This kid, he actually managed to refine the soul-fixing pill in just 5 breaths? His alchemy skills have made tremendous progress recently, Song Wuming thought to himself. From the time Shen Yue won the Yuanling Conference Championship to now, it has only been a little over a year. At that time, he was just a master alchemist, but now he can actually refine the sacred spirit pill. He has already become a genuine alchemy grandmaster. This made Song Wuming's old face blush a bit. It took him over a decade to advance from master alchemist to grandmaster alchemist. This guy is indeed a prodigy. Song Wuming shook his head slightly, secretly feeling amazed. However, he was actually already very excited inside. After all, Shen Yue was part of the Alchemist Alliance and had a good relationship with Song Wuming. In the future, he could completely let Shen Yue take over his position as the president of the Alchemist Alliance, the 3rd son of the D family. Along with the 6th and another alchemy grandmaster, stared blankly at the 7-colored Dinghun pill in front of Shen Yue, their expressions grave, unsure of what to say for a moment. Chapter 507. Tianyuan Dai pill, the 3rd son of the D family, had a sullen face, his eyes nearly spitting fire. At this moment, there was not a single person in front of him. In contrast, in front of Shen Yue stood more than 10 peak warriors of the 9th layer of the returning Origin Realm, all shouting their willingness to consume the Dinghun pill to determine its quality. After all, even a fool could see that the Dinghun pill refined by Shen Yue was the real top-grade spiritual pill. As for the grayish-white pill refined by the 3rd son of the D family, whether in appearance or in the energy it contained, it couldn't be compared to Shen Yue's Dinghun pill. Cough, cough. The Songling King pretended to cough. Soon, A peak warrior of the 9th layer of the returning Origin Realm stepped forward and directly approached the third son of the D family, saying nothing, and directly swallowed the Dinghun pill. On Shen Yue's side, he used his soul power to scan the more than 10 peak warriors of the 9th layer of the returning Origin Realm in front of him, and finally chose one who appeared to be older. It is well known that the younger the returning Origin Realm warrior, the greater the chance of successfully breaking through to the Spirit Motion Realm. The older one becomes, the more their vitality and soul start to decline, making it very difficult to break through again. Chapter 508, Sacred Spirit 7 stars, 4th update, Tianyuan Realm pill. A Sacred Spirit 2-star pill, specifically prepared for strong warriors of the Spirit Motion Realm. The malevolent energy contained in the Insha pill simulates the fierce winds and malevolent energy of the 9 heavens, allowing Spirit Motion Realm warriors to safely and effectively temper their souls. The Tianyuan Realm pill, on the other hand, simulates the rays of sunlight emitted by the sun in the 9 heavens in order to stimulate the soul power of Spirit Motion Realm warriors, allowing their souls to adapt in advance to being exposed to sunlight, separating from the body. Generally speaking, the Tianyuan Realm pill must be refined by a 4-star or higher alchemy grandmaster, and the success rate is not very high, usually between 40 to 70. Many 3-star alchemy grandmasters require 4 times or even more attempts to successfully refine one. However, the last alchemy grandmaster of the D family is a 4-star level, and he has successfully refined the Tianyuan Realm pill 8 times in a row. This earned him the nickname 8 Brother in the D family, although his alchemical skills may not be too high in other areas. He ranks among the top 3 in the entire D family's alchemy hall in terms of the Tianyuan Realm pill. Even when competing against 5-star alchemy grandmasters, he remains unfazed. Chapter 509, Soul Flame Alchemy Method. Shen Yue tossed one medicinal herb after another into the alchemy cauldron, producing a series of sounds as they melted into liquid medicine. His speed was slow. While purifying and condensing the herbs, he frowned in thought. The Tianyuan Realm pill refined by 8 Brother of the D family was of Sacred Spirit 7 stars quality. If Shen Yue wanted to win against him, he must refine a pill of Sacred Spirit 8 stars quality or higher. The Tianyuan Realm pill, as a Sacred Spirit pill, must be refined by an alchemy grandmaster level. But in reality, Shen Yue had just begun attempting to refine Sacred Spirit pills. His true alchemical level barely reached the level of a 1-star alchemy grandmaster. The Tianyuan Realm pill, being a 2-star Sacred Spirit pill, is not easy to refine, especially if it needs to reach the quality of Sacred Spirit 7 stars or higher, which requires the level of 4-star or even 5-star alchemy grandmaster. No matter how confident Shen Yue was, he wouldn't dare to be careless. After all, this was the 3rd round of his betting contest against the D family's alchemists, and it was the final round. If he lost, it wouldn't matter that he had won the previous 2 rounds. He would still have to accept the outcome of defeat and be at the mercy of the D family. Chapter 510, Sacred Spirit Golden Pill Boom. The blood-purple flames erupted violently, and the temperature in the Hall of the Alchemist Alliance instantly rose by several degrees. Those closest had their hair instantly turned to ashes, becoming bald. Everyone gasped and retreated dozens of meters to withstand the scorching of the blood-purple flames. What was going on? The ordinary alchemists looked bewildered, not understanding how Shen Yue had achieved this. Soul Flame Alchemy Method. At this moment, the 3 alchemy grandmasters from the D family widened their eyes, their faces full of shock and disbelief. This is the most advanced alchemical technique that only high-level alchemy grandmasters can perform, requiring at least a 6-star alchemy grandmaster to be able to use it. All 3 of the D family's alchemy grandmasters present had learned it, but none could execute it. They never expected that just over 16-year-old Shen Yue could actually perform the Soul Flame Alchemy Method. If Shen Yue had used the Soul Flame Alchemy Method earlier, the 3 alchemy grandmasters from the D family might have directly conceded, deeming there was no need for the contest. Chapter 511, Surprise Attack Chizhou City, Alchemist Alliance Hall. At this moment, the entire hall was in dead silence. No one spoke. All eyes were fixed on Shen Yue. If earlier, even those alchemists didn't take the newly crowned champion of the Yuanling Conference seriously, now even the janitors knew Shen Yue's name. At just over 16 years old, he had refined the Sacred Spirit Golden Pill and defeated 3 alchemy grandmasters from the D family. This was sure to make his name known across the land. The Zhongling King, willing to accept defeat, directly represented the D family in agreeing to any request Shen Yue put forward, which made everyone present look at Shen Yue with curiosity about what kind of request he would make. The D family, being the most undisputed first family of the human race for tens of thousands of years, had profound foundations, with anything they offer enough to make human powerhouses fight over it. Shen Yue winning the contest allowed him to make one request of the D family. As long as it wasn't too outrageous, the D family would fulfill it. This was an opportunity for anyone, a chance to become wealthy and rise. Everyone was curious whether Shen Yue would ask the D family for a technique created by the Tianyuan Emperor or for a heavenly ancient spiritual treasure. Chapter 512. All Things Are Ink. Fourth update. The Killer M.O. You can rest in peace. As that figure appeared, he said faintly. Endless pitch-black energy slowly swirled around him, forming a tornado shape, and his head was covered with densely packed runes. At this moment, a rune resembling a poisonous scorpion suddenly lit up at the center of his brow. Subsequently, the dark energy behind him quickly condensed into a giant poisonous scorpion over 3 meters long, pouncing toward Shen Yue. Ink practitioners, you dare to show yourselves. Shen Yue frowned, almost amused by the situation. Previously, when Shen Yue had just reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the condensation realm, the ink practitioners had repeatedly tried to kill him, only to be effortlessly countered by Shen Yue. At that time, the ink practitioners even issued a death warrant against him, vowing to kill Shen Yue and use his head to comfort those ink practitioners he had slain. Unfortunately, the Alchemist Alliance suddenly issued a proclamation against the ink practitioners, scaring them into not daring to issue any more orders to kill Shen Yue, and they obediently moved away from Yuezhou. In the blink of an eye, over a year had passed, and Shen Yue never expected that the ink practitioners would pursue him so relentlessly. Chapter 513. Can you be darker than me? Buzz. Shen Yue controlled the blood-bone infernal fire to burn at his ankle, intending to incinerate the area bitten by the black snake to eliminate the poisoned flesh. However, as soon as the blood-bone infernal fire touched the wound on his ankle, it was immediately stained black. Boom! The pitch-black blood-bone infernal fire instantly engulfed Shen Yue, with dark energy frantically pouring into his mouth, nose, and ears. Within 100 meters around Shen Yue, dark little snakes were constantly weaving through the ground and midair, entangling with one another and continuously spreading, threatening to fill the entire space within 100 meters. The ink taints the universe. All things turn to ink. As long as one is within the ink practitioner space, everything will be stained black, even the human heart, blood, and bones. Don't think that these black energies merely change color to black. They contain potent toxins. It is said that those ink practitioners who cultivate the ink taint universe must consume dozens of deadly toxins daily, including some toxic herbs and snake venom. When cultivating the first level, by the time they reach the 2nd level, they must consume a deadly pill each day. A pill so toxic that throwing it into a river can turn dozens of miles of water into a mass grave. Chapter 514. The ink practitioner's lair gurgle. Ink was instantly poured into M.O. Wu's mouth, nose, and ears. In just 1 or 2 breaths, M.O. Wu truly became a complete ink person. His entire body was filled with pitch-black ink, making it impossible for him to breathe. Spare me. M.O. Wu hurriedly transmitted his plea to Shen Yue. He had worked hard to reach such a level, becoming the 5th-ranked expert among ink practitioners, and in a few decades, he had a good chance of becoming a member of the Elder Council of the ink practitioners, holding significant power. He didn't want to die here. Shen Yue would never easily spare him. He was waiting for M.O. Wu to reveal something valuable that could save his life. I can tell you where the ink practitioner's lair is. I beg you to spare my life. After half a breath, seeing Shen Yue did not respond, M.O. Wu hurriedly transmitted again. Swish, swish, swish. Streams of black ink gushed from M.O. Wu's nostrils and mouth. Only then could M.O. Wu open his mouth to gasp for air. He had nearly choked to death on the ink, a sensation 100 times more terrifying than drowning. He never imagined he would nearly be killed by a mass of ink one day. Chapter 515. Heading to Tianmu Peak, Shen Yue single-handedly defeated 3 alchemist masters from the imperial family. Shen Yue effortlessly slaughtered the 5th-ranked ink practitioner assassin. These 2 pieces of news quickly spread throughout Qizhou and even the entire Tianyuan continent. The imperial family was originally at the height of its fame, with nearly every family declaring loyalty to them, if this trend continued. It wouldn't take a year for more than half of the families and counties to ally with the imperial family. By then, the imperial family could rebuild the Tianyuan Empire. Originally, when the Songling king saw Shen Yue, he just wanted to casually deal with this little guy who had a life-and-death feud with the imperial family. However, he never expected that this casual thought would ultimately elevate Shen Yue's reputation. Now, Shen Yue, the youngest alchemist master in the history of the Tianyuan continent, had been recognized by the vast majority of sects and forces. Moreover, Shen Yue's martial arts cultivation had also reached the spirit motion realm, which made all sects and forces pay extra attention. Although alchemist masters held a very high status and received the highest honors wherever they went, generally speaking, their strength was quite ordinary. Most reached the returning origin realm by consuming high-grade pills. Chapter 516. The Imperial Cavern. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A gray light streaked across the sky, quickly flying toward the distance. It was the Songling king using his movement technique, taking Shen Yue toward the central divine continent. As a peak transformation realm expert, his flying speed was extremely fast, even faster than an 8th grade flying mystical beast. Even while carrying Shen Yue, this burden, the Songling king could fly over 10,000 miles in an hour. And since Chizhou City was only a few 100,000 miles away from the central divine continent, they would arrive in just a few dozen hours. This time, Shen Yue requested to visit Tianmu Peak, where the Tianyuan Emperor lived, and only he was permitted to go to Tianmu Peak. Meng Chun, Lin Qi, and Han, she could only obediently wait in Chizhou City for him. However, Shen Yue was not truly going alone. He had hidden the clown dog Bin Bin and the obedient rabbit in the independent space of the Chaos Alchemy Cauldron in his Dantian. Upon arriving at Tianmu Peak, it was the territory of the imperial family. Although the entire imperial family had left Tianmu Peak, who knew if there were still hidden forces of the imperial family in Tianmu Peak at this moment? Moreover, only Shen Yue and the Songling king were going to Tianmu Peak if the Songling king disregarded his reputation and insisted on killing Shen Yue. Wouldn't Shen Yue be in danger? Chapter 517. The fire went out. Swish. Shen Yue gritted his teeth and charged into the imperial cavern. Crackle. Thunder was instantly invoked, striking down toward Shen Yue. Shen Yue hurriedly activated the life sword seal, forming the Zongxing Pua that rapidly spun around him, resisting the thunder's onslaught. Brilliant lights and violent explosions erupted, and Shen Yue suddenly fell toward the ground like a meteor from the sky. The pitch-black vortex formed by the Zongxing Po on his body was quickly struck by the thunder, creating large pits and igniting, seemingly on the verge of exploding into fragments. Just then, a series of wind blades formed by fierce gales suddenly flew from a distance, viciously slashing toward Shen Yue. Boom, boom, boom. The already battered and burning Zongxing Po vortex instantly exploded. The Zongxing Po is a killing move capable of annihilating strong practitioners in the spirit movement realm. In terms of defense, even a peak 9th level spirit movement practitioner would struggle to break through the dark vortex formed by the Zongxing Po. However, despite this, the Zongxing Po was directly shattered into fragments within less than 3 breaths after entering the Imperial Tomb. Chapter 518. Abyssal Terror in the Imperial Tomb, Beneath the Abyss. The blood-bone infernal fire suddenly extinguished without warning, causing Shen Yue to shudder. A bone-chilling aura instantly filled his entire body. Even the 10th-ranked exotic fire of the Tianyuan continent feared this chilling aura so much that it was extinguished. The nearby obedient rabbit also trembled, lying next to Shen Yue without daring to move. This made Shen Yue somewhat apprehensive. Just how terrifying was the owner of that chilling aura? With gritted teeth, Shen Yue drew the Mo Guang sword and held it in front of him. No matter what terrifying monster was coming, he could not sit idly by. He had to fight back. At that moment, he began to doubt whether entering the Imperial Tomb was the right choice. Was it worth putting himself in danger for an ethereal possibility? However, if given the chance to choose again, he would still choose to enter the Imperial Tomb, because Shen Yue understood that even if he diligently cultivated to the transformation god realm, it would be nearly impossible to break through the void and ascend. From the likes of Fire Granny, Blade God, and Songling King, Shen Yue could tell that even reaching the transformation god realm would not allow one to shatter the void and ascend. Chapter 519. Towards not knowing how long he had walked, when Shen Yue felt he was about to collapse in the darkness. He finally saw a glimmer of light after turning a corner. There was light. He should be about to exit the abyss. Suddenly, Shen Yue, feeling somewhat fatigued, regained his spirits. Darkness was not truly terrifying. What was terrifying was a lack of direction, goals, and hope. Most of the fear in darkness was merely self-induced. The clown dog Bumpkin and the obedient rabbit had followed Shen Yue for a long time. They gradually recovered from their initial anxiety. In reality, although one was called Clown Dog Bumpkin and the other was called Obedient Rabbit, Clown Dog Bumpkin was not a dog, and Obedient Rabbit was not a rabbit either. They were among the top tier of the Shen beast race. However, upon reaching the depths of the Imperial Tomb, they seemed to have genuinely transformed into a clown dog and an obedient rabbit, trembling in fear at the sight of a wild boar. This made the two divine beasts feel humiliated and angry. When the glimmer of light appeared, it seemed to awaken them, filling them with courage and strength. Chapter 520. The Queen with a Sizzle. The Mo Guang sword sliced through the head of the long-necked monster. The long-necked monster had no time to react and was decapitated with one sword strike, blood spurting from its neck. Thud! The corpse of the long-necked monster crashed to the ground. The human beings who saw Clown Dog Bumpkin and Obedient Rabbit were startled, thinking they were sent by the long-necked monster. With a flurry, the dog and rabbit rushed to the long-necked monster's body and began to devour its flesh and blood without hesitation. It had been 4 or 5 hours since they arrived at the Imperial Tomb. They were already starving. Suddenly, from over 1,000 meters away, an old man covered in mysterious runes appeared out of nowhere, commanding the humans to attack Clown Dog Bumpkin and Obedient Rabbit. Just now, Shen Yue had slain the long-necked monster, paying respect to the humans who had been killed by it. They had never seen monsters as small as Clown Dog Bumpkin and Obedient Rabbit before. Oh no! Seeing that everyone present regarded Clown Dog Bumpkin and Obedient Rabbit as monsters, Shen Yue was taken aback. Chapter 521. The Kingdom of the Desolate Sky. In an oasis within the Imperial Tomb, countless primitive people, bare-chested and clad only in animal skins below, knelt on the ground with their heads buried deeply, not daring to move. Even the old shaman covered in mysterious tattoos bowed respectfully, hands clasped together in front of his chest. In the center stood a girl adorned with a crown made of various flowers, her upper body dressed in leaves, and her lower body wrapped in a skirt of animal skins. Her skin resembled ripe wheat, golden with a hint of luster. Although her appearance was not particularly stunning, she exuded a vibrant, natural aura that made people feel at ease. Especially the staff she held, carved from a single piece of jade, radiated rich spiritual energy. And around her, the concentrated spiritual energy had condensed into mist that floated gently as she moved, giving her an ethereal presence. The blood-red gem atop the staff shone like the sun in the sky, emitting dazzling light that filled everyone within 100 meters with warmth, as if they were brimming with energy. Chapter 522. The War of Nations. The Kingdom of Jishan is a large nation with a population exceeding 20,000. The old shaman narrated. Soon, under the old shaman's introduction, Shen Yue gained a general impression of the Kingdom of Jishan. At the same time, through indirect inquiries, Shen Yue also acquired some understanding of the entire desert and the Kingdom of the Desolate Sky. According to Shen Yue's earlier assessment, the entire desert was roughly only tens of thousands of miles across, about 1/20th the size of the Tianyuan continent. However, 12 nations have been established within the desert, which were in a constant state of war, attacking each other. Today, 2 nations united to attack another, and in a few days, several other nations would join forces to conquer others. In the history of the desert spanning thousands of years, no less than 100 nations had emerged, some with a legacy lasting thousands of years, while others perished within a century. The Kingdom of the Desolate Sky currently ranks around 10th among the 12 nations, with its territory, population, and number of warriors all at the bottom. Yet, what no one knew was that the Kingdom of the Desolate Sky had actually been passed down for over 8,000 years, making it the longest standing among the 12 nations today. Chapter 523. The Fiery Hell Body Boom. A fireball the size of a grinding disc exploded violently. The city walls of the Desolate Sky were blasted open with a gap of over 10 meters, and the soldiers on the walls were directly blown off by the explosive shockwave. A dozen soldiers were instantly killed, and several unfortunate ones fell from the walls and died upon impact. This enormous fireball was not particularly powerful, judging by the number of people it burned and killed. It was less than the full force strike of a practitioner at the condensing Qi realm on the Tianyuan continent. However, It should be noted that this is a primitive continent that is lagging behind the Tianyuan continent by at least thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The natives here do not understand cultivation at all. They still rely on the simplest and rudest stone tools as weapons. This crude fireball may not mean much to the warriors of the Tianyuan continent, but for the natives of the Wangtingguo, it is akin to divine punishment. The most important thing is that this fireball has a tremendous psychological deterrent effect on the warriors of the Wangtingguo, causing their morale to plummet instantly. More importantly, this attack comes from 10 miles away. The warriors of the Wangtingguo, along with their queen Miao Yin, are incapable of launching attacks on a location 10 miles away. They can only watch helplessly as the fireball explodes against the city wall, with no way to respond. Chapter 524, The Greenwood Dragon Chanting Pillar, 4th Update. Looking at the towering fire giant, over 10 meters high, Shen Yue was first filled with shock and disbelief, which then turned into wild joy. The Earth Flame, Fire Prison Body. This was one of the strongest moves of one of the 5 mysterious experts led by the Tianyuan Emperor when he came out from Tianmu Peak. The so-called Earth Flame Fire Prison Body involves activating one's own fire divine powers, transforming oneself into a powerful battle body engulfed in flames, standing over 10 meters tall. The flames on him are not ordinary flames, but the Earth Flame fire that has burned in underground magma for over 1,000 years. Such flames can burn even underwater. Ordinary water cannot extinguish them at all. Moreover, after activating the Earth Flame Fire Prison Body, his strength can soar dozens of times, making him seem like a vengeful spirit emerging from the underworld, feeling no pain whatsoever. Under such circumstances, he alone is worth 1,000 troops. Boom! He suddenly stepped forward, and dark flames instantly spread from underground for over 10 miles, burning towards the walls of the Wangten Ducheng. Dozens of warriors from the Wangtingguo were immediately engulfed by the flames, letting out miserable howls, and in less than 2 breaths, they were completely burned to ashes. Chapter 525, The Death of the Old Wizard Boom. The 100-meter-long green-wood dragon chanting pillar swept towards the general of the Jishan Kingdom. The giant, over 10 meters tall and covered in black-red fire, was immediately knocked back several steps and then crashed to the ground. The flames on him were extinguished by more than half, and one of his arms was broken, now dangling to the side, with an unknown number of bones broken in his body. Boom! The general of the Jishan Kingdom could no longer maintain the Earth Flame Fire Prison body state and reverted to his original form. At this moment, his face was pale, and blood was constantly oozing from the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating that his organs had suffered severe injuries. In contrast, the old wizard now had all the runes on him glowing, making him appear like a sun, radiating dazzling light. The green-wood dragon chanting pillar stood tall before the walls of the Wangtan Ducha, with clear dragon scales visible, and an overwhelming dragon might instantly spread out. The soldiers of the Jishan Kingdom were so frightened that their legs went weak, and they fled in panic. Come and take my life. Shen Yue instantly became energized, wielding the Moagong Jan and rushing towards the general of the Jishan Kingdom. Chapter 526, The Demon King of Annihilation. An hour later, a brand new grave appeared in a small valley 10 miles outside the Wangten Ducheng. Since the old wizard's body and soul had completely vanished, the grave only contained the clothes he wore in life and some items he used, commonly referred to as a clothes and crown grave. Queen Miao Yin personally presided over the old wizard's funeral, and everyone in the Wangtan Ducheng, even the infants still nursing, attended the funeral. The entire Wangtingguo was immersed in sorrow, with no one feeling joy over the killing of the general of the Jishan Kingdom or the annihilation of over 1,000 Jishan soldiers. They would rather see thousands of casualties in the Wangtingguo than witness the fall of the old wizard. If the lives of thousands could be exchanged for the old wizard's life, the people of the Wangtingguo would surely compete to offer their own lives. Unfortunately, this was utterly impossible. The old wizard had completely lost his soul, and even the underworld could not find even a trace of his spirit. The old wizard dedicated his life to the Wangtingguo, exhausting himself, and ultimately died in battle. It could be considered a heroic sacrifice. Shen Yue silently stood by the grave, not crying, but his heart was filled with deep sorrow. Chapter 527, The Falling Fire Meteor. Inside the Wangkan Ducheng, at this moment, in front of an inconspicuous ordinary earthen house, hundreds of people surrounded it tightly. This earthen house had been completely destroyed on the day the old wizard fell, struck by lightning. In the days that followed, The people of the Wangtinghua began to focus on repairing their houses and discovered the unusual nature of this earthen house. Over 10 days had passed, yet the underground of this house was still emanating intense heat, occasionally spewing out bursts of orange flames. It was as if there was a volcano here. However, the Wangtinghua had built its capital here for over 500 years without discovering the existence of a volcano or magma underground. Otherwise, the Wangtinghua would not have established its capital here. Moreover, from the flames spewing out from underground, a terrifying aura of destruction could be distinctly sensed. The people of the desert continent were very familiar with this aura, as they knew it was the aura left by the Demon King of Annihilation. In no time, under the lead of the warriors, Queen Miaoyin and the envoy Shen Yue arrived at the house. Chapter 528. The Severed Finger, 4th update. Whew. Shen Yue let out a breath, took out a few pills from his pocket, and stuffed them into his mouth. After thinking for a moment, he took out 2 Qingyan and handed them to Miaoyin. Miaoyin was taken aback, looking at the pills in Shen Yue's hand. She wanted to refuse, but was afraid Shen Yue would misunderstand, so she hesitated to speak. However, seeing Shen Yue's originally pale face regain its color in just 2 breaths after swallowing the pills, Miaoyin suddenly became interested. She gritted her teeth, took the Qingyan from Shen Yue, and directly put it in her mouth. Before coming to the Imperial Cave, Shen Yue secretly refined a batch of pills and put them in the chaotic pill furnace, while some were hidden in his pocket, specifically for healing in case of injury in the Imperial Cave. However, he did not expect that the people of the desert continent would be so weak. Apart from the general of the Jishan Kingdom, who became significantly stronger after using the Earth Flame Fire Prison Body, Shen Yue truly did not regard the others as threats. Even after his last battle with the general of the Jishan Kingdom, he did not use any pills because he didn't need to. His injuries were not serious at all. Chapter 529. The Blood Prison Demon Shadow Swish. Shen Yue and Miaoyin were suddenly engulfed in darkness, and their souls were instantly pulled into a pitch-black space. As far as the eye can see, there are flames everywhere, and it feels like they're in a magma pool underground. Waves of blood-red flames are burning wildly, scorching their souls. Zizizizi, Shen Yue feels like his soul is about to be burned to ashes. Intense pain is coming from his soul every moment. Run! Shen Yue gritted his teeth and shouted, then recklessly chose a direction and rushed forward. In less than a breath's time, about 1% of Shen Yue's soul was burned away. At this rate, if it continued for 100 breaths, he would be completely soulless. Miaoyin also gasped in shock, quickly following Shen Yue as they rushed forward. They prayed that this fiery place was just a small area within the mysterious space, and that the entire space wasn't engulfed in flames. Otherwise, they would have no way to retreat and would be doomed. The two of them didn't know how far they had rushed forward, but after about 10 breaths, a small piece of blood-red stone, floating in midair, appeared before them. The stone was only the size of a foot, and there was no flame within a half-meter radius around it. Chapter 530. The Soul of Annihilation. A pitch-black bone lay quietly in a white jade box, while Shen Yue and Miaoyin stood frozen in place, unable to move. A faint black smoke slowly spread from the bone, filling the entire underground pit. From the outside, there was no sign of movement. How could Her Majesty the Queen and the Divine Messenger have been down there for a stick of incense without any sign of activity? Could they be in danger? The warriors of the Wild Heaven Kingdom whispered among themselves, their faces filled with worry. It can't be. Her Majesty the Queen is so powerful, and the Divine Messenger is also a very brave figure. There shouldn't be any danger. Someone quickly interrupted their discussion. Right now, the old wizard had just fallen not long ago, and the Wild Heaven Kingdom was at its most vulnerable. They absolutely couldn't let the morale of the warriors be affected any further. Moreover, even if these warriors went down to the underground pit, they wouldn't be able to help the Queen Miaoyin. They might even become a burden. Everyone waited in silence as time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had gone by. Crack, crack! The sound of stones shattering suddenly rang out. Chapter 531. Dragon Lake Bay Crack. Miaoyin hurriedly closed the white jade box, gasping for breath. Just now, the destructive aura emanating from the broken finger bone had trapped both her and Shen Yue in an illusion, nearly causing them to harm each other. Although Miaoyin had not experienced much, she wasn't foolish and could guess that if she had truly fought Shen Yue just now, she would probably never have woken up again. This white jade box, and everything inside it, must be destroyed. Otherwise, if someone else stumbled upon it and fell victim, who knows what kind of danger it might trigger. Your Majesty, let me handle this white jade box, Shen Yue said after thinking. All right. Miao Yin pondered for a moment, then nodded and handed the white jade box to Shen Yue. During the critical moment in the illusion, Shen Yue had chosen to let go first, wanting to save her and allow her to continue living, which greatly improved Miao Yin's impression of him. Therefore, when Shen Yue proposed to handle the white jade box, Miao Yin readily agreed. Chapter 532. The Origin of the Great Emperor, 4th Update, Dragon Lake Bay. This is a massive lake covering over a dozen miles, ranking among the top 3 even in the entire desert continent. Around Dragon Lake Bay, warriors from Aji Mountain Kingdom patrol continuously for 12 hours to prevent outsiders from entering. After traveling for 5 days and nights, Shen Yue and Miao Yin were also somewhat tired, so they dug a sand pile to hide in and prepare to rest for a while before heading to Dragon Lake Bay at night. Suddenly, a gray puppy, less than a meter long, quietly emerged from the sand pile and slipped into Dragon Lake Bay. It was the clown dog Benben. Although it was now restricted by the laws of the desert continent and unable to use spatial movement, its speed remained unmatched, unless it was the most top-tier fierce beast. No one could catch up to it. Thus, Shen Yue sent the clown dog Benben to gather information, so that he and Miao Yin could sneak in based on Benben's intel. Buzz. At that moment, a black-red glow suddenly lit up on the Guai Guai rabbit. After it consumed the broken finger in the white jade box, it was infused with a powerful destructive aura, greatly enhancing its strength. Chapter 533. The past and present of Shen Yue, Great Emperor, daring to spy on the origin of this emperor, is truly seeking death. A voice filled with authority suddenly exploded in Shen Yu's mind. Shen Yue clutched his head in pain, as if a hot iron were continuously scorching his soul and his mind. This pain was dozens of times stronger than when he and Miao Yin were trapped in the illusion of the broken bone. At that time, they had merely entered an illusion, and the damage to their souls was fake, but this time, Shen Yue could clearly perceive that everything was real. His soul was indeed severely injured by an invisible wave. Not only him, but the clown dog Benben and the Guai Guai rabbit also collapsed to the ground, howling in pain, clearly suffering the same soul injury as Shen Yue. On the other hand, Miao Yin stood there in confusion, completely unaffected and unaware of what had happened to Shen Yue and the clown dog Benben. That invisible wave must have been an attack initiated by the laws of heaven and earth, which had no effect on Miao Yin, a native. Bastard, you don't even know how long you've been dead, yet you dare to act so arrogantly. Shen Yue was furious. Buzz. 2 black whirlpools quickly formed in midair, then collided to create a larger new vortex. Chapter 534. Overwhelming suppression. You young one dare to spy on this emperor's origin crystal. The soul shadow of the Shen Yue, Great Emperor, coldly looked towards the direction of the Imperial Cave. The Imperial Cave was a place created by the Shen Yue, Great Emperor after arriving at the Shen Yue continent to hide his identity. No one was allowed to enter. In reality, he secretly connected the desert continent with supreme power within the Imperial Cave, serving as his backup and ultimate trump card. After all, he had ascended from the desert continent to the Shen Yue continent, and he had already mastered the vast majority of the laws of heaven and earth of the desert continent. It could be said that he had become the spokesperson for the will of heaven and earth of the desert continent. He could do whatever he wanted, and with a single thought, he could summon winds and thunder or destroy mountains and fill seas. In the desert continent, he was the true ruler. However, in the Shen Yue continent, a realm nearly 20 times larger than the desert continent, although the Shen Yue, Great Emperor achieved the title of Great Emperor, he controlled far fewer laws of heaven and earth than in the desert continent. Moreover, more importantly, even with his great emperor's power, he had been unable to break the void and fly away, being trapped in the Shen Yue continent for thousands of years. For thousands of years, the Shen Yue Emperor had believed that the desert continent had already been completely trampled into a wasteland. Although there were remnants of the human race in such a harsh environment, it was impossible for anything significant to develop over thousands of years, and it was utterly impossible for anyone to reach the realm of breaking through the void. Chapter 535. Chaos Creation. Buzz. A grayish-white mist enveloped Shen Yue. Shen Yue couldn't dodge at all. In fact, he hadn't even thought about dodging because he recognized at a glance that the grayish-white mist was indeed the chaos energy. Previously, the chaos alchemy cauldron had been in a damaged state, requiring Shen Yue to constantly use heavenly materials and earthly treasures or high-level mysterious beast inner cores for repairs. However, after continuously feeding it with several poisonous dragon inner cores, the Chaos Alchemy Cauldron had recently been repaired quite a bit. Shen Yue could sense that the Chaos Alchemy Cauldron had now restored about 1/3 of its function. This mass of chaos energy had been recently condensed within the Chaos Alchemy Cauldron. Before the heavens and earth were opened, there was a state of chaos, from which endless possibilities could arise. The chaos axe obtained by the Tianyuan Emperor was said to be a divine artifact left behind when Tianyuan continent opened up the heavens and the earth. However, no one knows if this is true. Chaos energy can devour everything and can also give birth to everything. When the chaos energy enveloped Shen Yue, the true essence within his Dantian suddenly began to operate automatically according to the chaos creation technique. Chapter 536. Insidious and Cunning. No. The Tianyuan Emperor's phantom trembled violently, and he shouted loudly, his face full of reluctance and anger. At this moment, his source crystal was being refined by the Chaos Alchemy Cauldron, slowly severing its connection with him. Boom! After 2 more breaths, the Tianyuan Emperor's phantom exploded and disappeared. The source crystal, under the refinement of the Chaos Alchemy Cauldron, slowly melted into a blood-red liquid, which then began to emit vast energy. Huff! Shen Yue breathed a sigh of relief, gasping for air. Just now, he hadn't actually held out much hope. After all, in the desert continent, that was the Tianyuan Emperor's home turf. With just a thought, he could destroy mountains and fill seas. How could Shen Yue possibly be his opponent? If it weren't for the Chaos Alchemy Cauldron using chaos energy to disrupt the Tianyuan Emperor's rules of heaven and earth, Shen Yue would never have been able to seize the source crystal, let alone refine it. All of this was thanks to the Chaos Alchemy Cauldron. Buzz! Miaoying continued tirelessly to pour wood energy into Shen Yue. Just now, facing the attack from the Tianyuan Emperor, Miaoying had also suffered considerable injuries. But seeing that Shen Yue was hurt more severely and was on the brink of death, she did not rush to heal herself, but instead helped Shen Yue first. Chapter 537. Destruction Energy Roar. Shen Yue's eyes were blood-red, and he howled at the sky in a state of madness. At this moment, his soul had been completely eroded and occupied by the aura of destruction. Kill, kill, kill. The only thought left in Shen Yue's mind was to destroy everything he could see. He had now become the true embodiment of the world-destroying Demon King. Streams of heavenly rules surged into his body, and Shen Yue didn't even need to comprehend or invoke them. They poured into him like crazy. It was as if a newborn infant had suddenly been infused with all the true essence of a returning origin realm expert. Although this infant had no malicious intent, a casual wave of its hand could easily annihilate hundreds or thousands of people. At this moment, Shen Yue, like that infant, could not control the chaotic energy within him. And the rules of heaven and earth were unreasonable. Even a slight movement of his finger would trigger the power of heaven and earth. Boom, boom, boom. Water columns over 100 meters high erupted from the waters of Longhu Bay. Shen Yue desperately tried to awaken from the frenzy and destruction, trembling violently, but unintentionally triggered the power of heaven and earth. Chapter 538. One person can annihilate a nation. Longhu Bay. Capture the queen of the arid kingdom and confer titles. Capture her. The warriors of the Zhishan kingdom shouted madly, each one as if they had been injected with adrenaline, charging towards Miaoying. If Miaoying had been standing on the walls of arid capital at this moment, they might have hesitated. However, now Miaoying was alone. No, she had brought a silly-looking person dressed strangely into the territory of the Zhishan kingdom. If they couldn't catch her now, then all the warriors of the Zhishan kingdom might as well commit suicide. Miaoying's face changed drastically. She looked nervously and expectantly at Shen Yue. However, Shen Yue was currently with his eyes closed, infusing the aura of destruction from his soul into the evil little man's body, right at a critical moment, and could not be interrupted. Bum bum, guai guai, you two go help. Shen Yue also sensed Miaoying's dangerous situation and quickly instructed with a thought. Roar. Guai Guai Rabbit had just been forcibly infused with the aura of destruction for 2 breaths and was in a frenzy with nowhere to vent. Upon hearing Shen Yue's command, it immediately charged madly towards the warriors of the Zhishan kingdom. Meanwhile, the clown dog Bun Bun, who had previously been wounded in the soul by the Tianyuan Emperor's will, was also furious and, after receiving Shen Yue's order, excitedly rushed forward. Chapter 539. unification of the desert continent, the capital of the Zhishan kingdom. The highest palace built from giant stones was the sleeping palace of the Zhishan king. At this moment, the Zhishan king sat high on his throne, his face full of excitement and exhilaration. Just now, a warrior had come to report that the queen of the arid kingdom, Miaoyin, had quietly infiltrated Longhu Bay, and thousands of warriors had already gone to capture her. It shouldn't be long before Miaoyin would be brought to the Great Hall. By then, the arid kingdom would collapse without a fight and become a vassal state of the Zhishan kingdom. At that time, even Miaoyin would be taken into his harem, becoming one of his many concubines. With Miaoyin's assistance, the strength of the Zhishan kingdom would surely soar, and soon after, unifying the entire desert continent would be within reach. Thinking that Miaoyin would soon become his concubine, warm and soft in his embrace, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Quickly go and scout again. Come back with a report, the Zhishan king commanded. Yes, the warrior hurriedly replied and turned to run out of the great hall. As a personal guard of the Zhishan king, he was certainly happy to see the queen of the arid kingdom become the Zhishan king's concubine. When the Zhishan kingdom unified the entire desert continent, their status would also rise. Chapter 540, Secrets of the Imperial Cave, the Abyss. Shen Yue, along with the clown dog Bun Bun and Guai Guai Rabbit, returned to the exit where they had arrived at the desert continent. At that time, Shen Yue had entered the desert continent from here, and now he was finally able to leave. After this journey to the desert continent, Shen Yue could be sure that the Tianyuan Emperor was indeed the world-destroying demon king of the desert continent. During this journey to the desert continent, although Shen Yue experienced life and death situations and was schemed against by the Tianyuan continent, nearly being completely eroded by the aura of destruction and turning into a second world-destroying demon king, the final outcome was still favorable. Although Shen Yue couldn't completely refine the source crystal of the Tianyuan Emperor, it allowed the evil thought little person left behind by the Confucian Taoist to increase its strength dramatically. Originally, based on Shen Yue's estimates, the good and evil little persons forming the good and evil envoy already possessed strength comparable to the peak of the transformation god realm. Now, the evil thought little person was the first to absorb the endless aura of destruction, its strength skyrocketing, and it alone already had strength comparable to the peak of the transformation god realm. In the future, if Shen Yue wanted to find help, he wouldn't need to wait for the good thought and evil thought little persons to merge into the good and evil envoy. He could directly have the evil thought little person act as his enforcer. Chapter 541, Master of the Inker's Tianmu Peak. Imperial Cave. Shen Yue walked step by step deeper into the Imperial Cave, wanting to see what other secrets lay within besides the lair of the first assassin organization, the Inkers, of the Tianyuan continent. Under the guidance of the clown dog Benbin, Shen Yue moved thousands of meters closer to the depths of the Imperial Cave, just as he commanded the evil thought little person to eliminate 5 Inkers assassins. A water column dozens of meters high suddenly surged from a small pool just 9 meters squared deep within the cave. A pitch-black figure flew out from a pool, completely enveloped in black mist, making it impossible to see its appearance. Even its soul was completely dispersed, merging into the mist, making it undetectable. The aura it emanated was very faint, even weaker than the vigorous blood energy of a blood-changing realm martial artist. In the dark, if one couldn't see with their eyes and only relied on soul perception, it would be impossible to detect its presence. It seemed to belong to darkness by nature, merging into it. This was the strongest ability a killer should possess, and he was the master of the Inkers, named M.O.D. Chapter 542, No Way to Escape. I ask, you answer. A voice filled with a chilling and unquestionable tone rang in Shen Yue's ears. Shen Yue was initially full of confidence, unafraid even when facing peak transformation god realm experts. However, when a voice echoed in his ears, he realized he couldn't detect the source of that figure at all. This meant that his proud soul perception couldn't even locate the opponent's position. How could he fight? Even peak transformation god realm experts could be sensed through their souls. Moreover, with their arrogance, they would disdain assassination and would certainly display their souls openly. If someone were to probe with soul perception, they would sense it like a sun hanging in the sky, making it hard to look directly at. However, Shen Yue's soul perception couldn't even detect the opponent's soul aura, as if the surrounding area was filled only with pitch-black mist, devoid of anything else. But where did that voice come from? A transmission must be permitted by Shen Yue to reach his mind, rather than exploding directly in his ear. Chapter 543. Soul Binding Ring Swish. A mass of pitch-black fog directly enveloped Shen Yue's head. At this moment, MOD had lost his patience. He didn't want to repeat himself a third time. If Shen Yue didn't answer his questions properly, he wouldn't hesitate to kill him and completely scatter his soul. After all, as long as Shen Yue died, the aura of destruction on him would also completely disappear. Where did the aura of destruction on you come from? MOD's cold voice exploded in Shen Yue's ear. Shen Yue sighed and could only honestly tell MOD about his previous entry into the desert continent. What? The Imperial Cave actually has a passage to other dimensional continents? MOD was immediately stunned. He had been imprisoned in the Imperial Cave for thousands of years and had thought of many ways to escape, all of which had failed. If he had known there was a passage to other dimensional continents in the Imperial Cave, he would have entered it without hesitation. Furthermore, if the source crystal of the Tianyuan Emperor was hidden in that dimensional continent, if MOD could obtain it, even if he couldn't successfully break through to the Emperor realm, he could at least extend his lifespan by dozens or even hundreds of years, and his strength would increase dramatically. Chapter 544. The Emperor Descends. Boom. A river dozens of miles long fell from the sky, crashing down on Shen Yue, the clown dog Binbin, and others. The turbulent waves surged, and the river hung upside down. Even a 9th-tier demon emperor would be severely injured if caught by the falling river. Although the evil-thought little person also had the strength of the transformation god realm, it was merely a manifestation of evil thoughts and the aura of destruction, without control over the laws of heaven. It was like a powerful bull with immense strength but poor speed and attack methods. A wolf much smaller and weaker could easily kill it. The rushing waters directly wrapped around the evil-thought little person, trapping it as if it were stuck in a swamp, unable to break free in a short time. No matter how many times it swung its blood-red long knife and struck the water would continue to flow unless the dozens of miles of river were completely evaporated, making it impossible to escape in a short period. With the evil-thought little person no longer obstructing them, only Shen Yue, the clown dog Binbin, and the obedient rabbit remained, posing no threat in the eyes of the Songling King. "Kid, I don't want to die. I can give you a chance to choose," the Songling King said with a cold smile. Chapter 546. Unyielding and fearless. How audacious. A voice filled with supreme majesty echoed in the air. Accompanying it was an overwhelming aura that enveloped the entire Tianmu Peak. Even the evil-minded little man and MOD, who possessed the strength of the transformation realm, turned pale. An extremely dark and destructive aura directly locked onto them. Although the evil-minded little man had devoured over 90% of the destructive energy, it was merely the destructive energy contained in the original crystal left by Emperor Shen Yue on the desert continent. Now thousands of years had passed, and Emperor Shen Yue had become the only emperor of the Shen Yue continent. His strength had increased by more than 10 times compared to when he was on the desert continent. At this moment, the dark and destructive aura around him was so dense that it could be seen with the naked eye. MOD, once a top expert in the transformation realm on the Shen Yue continent, had once controlled the rules of the dark heavenly Tao, but now, under the dark aura of Emperor Shen Yue, he seemed like a firefly. How could Emperor Shen Yue possess such a powerful dark aura? Impossible. MOD's expression changed dramatically. Generally speaking, in the same era, only one person could control a particular heavenly Tao rule among the top experts in the transformation realm. Chapter 547. The greatest kindness. I won't easily kill you. I want you to die slowly in despair. By the way, I will send all your family and friends to the underworld to accompany you, Emperor Shen Yue said with a cold smile. He had ascended from the lowly desert continent, which was only about 10,000 miles, to the slightly higher Shen Yue continent, which spanned hundreds of thousands of miles, enduring too much in between. He had once been chased and fled in a sorry state, and had survived life-and-death situations to obtain the ultimate treasure. He understood human nature very well. How to break a person's spirit was what Emperor Shen Yue excelled at. Shen Yue seemed arrogant and dismissive, with a rebellious demeanor. But Emperor Shen Yue could see that he was actually the most sentimental person. Threatening Shen Yue's life might not succeed, but threatening those Shen Yue cared about the most would likely make him comply. However, Emperor Shen Yue didn't take Shen Yue, a mere second-level returning Origin Realm kid, seriously. In his eyes, Apart from Shen Yue's high talent in alchemy, there was nothing else worth noting. Chapter 548. Escape. Fourth update. Crack. Crack. Golden thunder suddenly appeared in the air. The previously indifferent expression on Emperor Shen Yuan's face turned serious. He could sense the destructive aura emanating from the golden thunder. After all, Emperor Shen Yuan was also someone who controlled the heavenly Tao of destruction. However, he still had some doubts about who created this blank paper. It wouldn't be the Confucian Tao's first master, would it? Among the many saints of the Confucian Tao lineage, the Confucian Tao master was the earliest and strongest. If the Confucian Tao master were still alive, Emperor Shen Yuan would not dare to engage in actions like burning books and burying scholars. However, he was unwilling to be trapped in this blank paper. Songling, you go and try. Emperor Shen Yuan snorted coldly at King Songling. King Songling cursed inwardly. Clearly, the golden thunder was aimed at Emperor Shen Yuan. So why should he go and test it? Nevertheless, King Songling only dared to mutter a few curses in his heart. In front of Emperor Shen Yuan, he wouldn't dare show any disrespect or defiance. Gritting his teeth, King Songling summoned a river of heavenly energy dozens of miles long and smashed it against the barrier of the blank paper. Chapter 549. Reactions from all sides. The imperial family's bounty order quickly spread throughout the entire Tianyuan continent. The bounty accused Shen Yue of entering Tianmu Peak and stealing a treasure left by Emperor Shen Yuan, which was why the imperial family issued the order to find Shen Yue at all costs. As for what treasure Shen Yue had stolen, the imperial family did not specify. However, just knowing it was a treasure left by Emperor Shen Yuan was enough to drive countless people mad. Although the imperial family offered 100 Shen crystals for information and 1,000 Shen crystals for killing Shen Yue, those truly capable of killing Shen Yue saw that 1,000 Shen crystals was nothing compared to the value of the treasure stolen from Emperor Shen Yuan. In an instant, all experts above the spirit realm in the Tianyuan continent were stirred, secretly and openly searching for Shen Yue's whereabouts. Even many major forces, including the Alchemist Alliance and the Yuezhou Alchemist Alliance, were looking for Shen Yue. However, unlike others, the Alchemist Alliance and the Yuezhou Alchemist Alliance were seeking Shen Yue to rescue and protect him. Now, Shen Yue had already become the most famous alchemy prodigy known throughout the Tianyuan continent, especially after he single-handedly defeated 3 alchemy masters from the imperial family, which greatly enhanced his reputation. Chapter 550. The sudden change in the demon abyss. While the experts of the Tianyuan continent were secretly and openly searching for Shen Yue, he was leisurely hiding in a secret cave that MOD had used thousands of years ago. This was a secret cave where MOD had once lived, and as a top assassin, having multiple hideouts was the basic principle. MOD had left himself with more than a dozen secret caves, some real and some fake, with some even set up as traps. Even a top expert in the transformation realm could fall for them. There were also some caves that were extremely concealed, hiding the heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and divine weapons that MOD had obtained back then. Although thousands of years had passed, and the heavenly materials and treasures might have lost their spiritual energy and turned into worthless scrap, the formations in this cave were still operational and quite safe. At this moment, Shen Yue was sitting on a stone chair inside the cave, happily watching MOD and the evil-minded little man across from him. Although Shen Yue did not gain any benefits from entering Tianmu Peak and was almost killed by Emperor Shen Yuan, he inadvertently infused the destructive energy into the evil-minded little man, creating a top expert in the transformation realm, and even made MOD, who had advanced to the transformation realm thousands of years ago, his sole servant. Chapter 551. The full-scale beast tide. According to preliminary estimates, there should be fewer than 8 remaining top experts in the transformation realm among the human race. I propose an immediate full-scale attack on the human race. The rainbow-hued swallowing python scanned the other demon emperors with a chilling gaze. Agreed. Agreed. The other 8 demon emperors quickly nodded in agreement. The spirit beast race had been dormant for too long. They wanted to increase their strength and savor the deliciousness of the human race, and had endured for a long time. Now, it was almost certain that the number of human transformation realm top experts was less than 8, making it the best time for them to counterattack. Moreover, the mysterious person who had once come to the Demon Abyss Forest also supported the Demon Emperors in launching an attack on the human race to unify the entire Tianyuan continent. Good. Without further ado, 3 days later, order all the Shen beasts to launch an attack on the human cities. And be sure to occupy the entire Tianyuan continent within a month. From now on, the Tianyuan continent will be renamed the Demon Abyss Continent. The seven-colored devouring sky, Python, said coldly. They had waited too long for this day. Soon, the other 8 great demon emperors left the Demon Trace Valley, while the seven-colored devouring sky, Python, slowly sank to the bottom of the valley, quietly lying there, continuously devouring the rich demonic energy at the valley's base. Chapter 552. The first fallen peak expert of the transformation God Realm Swish. 2 figures filled with demonic energy and a murderous aura emerged from the shadows, directly surrounding the sword god in the center. Along with the Tianyuan Demon Emperor, there were a total of 3 demon emperors attacking the sword god alone. The sword god Qiu Dao was also one of the 9 peak experts who had invaded the Demon Abyss Forest 1,000 years ago. Last time, the 9 peak experts of the human race joined forces to storm into the Demon Abyss Forest, forcing the 9 demon emperors to retreat in defeat and reluctantly sign a peace treaty lasting 1,000 years. Back then, the sword god Qiu Dao had severely injured 2 demon emperors and almost killed one of them, which made his reputation soar. However, nearly 1,000 years had passed, and the strength of the sword god Qiu Dao had weakened considerably, now barely reaching less than 80% of his peak strength. Nowadays, even if he faced a 9th-tier demon emperor alone, he might not be able to secure victory, let alone face 3 demon emperors attacking him. Get lost. The sword god Qiu Dao snorted coldly and charged towards the Tianyuan Demon Emperor. The sword god could clearly sense that the Tianyuan Demon Emperor was the weakest among the 3. Therefore, he rushed towards the Tianyuan Demon Emperor first, determined to kill him even if it cost him his life. 1 for 1 would be considered even, which was worthy of his status as a peak expert of the Transformation God Realm. Chapter 553. Waiting for the rabbit. When a peak expert of the Transformation God Realm dies in battle, blood rain falls from the sky, the earth cracks with lava, and heaven and earth mourn together. Tears involuntarily welled up in the eyes of all human beings on the Tianyuan continent, their hearts unable to suppress their sadness. If a peak expert of the Transformation God Realm dies of old age, perhaps only a small area would experience the phenomenon of heaven and earth mourning, making it hard for people to notice. However, if a peak expert of the Transformation God Realm falls in battle, especially someone like the sword god Qiu Dao, who self-destructs, it will cause a scene of blood rain falling across the entire Tianyuan continent. It should be noted that peak experts of the Transformation God Realm are those who control the rules of heaven and earth. Once they die, the heavenly rules they controlled will return to the heavens, which is what triggers the phenomenon of heaven and earth mourning. The sword god has fallen. At the same time, other peak experts of the human race in the Transformation God Realm sensed the presence of the Blade Dao's aura wandering in the heavens and immediately understood that it was the fall of the sword god, and the Blade Dao was returning to the world. The peak experts of the human race were already rare, and after 1,000 years of erosion, 3 had perished from exhaustion of their lifespan. Now, just as they had begun to fight against the Shen beast race, another one had fallen, leaving the remaining peak experts of the Transformation God Realm in deep sorrow. Chapter 554. A tragic death of. The foolish ones are probably you wretched beasts. Granny Fire snorted coldly. Upon arriving at the valley, she clearly sensed the lingering aura of the sword god's soul and the remnants of the Blade Dao's rules. Thinking back to not long ago when they had opened the 9 provinces map together and sung and drank joyfully, it was a sudden separation from life and death that brought tears to Granny Fire's eyes. In fact, they were all around 800 or 900 years old, already at the end of their lives, and had long since come to terms with death. Granny Fire's tears were not for the sorrow of the sword god Qiu Dao's death, but for his joy. As a peak expert of the Transformation God Realm, dying in battle against a 9th-tier demon emperor was a death worthy of respect. If one were to die of old age in bed, that would be a disgrace. In fact, as peak experts of the Transformation God Realm, who are not the best among humans, both in mind and character, how could they be so easily deceived by the 7-color devouring sky python? In reality, Granny Fire and the others had long predicted that after the 9th-tier demon emperors surrounded and killed the sword god Qiu Dao, they would not leave easily, but likely continue to lay in ambush, waiting for other peak experts of the Transformation God Realm to arrive, to surround and kill them again. Chapter 555. Angry Flame, Crazy Gun Boom. A massive fireball ignited the head of the bear Emperor Shen Yue, turning it to ashes in just a breath's time. The 9th-tier demon emperor bear Emperor Shen Yue is dead. Meanwhile, the Lion King Xie Su self-destructed his Dantian and soul power, simultaneously detonating the power of the Tao of Strength, and he too turned to ashes. Only a trace of his soul essence remained, which was directly taken away by an invisible ghost messenger to the underworld. Old Lion, may you rest in peace. Just wait, we will follow soon, Granny Fire laughed. And as she laughed, blood-colored tears flowed from her eyes. Crackle. Thunder suddenly rang out in the sky. Drops of blood-colored rain fell from the sky, and in the distance, the ground cracked open with deep fissures reaching tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of meters deep, with countless magma spewing out from underground. Blood rain fell from the sky, the earth cracked with lava, and heaven and earth mourned together. In just over an hour, yet another peak expert of the Transformation God Realm had fallen. What happened? Another peak expert of the human race in the Transformation God Realm has fallen? It's over. Is the human race going to be exterminated? Countless people were overwhelmed with sadness and pain, and at the same time, their hearts were filled with despair. Chapter 556. Tragic 4th update. Boom. A violent explosion sounded, and a ball of silvery white fire shot up into the sky. The Tianyuan Demon Emperor was filled with terror and despair, but could not evade, directly engulfed by the shockwave of the explosion. In just half a breath's time, the Tianyuan Demon Emperor's body was burned to ashes, leaving only a white skeleton frantically trying to escape to the side. Its entire head was exposed, charred by the flames, emitting a strange aroma. The skeleton of the Tianyuan Demon Emperor took 5 steps before finally stopping, its eyes burned to ashes, leaving only 2 holes staring blankly ahead. The explosion from the gun god Gung Rue was so rapid and so frenzied that the Tianyuan Demon Emperor had no time to react at all. It still wanted to laugh out loud, wanting to say a few more words, but it didn't realize that its throat had already been completely destroyed by the flames and shockwaves. At this moment, it finally reacted and looked at its chest area in horror. It was terrified to find that there was nothing left on its chest. Only a white skeleton remained. How could this be? The Tianyuan Demon Emperor was filled with confusion and disbelief. Chapter 557. The Scheme of the Shen Yue Emperor. No, I will never watch the human race be destroyed. Shen Yue gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. Swish! A jet-black fog suddenly appeared beside Shen Yue, and then it condensed into a human-shaped phantom. It was none other than the Master of Ink, the peak expert of the Transformation God Realm, MOD. Was it just that 4 peak experts of the Transformation God Realm fell? How could the human race suddenly suffer such a heavy blow? Modi's voice was filled with a serious tone. Even though he possessed the strength of a peak Transformation Realm expert, he was not truly invincible and could still face the danger of being annihilated. 4 human Transformation Realm experts of comparable strength had fallen one after another within just 2 hours. Although he did not know exactly what had happened, even a fool could tell that the human race was likely facing a tremendous crisis. Otherwise, with the strength of a peak Transformation Realm expert, how could they not fight back or escape? Master, I will go out to investigate. After bowing to Shen Yue, Modi instantly transformed into a wisp of smoke and flew away into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the mysterious small valley, the eyes of the colorful sky-swallowing python were about to burst into flames. Chapter 558. The reconstruction of the Shen Yue Empire in Shenzhou City. A massive tide of beasts, numbering in the millions, charged toward the city walls, causing the entire Shenzhou City to tremble violently under their frantic trampling. One by one, human experts leaped onto the city walls to engage the charging mystical beasts. Blades flashed, and arrows rained down. The low-tier mystical beast had yet to approach the city walls before being shot down on the spot, while those behind continued to charge fearlessly over the corpses of their companions. In just a short incense stick's time, over tens of thousands of mystical beasts had been slain. The smell of blood spread for dozens of miles. Yet upon smelling the blood, the mystical beasts did not retreat in the slightest. Instead, they became even more frenzied. Kill! At that moment, a sudden squad of nearly 100 warriors leaped down from the city walls, charging toward the beast tide. Among these nearly 100 warriors, the weakest were at the broken mystic realm, and there were even 10 spirit movement realm experts among them. All of them wore uniform armor, with a large character Emperor emblazoned on the chest plate. Clearly, this squad was dispatched by the Emperor family. Previously, when the beast tide attacked, the human race had passively defended behind the tall and sturdy city walls, with few warriors taking the initiative to attack. Chapter 559. Buying the Thunder God in the mysterious small valley. King Tsongling was squinting his eyes, coldly watching the weeping Thunder God Shen Hao. In fact, the reason he was willing to accompany Thunder God Shen Hao to the small valley was not only because it was a critical moment for the decisive battle against the mystical beast race, where the presence of 2 peak transformation realm experts would ensure greater safety. There was another more important reason: to win over Thunder God Shen Hao's loyalty to the Emperor family. Now, Thunder God Shen Hao had reached the end of his rope. Even if he did not act, he likely had only a few years left to live. Once he needed to act, he might have to choose self-detonation like Granny Fire to have any hope of killing a 9th-tier demon emperor. In the face of death, Thunder God was actually no longer afraid. After all, he had already lived for nearly 1,000 years, and his descendants had been passed down for dozens of generations. Thunder God, we in the Emperor family have a very miraculous pill that can extend life by 100 years. I wonder if you would like to take one? King Tsongling said with a smile. What? A pill can extend life by 100 years? Thunder God immediately stopped his tears, his face filled with shock and excitement. Chapter 560. Seizing the body in Shenzhou City, Lingyun Hall. Emperor Lingyun, dressed in a purple gold dragon robe, was pacing back and forth in the hall, his face filled with uncontrollable excitement and agitation. As a side disciple of the Emperor family, his talent was not high. At 25 years old, he still only had the cultivation of a peak 9th layer of the returning origin realm. He could not understand how he had clumsily inherited the position of the family head. Now, he had become the first emperor of the Shen Yue Empire after its reconstruction thousands of years later. This was something he never dared to dream of before. It seems it's time to break through to the spirit movement realm. Otherwise, as the emperor of the Shen Yue Empire, it would be too embarrassing to only have the cultivation of the returning origin realm. Emperor Lingyun muttered to himself. Do you want to quickly increase your strength and become a peak transformation realm expert? At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Who? Emperor Lingyun jumped in shock and hurriedly looked around. However, the entire hall was empty. There was not a single shadow in sight. He was greatly alarmed and slowly raised his head to look up, only to find a dark shadow floating above him. Who are you? Emperor Lingyun was startled and took several steps back, his face pale. Chapter 561. 9 Heavens Golden Thunder in the central land of Shenzhou City, the royal palace. Lingyun Hall. The guards surrounding the hall had long been dispatched, and within a radius of dozens of miles. Only the most core and loyal members of the Emperor family remained. The previous family head, Emperor Invincible, who was over 200 years old, stood in the center of the vast square outside the royal palace, his face filled with anticipation and excitement. Earlier in the day, he had received a transmission from the ancestor stating that tonight he would seize a new body and restore his transformation realm cultivation. This was a matter of utmost importance that the Shen Yue Emperor had planned for thousands of years. It was also a critical moment for the Emperor family to regain control of the Shen Yue Empire. On the surface, Emperor Lingyun, as the new family head of the Emperor family, was only 25 years old but already had the cultivation of a peak 9th layer of the returning origin realm, which was considered quite good in terms of talent. In reality, with the foundation and vast resources of the Emperor family, it would be no difficulty at all to push him to the spirit movement realm. However, the previous family head, Emperor Invincible, had forcibly suppressed Emperor Lingyun's desire to break through to the spirit movement realm, reasoning that he would help him quickly break through when he ascended as the Emperor of the Shen Yue Empire, thereby allowing Emperor Lingyun's reputation to soar and making all the people of the Shen Yue continent respect and admire him. Chapter 562. Shocking the World. Crack. A series of pale, golden 9 Heavens Golden Thunder struck directly at Lingyun Hall. The Lingyun Hall was instantly reduced to powder, leaving only a young man in a purple gold dragon robe standing there, hands behind his back, standing proudly. It was none other than Emperor Lingyun, who had just ascended as emperor in front of billions of people in Shenzhou City earlier that day. Countless eyes gathered on Emperor Lingyun, each face filled with shock and disbelief. Clearly, during the day, he was still merely at the peak of the returning origin realm. How had he begun to ascend to the transformation realm by night? Was this the terrifying power of the Emperor's bloodline? Crack! The first pale, golden, nine heavens golden thunder struck directly on top of Emperor Ling Yun's head. Emperor Ling Yun's soul trembled violently, then returned to normal. The nine heavens golden thunder was actually a means of tempering the warrior's soul body. As long as one could withstand the strikes of the nine heavens golden thunder, their soul body would become more pure and resilient. When controlling the heavenly Tao with soul power, they would be able to endure the erosion of the heavenly Tao power for a longer time. The gap in strength between top-tier experts in the transformation realm is not only due to the difference in the power of the heavenly Tao they control, but, more importantly, the time they have spent mastering that power and the explosive attack power of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 563, Slaying the Ninth Order Demon Emperor. Buzz. A violent and destructive aura suddenly enveloped the entire Shenzhou city. Those spirit realm experts who were originally floating in mid-air to watch began to fall like dumplings from the sky. That was the might of a top-tier expert in the transformation realm. Under this might, all spirit realm experts had no choice but to kneel on the ground, not daring to show any disrespect or resistance. Otherwise, they would be seen as provoking a top-tier expert in the transformation realm. And even if they were killed by that expert, it would be their own fault. No one would plead for or mourn them. Long live our emperor. Those spirit realm experts who were just watching broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly shouted. It was already a taboo to observe a top-tier expert in the transformation realm breaking through. Now, seeing Di Lingyun successfully advance to the transformation realm without immediately landing on the ground was already disrespectful to him. If they didn't say something nice at this moment, it would be deserved if they were killed by Di Lingyun. After glancing at the dozens of spirit realm experts kneeling not far away, Di Lingyun's expression improved a little. Stand up. He snorted coldly, and then walked towards the Shen Yue Hall not far away. Chapter 564, The Death of the Thunder God, 4th Update, Crack. Crack. A series of light, golden, nine heavens golden thunder continuously circled in the room, striking towards the head of the Thunder God, Shen Yue, in the center. These light, golden, nine heavens golden thunder were 50 weaker than the real nine heavens golden thunder. So even if they struck Shen Yue's soul, they could not harm him in the slightest. Instead, they could better refine the origin of his soul. Moreover, the nine heavens thunder pill that the thunder god Shen Yue swallowed contained dozens of precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures, which also had nourishing and strengthening effects on his soul. After about half an hour, the series of nine heavens golden thunder slowly dissipated, and the thunder god Shen Yue closed his eyes, quickly absorbing the power of the thunder. After another half an hour, Shen Yue opened his eyes, and a series of light, blue thunderbolts burst forth from them. The tables, chairs, and antiques in the room were instantly turned to dust by the thunder. What a powerful medicinal effect. I feel like I have regained my peak strength from my youth. The thunder god Shen Yue exclaimed excitedly to himself. It is worth noting that 1,000 years ago, among the 9 top-tier experts in the transformation realm of the human race, Shen Yue ranked in the top 3 in strength, and he was also the elder brother of the other 8 top-tier experts, leading them deep into the demon abyss forest. Chapter 565, A New Pattern Crack. Crack. Suddenly, a series of light blue thunder rumbled in the sky, like countless cracks, instantly filling the entire sky. The light blue thunder surged forth like a flood that had been unleashed, spreading in all directions like fish escaping from a fishbowl. The sky over the entire Tianyuan continent suddenly darkened, as if it had fallen into the underworld. What is happening? Countless people rushed out of their houses, staring blankly at the sky, their faces filled with terror. For ordinary people, this was a terrifying scene, as if the sky was falling and the ground was collapsing, fearing that they would be struck by the raging thunder and turned to ashes, shivering in their homes. The heavenly Tao of thunder is in chaos. Could it be that the thunder god Shen Yue has fallen? Some knowledgeable experts suddenly understood. When a top-tier expert in the transformation realm falls, some die of exhaustion, especially under deliberate suppression, which does not lead to a universal mourning situation, so the beast races would not know. Only those top-tier experts in the transformation realm, like the Fire Granny and 3 others who chose to self-destruct, would cause a universal mourning. Chapter 566, City Slaughter, one of the 9 states, Yuezhou, Yinlan County City. This is one of the top 3 large county cities among the 9 major county cities in Yuezhou. Countless low-level mystical beasts rushed madly towards the city walls, charging forward without fear of death. On the city walls, hundreds of breaking Shen Realm warriors and thousands of condensing Qi Realm warriors gritted their teeth and fought fiercely against the mystical beasts storming the walls. This was the second beast tide in 3 days. The warriors of Yunlan County City had already suffered tens of thousands of casualties, most of whom were body refining realm and blood transformation realm warriors, with some being condensing Qi Realm warriors as well. In the past, after a beast tide retreated, there generally wouldn't be another attack in a short time. However, this time, just 3 days later, the beast tide attacked Yunlan County City again. Clearly, the mystical beast races had received orders from the Ninth Order Demon Emperors to attack the county city at all costs, aiming to force the human experts to reveal themselves. After all, Second and Third Order mystical beasts were just cannon fodder to the Ninth Order Demon Emperors. They wouldn't feel sorry for how many died, and it would save the mystical beast race more resources. The human warriors could only resist the invasion of the beast tide in 2 ways, either by sacrificing body, refining realm, and blood transformation realm warriors, or by having strong experts of breaking Shen Realm and above take action. Chapter 567, City Falls Boom. Boom! A massive beast tide, composed of hundreds of thousands of mystical beasts, rapidly approached Yuezhou City like a flood. The ground shook violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. On the walls of Yuezhou City, more than a dozen spirit realm experts gazed into the distance, where the dense mystical beasts stretched as far as the eye could see. Even the sword god Xiao, he was taken aback by the scale of the beast tide. What made his expression even graver was that behind the beast tide, he could clearly sense the terrifying auras of more than a dozen Eighth Order mystical beasts. As for whether there were any Ninth Order demon emperors present, even the sword god Xiao, he could not perceive. I wonder if any top-tier experts in the transformation realm can come to assist. If not, Yuezhou City is in grave danger. The sword god, Xiao, he sighed inwardly. The other dozen or so spirit realm experts also wore serious expressions and remained silent. They could have escaped from Yuezhou City, but none of them retreated. This is their home, their roots. Once they flee, their home will be destroyed, and their roots will be gone. That will be more painful for them than death. Moreover, some spirit realm experts were already 100 or 200 years old, nearing the end of their lives. Even if they did not fight the mystical beasts, they likely had only a few years left to live. Chapter 568. Hope and despair. Yuezhou City has fallen. Countless mystical beasts surged in like a tide, pouncing on the ordinary warriors within the city. In an instant, the entire Yuezhou City echoed with screams, and the strong smell of blood turned into mist, spreading across the sky over the entire Yuezhou City. In the legends, there is a purgatory in the underworld, specifically designed to punish those who have committed sins or wronged spirits. Now, the city of Yuezhou resembles a hell on earth, with severed limbs scattered everywhere and wails echoing for dozens of miles. Countless people are filled with despair, closing their eyes and waiting for death. The beast tide crashes forward like a tide, trampling everything in its path, leaving only piles of flesh and blood. In front of the Alchemist Alliance, all alchemists are on high alert, their faces filled with solemn expressions. At this moment, even the defensive array of Yuezhou has been breached, and the defensive array of the Alchemist Alliance is utterly useless. Being broken through is just a matter of time. Just now, Master Wuchen activated the teleportation array, selecting a dozen talented alchemists and sending them away to the Alchemist Alliance in the Central Continent. The teleportation array was crafted by Master Runic Masters thousands of years ago and has long since been lost, and each activation requires a substantial amount of profound crystals, with a limited number of people that can be teleported at a time. Chapter 569. Reputation at its peak. Yuezhou City. A cold wind swept through, and the entire city seemed to fall into a deathly silence. Millions of profound beasts crouched on the ground, trembling, not daring to move. It was as if a ninth-stage demon emperor had descended. The hierarchy among the profound beast races is strict, and the ninth-stage demon emperor is a true ruler. All profound beasts must bow and worship upon seeing one, lying prostrate on the ground. Otherwise, it would be seen as disrespect, leading to immediate extermination, or worse, the annihilation of their entire clan. The ninth-stage demon emperor commands countless profound beast races through such iron-fisted methods. Moreover, as the strongest profound beast, The ninth-stage Demon Emperor's bloodline naturally exerts absolute suppression over other profound beasts. Unfortunately, this time it was not a ninth-stage Demon Emperor that had descended, but a peak expert from the human race in the transformation realm. The Songling King quickly acted, summoning a river thousands of meters long above his head, sweeping directly towards the profound beasts. A single sweep could kill tens of thousands of profound beasts, and with millions of them. It would take no more than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to wipe them all out. Stop. At that moment, the giant python, over 100 meters long and covered in colorful scales, appeared behind the beast tide. Chapter 570. Each with their own agenda. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The soul of Emperor Lingyun continuously emitted golden light. A divine and brilliant aura surrounded him. If an ordinary person were to see Emperor Lingyun at this moment, they would undoubtedly bow and worship, revering him as a true deity. The Shen Yue continent, as a low-level plane, finds it exceedingly difficult to shatter the void and ascend to the divine realm. Thousands of years ago, the Shen Yue Emperor, as the strongest human, far surpassed other peak experts in the transformation realm, yet he ultimately failed to shatter the void and ascend. This time, having painstakingly seized the body of Emperor Lingyun to be reborn, he does not want to repeat the same mistakes. With a swish, Emperor Lingyun flew forward rapidly. At his speed, he could easily catch up to the colorful swallowing python. However, he maintained a distance of about 10 miles, neither too far nor too close. With his current strength, he had over a 70% certainty of seriously injuring or even killing it, with the Songling King assisting him. He could almost say he had 100% certainty of killing the colorful swallowing python. Yet, Emperor Lingyun chose not to do so. Chapter 571. Thunderfire Mark in an ordinary small valley where the central continent meets Uezhou. This was the hiding place of MOD thousands of years ago, and the place where Shen Yue was in seclusion. Originally, Shen Yue thought that even if the profound beast race launched a major offensive against the human race, there wouldn't be too much danger in short term. After all, the human race still has peak experts in the transformation realm, and since the D family had stepped forward to lead all humans in resisting the profound beast race, they would not sit idly by as the human race was slaughtered. Furthermore, Shen Yue's strength at the third level of the Return to Origin realm was indeed somewhat low, so he chose to enter seclusion, aiming to quickly elevate himself to the spirit movement realm. Now, 3 days have passed. Shen Yue used the heavenly materials and earthly treasures he scavenged from the Imperial Cave to refine 3 soul-fixing pills at the Saint Spirit pill level. In fact, his soul had already reached the spirit movement realm, so there was no bottleneck for him to break through. He just needed to elevate the true essence in his Dantian to its peak and then merge it into his soul to successfully break through. The Return to Origin realm involves the martial artist's true energy undergoing another transformation, returning to a level similar to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, reaching the stage of true essence unification. Chapter 572. The Crisis in Chizhou. A pale blue lightning bolt struck a towering tree over 100 meters high, splitting it in half and igniting it. Shen Yue stood 100 meters away, blinking thoughtfully. The thunderfire mark on his forehead contained energies of pale golden lightning and bloodbone netherfire. Just now, he attempted to activate a trace of energy from the thunderfire mark, guiding it to strike the tree in front of him. That tree, named Xian Taizhan, stood over 100 meters tall, requiring several people to embrace it, and its wood was exceptionally hard, comparable to profound iron. Even a full-strength strike from a peak Return to Origin realm expert might not break it. Yet at this moment, the Xian Taizhan was directly split and set ablaze by the energy from the thunderfire mark. Based on Shen Yue's estimation, that strike had at least the power of a 6th or 7th level in the spirit movement realm. Not bad, Shen Yue muttered to himself in satisfaction. This pale, golden lightning, which he couldn't trace back to its origin, nearly shattered his soul into pieces. But the mark left within his soul has now become one of Shen Yue's trump cards. Under normal circumstances, Shen Yue would have surged forward, continuing to let his soul roam the 9 heavens, comprehending the rules of the Thunder Path, striving to break through to the transformation realm as soon as possible. Chapter 573. The stage is set in Chizhou City. Roars of 4th and 5th stage profound beasts echoed as they charged over the corpses of other profound beasts towards the city walls. Brilliant characters descended from the sky, exploding with a loud bang. The scholars stood ready, gritting their teeth as they detonated one will character after another, killing thousands of profound beasts. Other scholars and sages hid behind the scholars, also activating will characters and continuously attacking the profound beasts. Compared to Yuezhou City, Qizhou, as the stronghold of Confucianism and Taoism, was predominantly occupied by scholars. The more practitioners of Confucianism and Taoism there are, the stronger their attacking power becomes, even if they are only sages. Each sage can summon a character, and with over 100 sages, they can condense a poem of the Sage of Books, unleashing tremendous attacking power. What's going on? Hiding in the distance, Emperor Lingyun and the Songling King felt somewhat anxious. They had actually arrived when the Beast Tide first attacked Qizhou City, but they had not revealed themselves. Lingyun enjoyed some benefits while in Yuezhou. He waited for a portion of the human race to be slaughtered by the Shen beast race, causing panic and despair among the others, before making his grand entrance to seek faith and worship. Chapter 574. MOD takes action. Roar. The seven-colored swallowing python suddenly opened its massive bloody mouth and swallowed both Lingyun and the Songling King whole. This was its innate divine ability, swallowing heaven. The Shen beast race's souls were inherently inferior to that of the human race, unable to comprehend the rules of the heavenly Tao. However, they were the favored children of heaven and earth, naturally possessing innate divine abilities. To distinguish these innate abilities from the human race's heavenly Tao rules, they were referred to as Earth Tao rules. The swallowing heaven ability was the only one that could contend with the power of the human race's heavenly Tao rules. Buzz. Inside the belly of the seven-colored swallowing python, dark whirlpools spun rapidly, closing in on Lingyun and the Songling King. These whirlpools contained violent energy that could quickly crush even an 8th-tier Shen beast or a strong being in the Lingdong realm into pieces, which would then be completely devoured and absorbed by it. Once inside the seven-colored swallowing python's belly, there were very few who could live to escape. Seeking one's own death. Lingyun snorted coldly. Just now, the seven-colored swallowing python had used its Songling King's body to block the open sky axe, and Lingyun actually had the chance to evade. However, he chose not to do so, instead pretending to be unable to resist and allowing himself to be swallowed whole. Chapter 575. Songling King. Dead inside the belly of the seven-colored swallowing python, Lingyun looked gravely at the fist-sized black hole before him, gripping the open sky axe tightly. This was the last swallowing heaven whirlpool. As long as he could split it open, Lingyun would be able to break free from the seven-colored swallowing python's constraints and escape to safety. However, sensing the violent energy within the black hole made him somewhat apprehensive. The open sky axe still had a good chance of splitting the black hole, but once it was split open, the violent energy would likely escape and injure him. To split or not to split? If he chose not to split it, Lingyun would be engulfed by the black hole, and it would be hard to say whether he would live or die within. The fist-sized black hole gave Lingyun no time to consider, rapidly approaching him while continuously emanating a violent swallowing force, pulling at him and the Songling King wanted to swallow them whole. Boom! Lingyun no longer hesitated and swung the open sky axe down fiercely. Crack! A beam of golden light directly struck the black hole, and the fist-sized black hole immediately cracked with dense fissures, then exploded. Woo-woo-woo. Waves of violent energy first spread out in all directions. Chapter 576. Fire Qilin? Step, step, step. A dark figure just over a meter tall emerged from the ground, and as it took steps, clusters of orange flames spread out in all directions. Each step brings forth blood fire. Countless human warriors could not even resist and were swallowed by the flames, turning to ashes. Is this an 8th-tier Shen beast? The Earth Flame Crystal Beast? Mu Qingla frowned and muttered to herself. It had been nearly 1,000 years since an 8th-tier Shen beast had emerged from the Demon Abyss Forest. So many had forgotten who those 8th-tier Shen beasts were. This figure, just over a meter tall, resembled the 8th-tier Shen beast, the Earth Flame Crystal Beast. The innate divine ability of the Earth Flame Crystal Beast is flames. But the flames it controls are not the flames of the heavenly Tao, but rather Earth Flame. Boom, boom, boom. With each step it took, a small pit would form in the ground. Inside these pits, orange flames would erupt, and even magma would spew forth. It was as if it were a girl planting flowers, with each step blooming flowers, but the flowers it stepped on were those blossoming from the earth flame. Logically speaking, an 8th-tier Shen beast poses no significant threat to human warriors. Chapter 577, Fire Chilin Bang Bang Bang. The clown dog Benben's body was covered in densely packed, light blue scales, and then these scales ignited with orange flames. The clown dog Benben bathed in the flames, showing no signs of pain, but rather feeling as if it were soaking in a hot spring, extremely comfortable. Is this the auspicious beast, the Fire Chilin? Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted. Then, everyone fell into silence, each person's eyes filled with excitement and exhilaration. The Fire Chilin, one of the legendary 4 auspicious beasts, far surpassing the 9th-tier Demon Emperor, is a divine beast from the Divine Realm. The 4 auspicious beasts are the dragon, phoenix, tortoise, and Chilin. Here, the dragon does not refer to the ordinary dragons like the little dragon girl and the old dragon king, but to the true dragons that have reached the true dragon realm or above. The Tianyuan continent is merely a low-level plane. The little dragon girl and the old dragon king's lineage are actually descended from dragon transformations from tens of thousands of years ago and are not true dragons by birth. The true dragon clan is born from the condensation of the world's spiritual energy, and only high-level planes can have true dragons. Chapter 578, Entering the Demon Abyss Forest Boom. A burst of violent energy soared into the sky within Chizhou City. The violent and imposing aura belonging to the Fire Chilin instantly spread out thousands of miles. The Fire Chilin, as a divine beast from the Divine Realm, rarely appears in the Tianyuan continent, and even when it does, it vanishes quickly, like a dragon that shows its head but not its tail. Unexpectedly, at such a critical moment in the battle between the Shen beast race and the human race, the Fire Chilin appeared, devouring thousands of Shen beasts in front of billions of people in Chizhou City. Does this mean that the human race will surely defeat the Shen beast race? At this moment, the human warriors in Chizhou City felt a surge of excitement in their hearts, as if they saw hope. The auspicious beast brings good fortune, and the Fire Chilin clearly favors the human side. Shen Yue stood quietly in the valley outside Chizhou City, watching the Fire Chilin frolicking in the air, not saying a word. He was unsure whether the Fire Chilin before him was still the affectionate clown dog Benben he once knew. To be honest, with Shen Yue's current strength, he might not even be a match for the clown dog Benben anymore. Even if he called upon MOD and the evil thought little man together, it would be hard to say if they could defeat the Fire Chilin. Chapter 579, Taking Revenge Conveniently Swish. Shen Yue rode on the clown dog Benben, following the aura left by the 7-colored swallowing python, and chased after it. After more than an hour, Shen Yue realized that they had unknowingly reached the outskirts of the Demon Abyss Forest. This place was only a few hundred miles away from Tianyuan Town, where Shen Yue was reborn. However, it had long been leveled by the beast tide, and the once bustling area with a population of millions could no longer be seen. Shen Yue's parents had been taken to Qishan County City earlier. Later, Qishan County City was also attacked by the beast tide, and they were sent to Yuezhou City by the Alchemist Alliance. After all, Shen Yue was the #1 genius alchemist on the Tianyuan continent, unquestioned by anyone, especially after he had continuously defeated the 3 alchemist masters of the D family. The news of Shen Yue, at such a young age, advancing to the rank of alchemist master had long spread throughout the Alchemist Alliance. His parents were, of course, treated as the most esteemed guests. Even if others might not save them, they had to be rescued to Yuezhou City first. The issue of the beast clans had to be resolved swiftly. Shen Yue glanced at the ruins of Tianyuan Town, thinking to himself. Chapter 580, 2 against 5 at the edge of Mohen Valley. 2 figures were engaged in a fierce battle, with entire areas of the forest being shattered and turned to dust by the shockwaves of their fight. The valley had been smashed into numerous deep pits, each over 100 meters deep, leaving the landscape in ruins. It was Tianyuan and the colorful sky-eating python. At this moment, the colorful sky-eating python's abdomen was continuously bleeding, covered in countless wounds, looking quite miserable. As the absolute leader among the 9 demon emperors in the Demon Abyss Forest, the colorful sky-eating python was the strongest among them, and the only one capable of fighting against the peak experts of the human race in the transformation realm without falling behind. However, that was only against ordinary peak experts. Tianyuan was not an ordinary one. Moreover, the python's innate divine ability, sky-eating, had been forcibly broken by Tianyuan, rendering it unable to use that power again in a short time, significantly diminishing its strength and leaving it with no option but to flee in a sorry state. This human and beast, one chasing and the other fleeing, crossed thousands of miles from the central continent and directly entered the depths of the demon abyss forest. The colorful sky-eating python was intentionally or unintentionally leading Tianyuan closer to Emohen Valley. Chapter 581. Slaying the Demon Emperor. Boom. The clown dog Benben unleashed the violent aura of the fire Qilin without holding back, descending from the sky with Shen Yue. The colorful sky-eating python, which had already charged towards Tianyuan, suddenly sensed the terrifying presence in midair, startled and quickly dodged to the side. As a divine beast of the divine realm, the bloodline of the fire Qilin far surpassed that of the tier 9 demon emperors. In front of the fire Qilin, even the colorful sky-eating python felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority, like a toad seeing a pure white swan. The other 4 tier 9 demon emperors were also shaken to their cores, trembling in fear. This was a suppression from the level of bloodlines, akin to a frog encountering a venomous snake, lacking even the courage to flee. However, Clown Dog Benben had just recently upgraded from cub to juvenile, and its fire Qilin bloodline and aura were still somewhat weak. Soon, the colorful sky-eating python slowly awakened from its fear, and the despair on its face was quickly replaced with disdain. It turned out to be just a young fire Qilin. How could it scare this emperor? The colorful sky-eating python snorted coldly. As the absolute leader of the demon abyss forest, it had always held itself in high regard, even dreaming of one day ascending to the divine realm. Chapter 582. Mistakenly entering Emohen Valley. Boom. The massive body of the elephant demon emperor crashed to the ground, causing the ground within a radius of hundreds of meters to tremble slightly. In just a few breaths, a powerful tier 9 demon emperor was slain. For a moment, the entire valley fell into a deathly silence. Even Tianyuan, who had been watching the excitement from the side, wore a serious expression. The coordination between the evil-thought little man and Shen Yue was too seamless, and a tier 9 demon emperor was exterminated without even lasting 3 breaths. Of course, this was partly due to the elephant demon emperor underestimating its opponent, and also because its soul was the weakest among all tier 9 demon emperors. The elephant demon emperor had the strongest physical power among the tier 9 demon emperors, its head practically brimming with muscles, and its innate ability was immensely powerful, which made its soul comparatively weaker. Huff! Shen Yue let out a sigh of relief. It was a stroke of luck that he managed to kill a tier 9 demon emperor so quickly. He had exerted immense effort to crush the elephant demon emperor's soul with the soul realm just moments ago. If the elephant demon emperor's soul had been even slightly stronger, Shen Yue's soul realm would have exploded, and he would have been the one injured. Chapter 583. Overwhelmingly invincible swish. Endless demonic energy seemed like an invisible giant hand, grabbing Shen Yue and directly pulling him into Emohen Valley. The Qiongqi, seeing Shen Yue suddenly vanish, was stunned for a moment, then shivered and quickly flew away. Emohen Valley was a place where tier 9 demon emperors resided and prohibited any mystical beast from entering. However, they only dared to inhabit the outskirts of Emohen Valley, never venturing deep inside. The demonic energy within the valley was extremely dense. The deeper one went, the more it condensed into liquid, with demonic souls wandering about. Even tier 9 demon emperors dared only to consume some of the demonic energy at the periphery to enhance their strength. Daring to approach the depths of Emohen Valley could lead to being exploded by the overwhelming demonic energy. Qiongqi had once accidentally come too close to Emohen Valley, and countless demonic energies surged into its body. If the colorful sky-eating python hadn't happened to pass by and swept it away with its tail, it would have been shattered to pieces long ago. Therefore, having experienced the pain of being overwhelmed by demonic energy, it shuddered upon seeing Shen Yue being pulled deep into Emohen Valley. Chapter 584. Corpses of the Demon Clan. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In Emohen Valley, dark mist swirled like rolling dark clouds, continuously rising. Here, they were already several dozen miles away from the outskirts of Emohen Valley. Ever since the meteorite fell into Emohen Valley, no one or mystical beast had been able to truly reach the central area of Emohen Valley. The demonic energy within was too dense. Even a mighty, colorful, sky-eating python only dared to approach within 10 miles of Mohen Valley. If it got any closer, the endless demonic energy would flood into its body uncontrollably, and the python would have no time to fully absorb and integrate that energy, risking an explosive demise. Other tier 9 demon emperors only dared to enter the outskirts of Mohen Valley by about 5 miles. If they saw that Shen Yue was currently safe and sound dozens of miles deep into Mohen Valley, they would probably be shocked to the core. At this moment, Shen Yue was equally bewildered. When he had just flown over Mohen Valley on Clown Dog Benben, he had sensed the extraordinary nature of Mohen Valley, feeling deep trepidation and wishing he could stay as far away as possible. Chapter 585, Demonic Crystal Breaking Buzz. A blood-colored phantom closest to Shen Yue suddenly lunged towards him. Shen Yue hurriedly summoned the Mo Guang sword and slashed at the blood-colored phantom. Swish! The sword light flashed and split the blood-colored phantom in half. However, after the sword light flashed, the shadow that was split in half quickly fused back together, showing no signs of injury at all. These blood-colored shadows are the demon souls formed over tens of thousands of years, nourished by sufficient demonic energy. The demon souls do not have a physical form. They are merely condensed from demonic energy and contain traces of the will and memories of the deceased demon race. These demon souls are best at attacking the souls of human beings or the Xian beast race. Once they obliterate the opponent's soul, the demon souls have the hope of occupying the nest, replacing the original master. The strength of these demon souls is extremely powerful. Even a spirit movement realm expert may not be able to withstand their invasion. Moreover, since demon souls do not have a physical form, weapons like the Ink Light sword cannot harm them. With Shen Yue currently possessing only the first level of the spirit movement realm and soul power, his only option when encountering demon souls is to find a way to escape. However, in the current space, there are densely packed tens of thousands of corpses, and almost every corpse has a demon soul condensing in front of it. Chapter 586, The 9 Great Demon Races, Demon Mark Valley. Crack, crack. A series of sounds resembling eggshells breaking echoed, and then endless demonic energy surged outward. Blood-colored threads spread out from those demon crystals, as if they were sprouts emerging from seeds, continuously burrowing into the ground. Subsequently, blood-colored shadows slowly condensed from those demon crystals, continuously swelling. And in the blink of an eye, they grew to over a meter tall. These demon crystals have successfully hatched demon race cubs. Beside them, Shen Yue and the clown dog Benben were somewhat bewildered, not knowing what to do. If it weren't for the clown dog Benben spitting out orange flames just now, raising the temperature in the space, they wouldn't know when these demon crystals would hatch. Quick, kill them! Shen Yue hurriedly shouted to clown dog Benben. Although these demon races have just been born, once they grow up, even the weakest among them would be equivalent to the strength of a 9th-tier demon emperor. 3,000 9th-tier demon emperors could absolutely sweep across the entire Tianyuan continent, and all human and Xian beast races would likely be wiped out by them. Shen Yue had once seen in the medicinal clan's library that the demon race is the most despised race across the myriad worlds. They are like locusts, devouring everything in their path, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 587, No Way Out. Roar, roar, roar. 8 demon races pounced towards clown dog Benben. Although they had just been born for less than 10 breaths, they had already gained preliminary memories and inheritance from their bloodline, allowing them to recognize clown dog Benben's identity at a glance. Fire Qilin, one of the 4 auspicious beasts in the divine realm. Even in higher planes, Fire Qilin is an extremely powerful race, with each Fire Qilin possessing extraordinary abilities and skills, especially their mastery of fire, which is comparable to that of the Phoenix race. There are even legends that all hairy races are descendants of the Fire Qilin. A single demon race may only possess the strength of a 9th-tier demon emperor, and among the billions of races in countless planes, they might not even rank in the top 1,000. However, what is most terrifying about the demon race is their horrific reproductive ability and their capacity to grow stronger by devouring one another. If one demon race cannot defeat you, it can let one of them consume the other 9 and then advance to a stronger realm. If it still can't win, it can continue to devour 9 demon races of the same level. In any case, the reproductive speed of the demon race is extremely fast. A female demon can give birth to 3 litters within a month, with each litter containing at least 9 demon races. Chapter 588, devour, and counter-devour. Outside Demon Mark Valley, Emperor Ling Yun easily swept away the 4 ninth-tier demon emperors, causing the colorful swallowing python to jump in shock, not daring to move at all. At this moment, it sensed the aura of the Shen Yue Emperor from thousands of years ago on Emperor Ling Yun. So strong, relying solely on himself. He could take down 4 ninth-tier demon emperors. If this spread, no one would believe it. What the colorful swallowing python couldn't understand was why Emperor Ling Yun, who clearly had the strength to easily kill it, didn't act when he was in Qizhou City. Moreover, even now, after easily smashing the other 3 ninth-tier demon emperors away, he did not pursue them, but stood quietly in place, turning his gaze towards Demon Mark Valley. The colorful swallowing python remained frozen, not daring to move, fearing that any slight action might mislead Emperor Ling Yun and lead to its immediate demise. For a moment, the magic abyss forest fell into a strange atmosphere. Clearly, the 9th-tier demon emperors were the masters here, yet now they were too frightened to move, allowing others to manipulate them. Why did the demonic energy in Demon Mark Valley suddenly weaken so much? No, how did it suddenly burst forth with such strong demonic energy? Chapter 589, Soul-Shaking Demonic Sound. A grave expression appeared on Shen Yue's face. He had not yet dealt with the 9 demon races, and Emperor Ling Yun had actually charged in. Emperor Ling Yun had long hated Shen Yue to the core, and just now, surrounded by the 9th-tier demon emperors, he couldn't openly turn against him. However, in this independent space, no one would witness it. Even if Emperor Ling Yun killed Shen Yue, he could completely shift the blame to the 9th-tier demon emperors. Were these things? Emperor Ling Yun frowned, looking at the 8 demon races and the skeletal frame that was constantly chasing and biting Shen Yue. Although Emperor Ling Yun was powerful and invincible, he came from the desert continent, a lower plane even more desolate than the Tianyuan continent. The demon race is a race that can only be born in middle to high-level planes, and ordinary lower planes cannot attract their attention at all. Like the demon race sealed in that meteorite in Demon Mark Valley, there are similar ones in other lower planes, and even more than one. The races in lower planes simply do not have the strength to break the seal, so no demon race can awaken or escape from the meteorite seal. After tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years, when the energy of the sealed demon race is completely exhausted, they will turn to dust and vanish. Chapter 590, Evil Thought Collapse. Swish, swish, swish. The evil thought being wielded a blood-colored long knife, directly chopping the 2 demon races that were chasing Shen Yue into dozens of pieces. The evil thought being had consumed nearly 90 of the Shen Yue Emperor's origin crystal, so its blood-colored long knife also contained a considerable amount of destructive energy. The demon races chopped into dozens of pieces had their bodies completely eroded by the destructive energy and could no longer recombine. After a few breaths, the 2 demon races completely perished, and their demonic energy poured into the towering demon race that stood several dozen meters tall. Roar! That demon race let out another furious roar, its bones cracking again, and its figure suddenly swelled by 10 meters. Now its size was approaching 100 meters, and the independent space within this meteorite was only a few hundred meters high, making it appear imposing and ferocious, with overwhelming demonic energy that made others dare not resist. This guy's strength has surged again. Ling Yun's brows twitched wildly. Although the soul-shocking devil sound just now was powerful, it posed no threat at all to Ling Yun, an old fellow whose soul had long reached the divine transformation realm for thousands of years. At this moment, the nearly 100-meter-tall demon tribe manifested blood-red runes all over its body. Chapter 591. Divine Realm characters buzz a warm energy like sunlight, shone upon the evil thought little man, infusing into its body. The evil thought little man, which had already displayed the characteristics of the demon tribe, gradually quieted down, and those pitch-black scales disappeared as well. Even the destructive energy within it was greatly diluted. The evil thought little man and the good thought little man slowly moved closer to each other, closer and closer. The 2 little men transformed into 2 light spheres, which then began to rotate continuously. The black and white light spheres formed a Tai Chi pattern before slowly coming to a stop. Following that, a brand new energy body appeared. On its head, a small Tai Chi pattern was engraved, and even its phantom was half black and half white. The evil and good Punisher, It was precisely when the good thought little man and the evil thought little man were evenly matched that they could merge to form the evil and good Punisher. Originally, the fusion of the good thought little man and the evil thought little man would grant them strength comparable to the peak experts of the divine transformation realm. Later, after the evil thought little man devoured 90% of the source of destruction, its strength surged, and it already possessed the power of the divine transformation realm on its own. Chapter 592, A Double-Edged Sword Buzz. A blood-red rune, filled with mysterious and eerie energy, slowly condensed in midair. A sense of despair and death instantly enveloped the entire space. This was a character from the divine realm, Death. Although this was the Shen Yue continent, not the divine realm, this character could still invoke the laws of heaven and earth of the Shen Yue continent, because the rules contained in this character were far superior to those of the Shen Yue continent. This was also a high-level plane crushing a lower-level plane. The aura of death contained not only destruction and devouring, but also despair and absolute coldness, among other things. It was woven from multiple laws of heaven and earth. Once this character was drawn, it would extinguish all life. Only the top experts of the demon tribe could draw the death character. Generally, a demon tribe group of over 10,000 could give birth to one capable of drawing this character. However, the demon in front of us hastily drew this death character, which was actually the simplest and most ordinary kind. Even so, the death character was still a word from the divine realm, and its power far surpassed all the laws of heaven and earth of this lower plane. Chapter 593, Heart of Burning Fireboom. The death character formed by the blood-red rune suddenly radiated a dazzling light. The blood-red energy spread throughout the entire space. Tianyuan, having killed that gigantic demon with a single axe, thought he could directly shatter the death character as well, but unexpectedly, he inadvertently made the death character even stronger. Boom! A violent and chilling aura immediately enveloped the area. Tianyuan was the first to bear the brunt, and could only wield the sky-opening axe to meet it. Crack! The sky-opening axe, formed from the energy of destruction, collided with the aura of the death character, producing a sound that made one st fake. The indestructible sky-opening axe actually revealed dense cracks. Subsequently, the sky-opening axe exploded into countless fragments and vanished. Puff! Tianyuan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura significantly weakened. The sky-opening axe was condensed from the heavenly rules of destruction and contained Tianyuan's soul power. Now that the axe had been shattered, Tianyuan's soul was also severely injured. Swish! Tianyuan dared not resist any longer and quickly swayed his body, retreating rapidly. Chapter 594, Don't Be Lazy. Boom! A ball of crimson flames soared into the sky, and the chaos alchemy cauldron exploded violently, directly engulfing Shen Yue. Shen Yue cried out in pain, his entire body wrapped in flames, continuously burning and scorching him. The excruciating pain made his soul feel as if it were being roasted over fire. His consciousness began to blur. The explosion of the chaos alchemy cauldron and being scorched by flames, everything felt so real, so clear. Because all of this had genuinely occurred. The energy erupted from the death character not only could launch a strong attack on a person, but also invade the opponent's soul. Killing the heart. The most vicious and cruel killing move is to plunge someone into despair, making them believe they are doomed. Just now, Shen Yue was invaded by the death character, causing his soul to fall into an illusion. Many scenes within the illusion were real and had occurred, especially the fire grass, chaos alchemy cauldron, and medicinal garden. These were scenes Shen Yue had dreamed of countless times. This also left Shen Yue confused about whether he was dreaming. Chapter 595, Second level of the soul realm, Don't Be Lazy. Get up quickly. A familiar voice suddenly echoed in Shen Yue's mind. A voice that belonged to his father, Shen Zheng, who often called him to get up in the morning. Back then, he was carefree, the young master of the first alchemy family in the Tianyuan domain, and even among all the great families and forces in the Tianyuan domain, his status was the highest. He didn't need to worry about anything and only needed to focus on refining pills. At that time, his father Shen Zheng was very strict with him, waking him up before dawn to absorb the first rays of morning light. At that time, his father's voice calling him to get up was the most annoying to him. One does not understand to cherish what one has until it is lost, and only then does one realize what is most precious. Shen Yue's soul was eroded by the demon tribe's death character, falling into an illusion, suffering a heavy blow, and believing he was gravely injured and dying due to an explosion while refining the heart-burning flame pill. If he continued to sit idly by in a negative state, it wouldn't be long before his soul would be completely eroded by the death character, and then he would truly die. At this moment, the voice he had once found extremely annoying echoed in his mind again, and in the dark, it seemed his father Shen Yue was still sternly watching him, urging him to quickly get up to refine pills. Chapter 596, Turn to Dust Thud. Shen Yue's vision darkened, and he fell directly to the ground. Just now, to unleash the second level of the Soul Realm, 4-star unity, he even burned a portion of his bloodline and soul just to barely execute it. At this moment, both his physical body and soul were severely injured, and even swallowing the Holy Spirit pill would take at least half a month to recover completely. However, such injuries were worth it, as he had just killed a massive demon that had devoured 8 demon clans that were nearly at adulthood. This was considered to be at the level of an 8-star demon king among the demon clan. It should be noted that even the strongest human cultivators at the peak of the transformation realm might not be able to achieve this. For example, Tianyuan, the strongest transformation realm cultivator in the Tianyuan continent, had no ability to resist when facing an 8-star demon king and could only escape in disgrace. MOD also let out a breath, transforming into a cloud of blood-colored mist, quietly suspended in midair, unable to move at all. At this moment, he resembled a mosquito that had gorged itself on human blood, unable to fly due to its swollen belly. Most of the energy from the blood character rune had been completely devoured by him. However, he currently lacked the ability to fully refine and absorb it, managing to absorb only a fraction. Chapter 597, Divine Seal, Demon Mark Valley. At this time, although it had completely turned to dust, with the ground even sinking several hundred meters deep, there was still an inconspicuous small stone hidden underground. That small stone was the demon fallen space. Tens of thousands of years ago, a meteor fell from the sky and struck this place, forming the Demon Mark Valley. Everyone believed that the entire valley was the meteor that had fallen from the sky back then. But in reality, this thumb-sized stone was the meteor. At this moment, it had been a full 7 days since Tianyuan had arrived at the Demon Abyss Forest. Inside the demon fallen space, Shen Yue had already awakened, but his body and soul were severely injured. Even after swallowing a Holy Spirit-level Qing Yuan Holy Pill, he would still need about half a month to fully recover. During this time, Shen Yue couldn't even break through the spatial barriers to leave here. Even the clown dog Benben had also suffered significant injuries, with over 90 of its scales bitten and contaminated with demonic energy. It now dared not use spatial movement again, fearing that it might inadvertently trigger the demonic energy contained within its scales, not knowing where it would end up. Chapter 598, The Sky Falls and the Earth Sinks. Time passed day by day. The Shen beast race continued to launch full-scale attacks on the human cities, but the scale of the beast tide was becoming smaller and smaller, and the high-level Shen beasts leading the charge had changed from 8th tier to 7th tier. As long as there were spirit movement realm experts in the human cities, they could easily handle the situation. Although both the humans and the Shen beast race suffered heavy casualties in the repeated battles, most of the losses were low-level martial artists and lower-tier Shen beasts. After nearly 1,000 years of peaceful reproduction, both the human and Shen beast races had experienced explosive growth in numbers, and the resources of the Tianyuan continent had almost been depleted. This was also one of the reasons why the spiritual energy in the Tianyuan continent was becoming increasingly scarce. This grand battle between the humans and the Shen beast race was just an opportunity to consume a portion of the low-level martial artists and lower-tier Shen beasts. However, the rate of consumption was still too slow. In fact, the Tianyuan continent had already been on the brink of collapse, and the scarcity of spiritual energy was just one of the manifestations. Boom! That night, a sudden loud noise erupted, causing the entire Tianyuan continent to tremble violently for a whole incense stick's worth of time. In the sky, a blood-red crack several thousand miles long appeared, as if a deity had used a knife to carve out a massive wound in the sky. Chapter 599, Mysterious Cave Entrance. Surrounding them was endless darkness, with hands unable to see 5 fingers. Even the power of the soul seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force, extending no more than 10 meters at most. Looking up, the sky, tens of thousands of meters high, was reduced to a thin line. This made Shen Yue and the others realize that they had unknowingly fallen into a bottomless abyss. What exactly had happened? How did the demon fallen space fall into such a deep abyss? Shen Yue was completely baffled. Young master, I just sense that the dark heavenly path power I control has become completely chaotic, and I cannot control it for the time being. MOD said with a solemn expression. What? The heavenly path power has become chaotic? Shen Yue was startled. 4P Transformation Realm experts. Their ability to exert their formidable strength relied on controlling the heavenly path power. Once they could no longer control it, their strength would plummet, at most matching that of a 9th-layer spirit movement realm expert. If they encountered a 9th-tier demon emperor, it would be dangerous. However, at this moment, they were trapped in the bottomless abyss. It would be difficult to encounter a 9th-tier demon emperor. Suddenly, Shen Yue thought of something and quickly infused his true essence into his eyes, looking up at the sky. Chapter 600, Tianyuan Beast. Below the bottomless abyss, Shen Yue and the others slowly approached the cave entrance. As they got closer to the cave entrance, the feeling of extreme familiarity in Shen Yue's heart grew stronger. This cave entrance was extremely hidden. If it hadn't been for the collapse of the sky and the earth revealing this cave entrance by chance, based on Shen Yue and the others' current perception of no more than 10 meters, it would have been impossible to discover it. Whoosh! Under Shen Yue's command, the clown dog Binbin attempted to use spatial movement to directly enter the cave entrance. However, no matter how it tried, Binbin could not enter the cave entrance, as if an invisible force was blocking it. Shen Yue furrowed his brow. If even Binbin's spatial movement couldn't enter, what treasure was hidden inside this cave? If it had been before, Shen Yue would have likely given up directly. Binbin was a fire Qilin. If its spatial movement couldn't enter the cave entrance, then others would have even less hope. However, by chance, during this half-month in the demon fallen space, Shen Yue had gained insights from the divine seals left by the powerful being that sealed the demon fallen space. Among those divine seals were some spatial runes. Chapter 601, Mysterious Stone Tablet. Whoosh! The clown dog Binbin and the obedient rabbit rushed towards the Tianyuan Beast's grand tomb. If he guessed correctly, the tomb should contain the corpse of the Tianyuan Beast. If they could find the Tianyuan Beast's inner den and let Binbin devour it, there was still a chance to obtain the Tianyuan Beast's innate divine powers. Boom! 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 Binbin and the obedient rabbit attacked the grand tomb fiercely, causing the tomb, with a diameter of hundreds of meters, to tremble violently and crack open deep fissures. It's about to open. Shen Yue and the others stared intently at the inside of the grand tomb. Through the cracks, they could clearly see a massive corpse inside. Although they didn't know how many years had passed, the corpse still emanated a violent aura. From the appearance of the massive corpse, it should be the Tianyuan Beast. Isn't this a bit too smooth? Shen Yue felt an unrealistic sensation in his heart. Although the Tianyuan Beast was not considered a powerful, ferocious beast, its innate divine powers were the most important for Shen Yue and his group at this moment. In the present day, the Tianyuan continent is in chaos, with the sky collapsing and the rules of heaven and earth in disarray. They're trapped beneath an abyss, unable to fly or teleport, and their only hope of returning lies in the innate abilities of the Tianyuan Beast. Chapter 602, Abyss Earthman Buzz. The body of the Tianyuan Beast slowly became blurry, as if it were flowing into the earth, and soon it completely vanished. This was its innate ability, water flowing cup. As long as there is water, it can briefly merge into it and then shuttle back and forth between different bodies of water. Unfortunately, it escaped. Shen Yue and the others couldn't help but sigh helplessly. They never expected that after surrounding the Tianyuan Beast for so long, it would still manage to escape. What a pity. Without capturing the Tianyuan Beast's crystal core, it would be difficult for them to leave the abyss. Shen Yue, disregarding his frustration and anger, focused his gaze on the stone tablet, wanting to understand what the small figure carved on it was doing and what its purpose was. Even the knowledgeable Shen Yue couldn't discern any clues for a time. Unable to do anything else, Shen Yue could only store the stone tablet in the space of the Chaos Alchemy Cauldron. Let's go, we need to leave here. Shen Yue called out to MOD and the others, leading them toward the cave exit. Buzz! At that moment, a blurry figure suddenly appeared not far away. The massive figure crashed to the ground with a thud, causing the surrounding ground to tremble violently. Chapter 603. Abyss Demon Prison Warden. Shen Yue was bewildered, not understanding what the Abyss Earthman meant. However, He could sense that the Abyss Earthman harbored no malice toward him. Instead, there was a hint of awe and a trace of provocation. Prison warden? Shen Yue suddenly recalled what Elder Fire had told him in Mengchun before they entered the Jiuzhou map. Some ancient rumors. It was said that the Tianyuan continent was a prison designated by the Divine Realm, where those who committed crimes in the Divine Realm, but whose offenses did not warrant death, would be exiled to lower planes, never to return. Their bloodlines would be sealed, and their souls restricted, causing their descendants to completely lose their memories and never be able to return to the Divine Realm. From then on, their descendants would only be able to reproduce in lower planes, merging with the masses. It should be noted that those eligible for exile were renowned figures in the Divine Realm. Ordinary people who committed crimes would not qualify for exile. They would be executed directly. Therefore, although it seemed that the humans in the Tianyuan continent were all from lower planes and appeared to lack talent and strength, many of them were actually descendants of the Divine Realm. Chapter 604. Three-headed, six-tailed monster, a gigantic stone door, towering hundreds or even thousands of meters high, appeared before Shen Yue and the others. This was the entrance to the Abyss Demon Prison. Huangzhe glanced at Shen Yue and then walked directly toward the door. A powerful sucking force pulling him in completely, making him disappear. He deliberately did not tell Shen Yue how to enter the Abyss Demon Prison, wanting to see Shen Yue embarrass himself. Shen Yue narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening. He could certainly see through Huangzhe's little scheme. He knew about the Abyss Demon Prison and had seen its enormous stone door, but how could he possibly know how to get in? Should he just press his body against the stone door, like Huangzhe? It shouldn't be that simple. Otherwise, wouldn't anyone be able to enter the Abyss Demon Prison? If Shen Yue were really foolish enough to press himself against the massive stone door of the Abyss Demon Prison, Huangzhe would probably laugh his head off. Oomph. Shen Yue snorted coldly. He had a temper too. Even if Huangzhe was a transformation God Realm expert, so what? Wasn't MOD also a transformation God Realm expert? He was still his servant. Buzz. Shen Yue tried to infuse his true essence into the ring, but after 2 breaths of time, the true essence vanished without a trace. Showing no response at all. Chapter 605. Display of power. Thump, thump, thump. A series of noisy footsteps echoed. The ground trembled violently as the three-headed, six-tailed figure approached Shen Yue's direction step by step. As it got closer, Shen Yue and the others could see clearly that it was a gigantic bird-like monster. It had 3 massive heads, one black, one white, and one blue. The 3 heads were distinctly different. The blackbird head had blood-red eyes, a beak nearly 10 meters long, sharp and pointed, comparable to a divine weapon. The white head resembled a white snake with a long, slender neck and a mouth filled with cold, venomous fangs, a faint frost aura swirling above its head. The final blue head looked like a turtle covered in moss, as if it had been in a deep slumber. Behind it were 6 long tails, some resembling fox tails, others like those of tigers and lions. One like a snake's tail, and the last one resembling a giant peacock's colorful tail, wrapping around the other 5 tails. Ha ha ha! The 3-headed, 6-tailed monster opened its mouth and roared at Shen Yue and the others. Chapter 606. Easy to defeat. Ha ha ha! The monster roared, but to Shen Yue and the others, it sounded filled with mockery. A small rabbit actually dared to bare its teeth at the mighty guardian spirit beast of the Abyss Demon Prison, truly overestimating itself. Now it had only one thought left in its mind, to stomp that clueless rabbit flat and then kill Shen Yue and the others, hanging their bodies on the big tree next to the stone door. Whoosh! The sharp beak of the bird head lunged toward the obedient rabbit like a sword. Its speed was incredibly fast, like lightning, and even a 9th-tier Demon Emperor would have no way to evade. The obedient rabbit stood there dazed, not moving at all, as if it couldn't even react in time. This pet of the 17th prison warden had its strength diminished after tens of thousands of years of silence. Why was there no reaction at all? Huangzhe beside him was full of doubt, thinking secretly. It should be known that the 17th prison warden was extremely powerful. Even the 9th prison guard Xiao Wanli could not withstand a single move against him. And the obedient rabbit had fought with the monsters imprisoned inside when it followed the 17th prison warden to the Abyss Demon Prison, winning more often than losing, making it a bully here. Chapter 607. The 9th prison guard boom. A surge of murderous aura spread throughout the Abyss Demon Prison. The obedient rabbit, standing over 100 meters tall, looked coldly at the fallen monster that was scared to the point of losing control of its bowels, with a face full of disgust and disdain. The obedient rabbit had actually wanted to swallow the monster whole to relieve its resentment, but seeing it in such a pitiful state made it a bit nauseous, so it gave up. However, not eating it did not mean sparing it. Boom! The obedient rabbit kicked towards the bird-like creature, sending it flying thousands of meters away. Even while in midair, the sound of bones cracking could be heard from the creature. The rabbit's kick held no mercy. Fueled by anger, it must have broken at least 100 bones in the creature's body. The creature let out a miserable scream, almost fainting from the impact. Just then, a figure emerged from the depths of the abyssal prison, reaching out to catch the creature as it continued to fly backward. Compared to the creature's nearly 100-meter-tall body, the figure appeared much smaller, almost similar in size to Shen Yue. At that moment, a thick black mist emanated from the figure, making its form appear hazy. Chapter 608. Honeyed words and hidden swords impudent. How dare you not pay your respects to the warden? Shen Yue snorted coldly, glaring at Xiao Wanli. His intention was to bluff and seize the initiative. Shen Yue understood that his so-called identity as the warden was unclear and could not withstand scrutiny. Thus, he acted so arrogantly and defiantly. Of course, this was within the rules. After all, he was now the warden, and all the guards in the abyssal prison had to obey his commands. The ninth guard, Xiao Wanli, should have bowed to Shen Yue. However, at the level of the ninth guard, even facing the warden, it was unnecessary to perform a grand bow. A simple bowing gesture would suffice. Yet, Shen Yue, as warden, was merely at the spirit realm level, which was slightly inferior to many 8th-tier profound beasts. It's worth noting that even Huang Ji, who originally ranked 108th, could easily kill 9th-tier profound beasts, stronger than the peak cultivators of the human race, let alone the 9th guard Xiao Wanli. For the 9th guard to bow to him? That was indeed somewhat humiliating. Subordinate 9th guard pays respect to the warden. The figure's mist slowly dissipated, revealing a human form that bowed respectfully without any hesitation. Chapter 609. The Blood Feast of the Sky Tiger King in the Abyssal Prison. The stone door towering hundreds of meters slowly closed, plunging the entire abyssal prison into darkness. Only a tiny flame, distant by tens of thousands of meters, barely illuminated the hazy path ahead. The 9th guard, Xiao Wanli, wore a flattering smile as he led Shen Yue and the others deeper into the abyssal prison. This was prison number 118, where a Sky Tiger King was imprisoned. As they walked, Xiao Wanli introduced with a beaming face. The group arrived at a dark cave entrance, and Xiao Wanli smiled as he introduced. Roar. A tiger's roar suddenly echoed from the cave entrance. Buzz. A massive body over 100 meters tall emerged from the darkness. It had a single golden horn glowing brightly atop its head, radiating brilliant flashes of lightning. Its fur, a blend of light gold and black, formed mysterious and powerful runes, resembling black holes that could swallow even souls if gazed at for too long. Behind it, a pair of wings nearly 100 meters wide slowly flapped, creating a violent whirlwind that began to take shape. Chapter 610. The blood-draining maw of the obedient rabbit and the clown dog, Bobo, unceremoniously gulped down the blood of the Sky Tiger King. Shen Yue frowned and glanced at the two gluttons. He initially wanted to scold them, but after some thought, he abandoned the idea. He feared that Xiao Wanli might secretly poison the blood of the Sky Tiger King or employ other means, so he dared not drink it himself. However, Bobo and the obedient rabbit should not be on Xiao Wanli's list for foul play, so they drinking the Sky Tiger King's blood should be safe. After all, the blood of the Sky Tiger King was extremely valuable and would greatly nourish their bodies and souls, making it a waste not to drink it. The two of them drank nearly dozens of pounds of blood, and once they fully absorbed and integrated the Sky Tiger King's blood, their strength would surely see a significant boost, easily comparable to 9th-tier profound beasts. Such a pity. The warden actually doesn't like drinking the blood of the Sky Tiger King. Xiao Wanli licked the remnants of the Sky Tiger King's blood from his lips, speaking with some regret. At this moment, the Sky Tiger King lay quietly on the ground of the prison, only breathing, completely still, and it was uncertain whether it was dead or alive. Chapter 611. The Gluttony of the Four Great Beasts in the Abyssal Prison, Roar. Bobo, the clown dog, suddenly roared, its fur standing on end, and its eyes instantly turned blood red. Earlier, it had not sensed anything unusual, but at that moment, when the giant maw opened wide and swallowed Shen Yue and Xiao Wanli whole, it sensed an unusual aura. It was a feeling of disgust and hostility coming from deep within its bloodline. As one of the 4 auspicious beasts, the fire Qilin, Bobo was quite sensitive to the aura of evil beasts. However, it was still too young, and its bloodline had only been partially awakened. It had not detected any abnormality before the evil beast revealed itself. Once the evil beast attacked, it was too late. Shen Yue and Xiao Wanli were directly swallowed by the evil beast in one bite. At that moment, within the prison, Shen Yue wore a face full of confusion and disbelief. He had actually been plotted against by a beast, voluntarily running into its mouth and being devoured. How embarrassing. Wait, had Xiao Wanli, who had been in the abyssal prison for tens of thousands of years, never known what kind of monster was imprisoned in cell number 18? Chapter 612. Star Soul, Tears Roar. Bobo, the clown dog, roared frantically, trying to get the glutton to spit Shen Yue out. However, the glutton had just managed to snag a blood meal. How could it easily spit it out? Roar. It also opened its giant maw, roaring at Bobo. As one of the 4 ancient fierce beasts, the glutton's infamous reputation spread throughout the universe, instilling fear in countless races. There was once a powerful glutton king that swallowed half a realm, devouring tens of thousands of star continents and exterminating millions of races. The glutton before them, though merely an ordinary one and weakened after being imprisoned for tens of thousands of years, was still a purebred glutton. Its infamous reputation remained. Although Bobo was an auspicious beast, the fire Qilin, it was too young and had not fully awakened the power of its bloodline. Its strength only comparable to a 9th-tier demon emperor. Therefore, the glutton did not fear it. In fact, it was eager to try swallowing Bobo. If it could consume a fire Qilin, the glutton's power would surge, not only restoring to its peak strength, but possibly advancing even further. Boom! The clown dog Benben was anxious. At this moment, it had already been 3 or 4 breaths since the Taotai swallowed Shen Yue. If too much time was delayed, Shen Yue would likely be digested completely by the Taotai. Chapter 613. Stuff You to Death, Star Soul Tears. This is one of the rarest meteorites. And even in the high-level plane of the Tianyuan domain, Star Soul Tears are extremely precious. A piece the size of a palm is worth its weight in gold. The Star Soul Tears are said to be formed after the will of a star continent collapses. Generally speaking, a normal star can survive for hundreds of millions or even billions of years. However, some stars, after experiencing various situations, especially when there are too many living beings on them that exhaust the star's original energy, can no longer regenerate and will fall into a deep sleep or be completely destroyed. The destroyed stars will form a star soul tear, no taller than 100 meters. At their very center, star soul tears contain the will of the star and endless rules. If one can absorb the energy within the star soul tears, they can quickly enhance their soul power and even gain a quicker and easier understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. Shen Yue stumbled upon this massive star soul tear, nearly 100 meters tall, and was immediately overjoyed. In the Tianyuan domain, there have been instances where star soul tears were auctioned, but most were only palm-sized and worth a fortune, making them unaffordable for ordinary families. Chapter 614. Ruthless Attack. Oh, the Taotai shouted furiously. The blood food that had already entered its mouth, no, that had already reached its stomach, could not be digested at all, which was simply torturous and maddening. It had gone to great lengths to trick a blood food into its mouth, but now it couldn't eat it. How could it possibly be willing? Boom! A powerful tornado suddenly erupted from the space inside the Taoyuan's belly, a dark wind column reaching to the heavens and the earth, sweeping toward Shen Yue. This time, it used its ultimate skill, the Taoyuan's innate talent, the wind sweeping clouds. The Taotai was born to eat and could swallow anything. But after eating too much, it would inevitably encounter some things that were hard to digest. For example, star soul tears are one of them. At this moment, the Taotai needed to mobilize its bloodline power to digest the things it had eaten in its belly faster. The wind-sweeping clouds was the innate talent activated by its bloodline power. Inside its belly, countless devouring powers gathered into a tornado that reached to the heavens, continuously swallowing and devouring everything, with nothing able to resist. Even the star soul tears would be gradually worn away and consumed clean. Chapter 615. The Insane Taotai. Kill. A dozen prison guards, led by Xiao Wanli, charged toward the Taotai. At this moment, the Taotai was entangled with the clown dog Benben, transformed into a fire Qilin. When this group rushed in, They indiscriminately covered both the Tao Dai and the clown dog Bin within their attack range. Xiao Wanli had a clear purpose. He intended to use the pretext of saving the warden to eliminate both the Tao Dai and the Fire Qilin. In this abyssal demon prison, Xiao Wanli was undoubtedly the boss, controlling most of the resources in the entire abyssal demon prison. He did not want the suddenly arrived warden to put pressure on him. Previously, when he met Shen Yue with his aged blood-chi clone, he had already devised a scheme to have the Tao Dai swallow Shen Yue. As long as the Tao Dai devoured Shen Yue, there would be no new warden appearing during that time. Xiao Wanli would still be the boss of the abyssal demon prison. However, the Tao Dai was such a fool that it couldn't even completely swallow and digest a little guy at the spirit realm first level. Xiao Wanli was afraid of a mishap. If Shen Yue escaped from the Tao Ye's belly, his plot would be exposed. Chapter 6:16 Three Factions. The pitch-black chains wrapped around the Tao Ye's body. These chains, called Yin Soul Chains, were specifically used to deal with the monsters imprisoned in the abyssal demon prison. Every monster imprisoned in the abyssal demon prison had a restriction mark left by the strong who captured them embedded in their soul. The Yin Soul Chains, as standard weapons for the guards in the abyssal demon prison, contained a trace of restriction that could interact with the restrictions in the monster's souls, increasing control over them. However, after tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years of erosion, the number of Yin soul chains had dwindled, and there were now less than 5 left in the entire abyssal demon prison. 2 of them were severely damaged, significantly reducing their power. Of the 3 relatively intact Yin soul chains, 1 was controlled by Xiao Wanli, while the other 2 were controlled by 2 other factions within the abyssal demon prison. Because of this, Xiao Wanli was reluctant to tear his face with the other 2 factions and temporarily maintained a state of peaceful coexistence. Now that the Tao Ye's strength had surged tenfold and was faintly showing signs of breaking free from the control of the abyssal demon prison, Xiao Wanli had no choice but to unleash the Yin Soul Chains, a formidable weapon. Chapter 6:17 Riot. Hurry and come help, Xiao Wanli roared. At this moment, the Tao Tai, towering at 1,000 meters, was howling in pain, its body rolling around in the abyssal demon prison like a mountain. The guards were scared and fled in all directions, not daring to confront the Tao Tai head-on. Among all the guards present, only Xiao Wanli, young Master Yu Xiao, and Yinjume had the strength to fight the Tao Tai directly. The other guards were too weak to withstand even 3 moves from the Tao Tai. Spread out. Let's handle this, Yinjume shouted angrily, and was the first to charge toward the Tao Tai. As a neutral party, while Yinjume was also dissatisfied with Xiao Wanli, she held no deep grudge against him. Those of them who were selected to be guards in the abyssal demon prison had been assessed for their talent and temperament by the powerful beings of the divine realm. As guards, their duty was to strictly supervise all the prisoners in the abyssal demon prison and absolutely not allow any prisoner to escape. If necessary, the guard had the right to eliminate prisoners attempting to escape. Over these tens of thousands of years, of the originally imprisoned 118 prisoners, only 56 remained, while the other 62, aside from a few who died of old age, were mostly eliminated by the guards for attempting to escape from the abyssal demon prison. Chapter 6:18 Frost Dragon Python. Boom! The Tao Ye's colossal body, towering at 1,000 meters, crashed violently into the prison marked with the number 17. A series of golden runes and formations appeared, wrapping the entire prison tightly like shackles. Under the impact of the Tao Tai, the black prison exploded into fragments, and the golden rune formations were also torn apart one by its massive body. Roar! At the same time, the ferocious beasts that were originally imprisoned in the prison erupted with thunderous roars, stepping out from the darkness one by one. It was a fierce beast towering hundreds of meters high, resembling a tiger but with fur like a dog. Its face was somewhat human-like, and from its mouth protruded a sharp tusk several dozen meters long, with a tail that was at least 100 meters long. If Shen Yue saw it, he would recognize it at a glance. It was one of the 4 ancient fierce beasts, known as Tao Wu, which was as infamous as Tao Tai. Tao Tai was imprisoned in prison number 18, while Tao Wu was held in prison number 17, indicating that Tao Wu's strength was actually above that of Tao Tai. However, before being captured, Tao Tai had the luck of swallowing a gigantic meteorite containing star soul tears, which caused its power to surge over tens of thousands of years, allowing it to escape from prison. Chapter 6:19 Fierce Roar. Tao Tai turned around and roared angrily at Xiao Wanli and the other guards. In that moment, it stopped fleeing. With the frost chameleon present, Cao Tai believed that none of the guards present were a match for the three of them. After being imprisoned for tens of thousands of years and suffering from the guards' brutality and humiliation, even being bled to serve as appetizers for the guards, Cao Tai and the other two fierce beasts harbored an intense hatred for them, wishing to devour their flesh. However, they had always been confined in prison and did not dare to show it. Now, they finally had the chance to escape from the abyssal demon prison. How could they flee in haste? They had to kill a few guards to relieve their pent-up hatred. Ideally, killing all the guards, including Xiao Wanli, would satisfy their vengeance. Xiao Wanli roared, his soul igniting into a golden flame, which he poured into the Yin Soul Lock. In that moment, he held nothing back. Boom! The Yin Soul Lock suddenly erupted with dazzling light, resembling a golden thread descending from the heavens, directly wrapping around Cao Tai. Roar! Cao Tai sensed an extremely dangerous aura and attempted to dodge, but it was completely locked onto by the Yin Soul Lock. Chapter 620, Despair. Streams of golden threads rushed toward the Frost Chameleon. The Frost Chameleon sneered and instantly transformed into an afterimage, fleeing into the distance. It was confident that its speed could easily evade those golden threads. In less than half a breath, the Frost Chameleon had changed its escape route at least a dozen times. It believed that Xiao Wanli could not possibly track its movements, let alone catch it. Buzz! Just as it stopped, golden threads suddenly shot up from the ground, wrapping around it directly. How could this be? The Frost Chameleon was stunned. How could Xiao Wanli's strength possibly perceive its trajectory? It was even more impossible to predict where it would stop. So, where did these golden threads come from? How did they manage to ensnare it? Soon, a flurry of golden threads surged in, quickly wrapping the Frost Chameleon into a dumpling. Yin Soul Lock, Qiankuan. This was the Yin Soul Lock that Xiao Wanli had stolen from the 17th Warden, several levels above the standard Yin Soul Lock used by regular guards. Chapter 621, Massacre. Crackle. A wave of frost rapidly spread. The temperature of the entire abyssal demon prison dropped significantly, and snowflakes of frost fell from the sky. If the Frost Chameleon wished, it could completely turn the abyssal demon prison into an icy world. However, it did not choose to do so. The Frost Chameleon, like a cat that had caught a group of mice, was not in a hurry to devour the guards, but instead slowly tortured and toyed with them, waiting until it was thoroughly bored before striking them down. No, how could this happen? Xiao Wanli's face was filled with despair and disbelief. The golden Yin Soul Lock was a weapon that only the Warden possessed and had tremendous power. Yet, it was completely ineffective against the Frost Chameleon, making Xiao Wanli doubt whether the Yin Soul Lock he had stolen was a fake. Swish! The Frost Chameleon flickered and pounced in front of guard, opening its mouth wide and biting off his legs and abdomen, leaving him half a body lying in a pool of blood. The guard cried out in agony, rolling in the blood. Chapter 622, I escaped. Deep in the abyssal demon prison, a strong smell of blood spread in all directions, with severed arms and legs everywhere. Among the remaining 32 guards in the abyssal demon prison, aside from Injume, who was dragged across the ground by Tao Wu and was on the brink of death, there were no other living people left. Even strongest guard, Xiao Wanli, had been swallowed whole by Cao Tai. The unluckiest Huang Zhe, who had been hiding quietly at the back and had no intention of intervening, was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture by the Frost Chameleon's cold breath, then smashed to pieces by another panicking guard fleeing in terror. Essentially, he died at the hands of the Frost Chameleon and the guards. Until his last moments, Huang Zhe was secretly pondering whether bringing Shen Yue back to the abyssal demon prison was the right choice. If he had the chance to do it all over again, he would definitely kill Shen Yue at the first opportunity. Unfortunately, there aren't too many chances to start over. Roar! At that moment, fierce roars erupted from the top 10 prisons, urging the Frost Chameleon and the others to release them as well. Chapter 623. You looking for me? Xiao Wanli's screams echoed far and wide within the abyssal demon prison. He had just narrowly escaped from Cao Tai's mouth, and before he could celebrate, his physical body was crushed into a meat paste by a kick from Cao Tai. Fortunately, his soul escaped quickly. Otherwise, he would have been crushed to pieces like his body. At that moment, his heart was bleeding. Just a short hour ago, Xiao Wanli was the undisputed boss of the abyssal demon prison. In the absence of the warden, his word could command almost all the guards. Even young Master Yu Xiao and Injume dared not openly oppose him. Yet in less than an hour, nearly all the guards in the abyssal demon prison were dead. and even Xiao Wanli's physical body was destroyed, leaving only his soul. At this moment, Tao Tai, Tao Wu, and the Frost Chameleon, three ancient fierce beasts, were glaring at him, and with his current strength, he might not even be able to withstand a single attack. Was he really going to die this time? Xiao Wanli felt desolate and filled with regret. All these changes began when he betrayed Shen Yue, the new warden. Chapter 624. Thunder, cleansing the earth. Swish. Figures rushed like flowing light into the 2-meter square door that had been opened. At the forefront was Modi, holding Xiao Wanli in his hand. The other two figures were the clown dog Binbin and the obedient rabbit, who had been hiding in the distance. Finally, Shen Yue brought up the rear, waved to the three ancient fierce beasts, including Tao Tai, and then dashed into the great door. With a swish, the great door closed instantly, and Shen Yue and the others completely vanished. Roar! The three fierce beasts were immediately enraged and charged towards Shen Yue. Boom! Their bodies crashed violently against the pitch-black door. The dark door trembled violently, but they could not break it at all. The three ancient fierce beasts roared in anger, but they were powerless. Crack, crack, crack! At that moment, the entire abyssal demon prison was suddenly shrouded in a thick layer of pitch-black mist. The mist spread in all directions, and then dark mist surged from the ground, merging with the mist in the air. Soon, the entire abyssal demon prison formed a huge pitch-black sphere resembling an egg. Chapter 625. The Rainbow Time Gate. Hand over your soul blood. Shen Yue said coldly. If it weren't for Xiao Wanli's understanding of the treasure vault of the abyssal demon prison, he would have killed him long ago without hesitation, as Xiao Wanli had no value at all. Yes, master. Xiao Wanli gritted his teeth secretly, feeling very dissatisfied, but he did not dare to show any resistance. His life was firmly in Shen Yue's hands. Killing him was easier than squashing an ant. How could Xiao Wanli dare to have any complaints? Buzz. Soon, Xiao Wanli gathered a drop of soul blood and obediently handed it to Shen Yue. With a wave of his hand, that drop of soul blood was immediately stored in Shen Yue's ring. Modi's soul blood was also stored in the ring at this time. After all, Shen Yue was only at the first level of the spirit movement realm, and his soul power was not strong enough. If he placed Modi's and Xiao Wanli's soul blood in his Niwen Palace, the risk would be too great. One misstep, and the soul blood of a transformation realm powerhouse could take control of Shen Yue's Niwen Palace and body. However, storing it in the ring eliminated such risks. And the ring had a large capacity, easily accommodating the soul blood of dozens of transformation realm powerhouses. Chapter 626. Mother's Memory. The Rainbow Time Gate. Shen Yue stared at the clear and hideous wound on the back of his hand, somewhat dazed. In his previous life, he had seen records about the Rainbow Time Gate in the treasure vault of a medicine clan. The Rainbow Time Gate was formed by the supreme divine power of the mighty beings in the divine realm, incorporating a small segment of the river of time and space. Therefore, anyone who stepped into the Rainbow Time Gate would experience either becoming younger or older. What is the purpose of a strong person's cultivation? To be invincible in the world? Then, after truly becoming invincible, what should one pursue? Ultimately, it is still for longevity. Even emperors wish to live for thousands of years. How much more do ordinary warriors desire to live longer? Longevity has become an obsession for warriors, especially the strong. No one wants to see themselves old and frail, as it signifies that they are nearing death. However, the Rainbow Time Gate allows one to see their most aged appearance in advance, without truly aging. During the gradual aging process, there will also be warning segments reminding one of future crises that may occur or be experienced. Chapter 627. The Starry Sky Veil Swish. Shen Yue stepped out of the Rainbow Time Gate. Behind him, a passage formed by colorful light was slowly collapsing. Shen Yue did not look back, because he understood that even if he turned to look now, he would definitely not see his mother's face again. This unintentional intrusion into the abyssal demon prison had been a life-and-death experience for Shen Yue. He had almost been completely devoured by Tao Tai. However, after entering the Rainbow Time Gate and seeing his mother with his own eyes, all of this was worth it. Mother, wait for me. I will definitely find you. Shen Yue silently vowed in his heart. Buzz. The Rainbow Time Gate completely vanished. Another pitch-black door appeared in front of Shen Yue. This door was much smaller compared to the stone door of the abyssal demon prison, at most just a dozen meters tall. Even compared to the vault's main door, it was much simpler, and Shen Yue estimated that even the clown dog Binbin could easily break it. Too simple and too casual. This made Shen Yue even doubt whether there was really a place behind the door where the previous prison guards stored their treasures. How should this door be opened? Shen Yue was momentarily stunned. Before entering, he had only asked Modi to quietly inquire how to open the treasure vault's door. But how could he have known that there was another door inside the treasure vault's door? Chapter 628. The Secret of the Demon Prison. The stars shifted. The entire starry sky veil seemed to be lifted by an invisible hand and then quickly turned over. The meteor that was originally in the north was suddenly moved to the east. Meanwhile, some meteors in the west were directly flung to the north. The starry sky veil, which Shen Yue could not understand at all, suddenly underwent a shocking transformation. The extremely dim meteor representing the Tianyuan continent suddenly shone with dazzling light. At the same time, the meteor representing the Tianyuan domain's main star also burst forth with brilliant light. Not far from the Tianyuan domain's main star, another star continent called Dingjing Star was also ignited. Roughly speaking, at least 5 star continents suddenly brightened dozens of times, and these 5 star continents formed the shape of a long knife. Crescent Moonblade. A term suddenly appeared in Shen Yue's mind. In the records of the Medicine Clan's library, there was once a peak powerhouse who surpassed the transformation realm, breaking through the void to ascend and enter the river of time and space, witnessing the spectacular sight of the 5 brightest star continents coming together. At the same time as the 5 stars aligned, an extremely violent and vast energy swept across the entire river of time and space. Chapter 629. The Establishment of the Foundation. What to do? Shen Yue stared at the starry sky veil, but his heart was already burning with anxiety. According to Shen Yue's speculation, the abyssal demon prison had already been exposed, and the sky had been torn open with a massive crack stretching tens of thousands of miles, clearly indicating that the time for the 5 stars to align was drawing nearer. If this could not be stopped, the Tianyuan continent would likely face collapse. Under the fallen nest, how could there be intact eggs? Shen Yue had not yet reached the ability to break through the void and ascend from the Tianyuan continent. To protect the Tianyuan continent while ensuring his own and his friends' lives, he must destroy the 5 stars alignment and prevent it from executing the Crescent Moonblade. Swish! Shen Yue thought for a moment, then directly controlled the ink light sword and struck fiercely at the starry sky curtain. This section of the starry sky curtain clearly recorded the trajectory of the 5-star conjunction. If he could shatter the starry sky curtain, could he not prevent the 5-star conjunction from appearing? Buzz! Just as the ink light sword was about to approach the starry sky curtain, a beam of light suddenly shot out from the starry sky curtain, enveloping the ink light sword. The ink light sword immediately became immobile, as if a mouse had encountered a cat, trembling in fear and lacking any courage to resist. Chapter 630. Divine Projection in the Abyssal Demon Prison. Deep within the treasure vault, the Chaos Alchemy Cauldron transformed into a towering form thousands of meters high, occupying most of the vault space. One cauldron can suppress all realms. This was a phrase Shen Yue had once seen in the inscriptions of the Chaos Alchemy Cauldron. At that time, he thought it was just a boast. Now it seemed that the Chaos Alchemy Cauldron indeed possessed the power to crush everything. The starry sky curtain, painstakingly arranged by the powerful beings of the Divine Realm, was now completely thrown into chaos under the pressure of the Chaos Alchemy Cauldron. The situation of the 5-star conjunction had also completely collapsed. The entire Tianyuan continent trembled violently, and it took 3 breaths of time to return to normal. Since the sky fell and the earth sank, the rules of heaven and earth on the Tianyuan continent had long been thrown into disarray, with volcanic eruptions and earthquakes occurring as frequently as meals. Thus, the people of the Tianyuan continent had become numb to it, accustomed to the chaos. However, only Shen Yue understood that the massive tremor of the Tianyuan continent just now was not caused by the sky falling and the earth sinking, but by the Chaos Alchemy Cauldron disrupting the starry sky curtain. The Crescent Moonblade, which was about to take shape, had already changed its trajectory and should no longer be realizable. Chapter 631. Divine Punishment in the Abyssal Demon Prison. Who is currently in charge of the warden? Come see me at once. The middle-aged man said expressionlessly. Xiao Wanli's heart sank. Others might not recognize the middle-aged man in front of him, but he had a very deep impression. He was a divine envoy from the Divine Realm. Divine envoy, I am the 9th prison guard of the Abyssal Demon Prison. And besides the warden, I am the only surviving guard. Xiao Wanli quickly stood up and replied respectfully. You're the only surviving guard. What about the warden? The middle-aged man frowned and coldly snorted in dissatisfaction. The warden is currently organizing the remaining resources in the treasure vault. It seems that only the two of us will guard the abyssal demon prison from now on, Xiao Wanli said with a grim expression. He thought that the divine envoy from the divine realm was merely passing through the abyssal demon prison for a routine inspection. So, he did not hide anything and directly informed him about the beast riot in the abyssal demon prison, then took the opportunity to complain, hoping to deceive some resources from the divine envoy. Sure enough, someone is in the treasure vault. The divine envoy's brows furrowed tightly, and a murderous intent appeared on his face without concealment. Chapter 632. Cloud of Misfortune Descendant of the Azure Dragon Lineage. The powerful being from the divine realm frowned, feeling very unwilling. Just now, he was clearly able to sense that a power of the Azure Dragon bloodline had awakened within Shen Yue. It is known that only descendants of the Azure Dragon lineage can activate and awaken the Azure Dragon bloodline power. Therefore, it can almost be certain that Shen Yue is indeed a descendant of the Azure Dragon, or at least, there's a trace of the Azure Dragon bloodline flowing within him. Although Shen Yue was just an ordinary person from the lowest level plane of the Tianyuan continent, as long as he had even a trace of the Azure Dragon bloodline, he would be recognized by the Azure Dragon lineage. It is known that the Azure Dragon lineage is notorious for its violence in the endless realms and is particularly protective of its own. Anyone who dares to bully a descendant of the Azure Dragon lineage would be opposing the entire Azure Dragon lineage. Although the powerful being from the divine realm could be considered a dominant figure there, he was nothing in front of the Azure Dragon lineage. Damn it! Why does he have the power of the Azure Dragon bloodline? The powerful being from the divine realm gritted his teeth in anger, wanting to kill Shen Yue. But he did not dare to. The Azure Dragon lineage is already rare and difficult to reproduce. If he dares to kill a descendant of the Azure Dragon lineage, it would be like completely tearing apart relations with the Azure Dragon clan, and he would be hunted down to the ends of the earth. Chapter 633. Water Azure Sky 1 Chi Robe Swish. Shen Yue gritted his teeth and directly put on the light blue robe. Although a voice in his heart constantly reminded him not to wear this robe, as it was dangerous, Shen Yue could not help himself. He recognized at first glance that this light blue robe, named Water Azure Sky 1 Chi Robe, was something that could only be crafted in the divine realm according to legend. Wearing the Water Azure Sky 1 Chi Robe, as long as one infuses a certain amount of true essence, one can activate the rune formation contained within, sufficient to withstand a full force attack from a peak transformation God realm expert. With Shen Yue currently only at the first level of the spiritual movement realm, surrounded by dangers in the abyssal demon prison. If he were to be ambushed by a hidden beast, he would likely be killed in one move. Therefore, upon seeing the Water Azure Sky 1 Chi Robe, he immediately put it on without a second thought. In the current situation, preserving his own life was the most important thing. As for the possible dangers, don't joke. Even without wearing this Water Azure Sky 1 Chi Robe, would he be safe in the abyssal demon prison? Swish! The Water Azure Sky 1 Chi Robe seemed to have a life of its own. What appeared to be very loose suddenly changed shape upon wearing it, becoming smoother than the finest silk, tightly hugging Shen Yue's body. Chapter 634. Unmatched Fury Roar. Roars echoed throughout the abyssal demon prison. The scene of the Tao Tai, the Tua Wu, and the Frost Chi Hai being shattered by the world-destroying thunder caused all the beasts to shiver in fear and quiet down for several hours. However, not long ago, the prison gates that imprisoned them suddenly opened. At first, these beasts were a bit scared, thinking that the warden was trying to trick them into leaving the prison, thus giving him a reason to unleash the world-destroying thunder to kill them. However, half an hour passed, and the world-destroying thunder did not appear again. Some weaker beasts, under the pressure of the stronger beasts, cautiously walked out of the prison. Those weaker beasts walked on thin ice, every step trembling. But they stayed outside the prison for a whole instant's time without the world-destroying thunder appearing. This immediately gave them a boost of courage, and they rushed wildly toward the outside of the abyssal demon prison. Boom! 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 The beasts crashed madly against the huge stone door. As long as they broke through the stone door, they could escape from the abyssal demon prison. Some powerful beasts also attempted to leave the prison, initially not daring to venture far from the prison gates. Chapter 635. Wind Demon Silver Weasel King Swish. MOD transformed into a series of afterimages. constantly weaving through dozens of beasts. He continuously shot out streams of pitch-black arrows, each containing an extremely cold energy that was vaguely similar to the Frost Chimera's innate abilities. However, the fog concealment dark kill technique of Modi also contained the power of the dark heavenly path, making it even more lethal. Although the heavenly rules of the Shen Yue continent had fallen into a chaotic state, Modi's strength still allowed him to barely condense a trace of heavenly power. Especially after he had just absorbed a considerable amount of divine crystals. The vast energy contained within them was enough to generate powerful attack strength comparable to heavenly power. Crack! One after another, powerful ferocious beasts were completely frozen, only to explode into fragments afterward. Originally, there were still 56 ferocious beasts left in the abyssal prison, excluding the glutton and the Taowu that were killed by the annihilation thunder, as well as the frost chimeras and the top 10 powerful beasts. Among the remaining 43 ferocious beasts, Modi alone had killed 18. Meanwhile, Qiu Wanli was not willing to be outdone, wielding a blood-colored spear. He pierced through the heads or hearts of the ferocious beasts again and again, killing 16 within a short incense time. Chapter 636. Master of Space with Gritted Teeth. Modi charged recklessly toward the wind demon, Silver Mongoose King. Given his strength, he was no match for the wind demon Silver Mongoose King. If it were purely defensive, he might hold out for a few breaths. However, in a direct fight, he might not even withstand 3 moves. At this moment, Shen Yue was being relentlessly pursued by the wind demon, Silver Mongoose King, already spitting blood and flying out. If he took a few more hits, he would likely die. If Shen Yue were killed by the wind demon, Silver Mongoose King, Modi's soul blood would explode, and he would undoubtedly perish. Therefore, to save his own life, he had to desperately protect Shen Yue. Seeing Modi charging in without regard for his life, Qiu Wanli also roared and rushed forward. After all, both of them were soul bodies. As long as the wind demon Silver Mongoose King did not have specific attacks targeting souls, they would not face the danger of their souls scattering. At most, they would just be severely injured. Swish! Shen Yue gritted his teeth and hurriedly got up from the ground, using shadow escape to flee madly to the side. This was not the time to show off. With his cultivation at the 3rd level of the spirit movement realm, he was no match for the wind demon Silver Mongoose King. And staying here was just asking for death. Chapter 637. Heaven and Earth Turn Upside Down Roar. The painful howl of the wind demon Silver Mongoose King echoed throughout the abyssal prison. In front of the jester dog, Bum Bum, who controlled the power of space, it lost any advantage in speed. Moreover, the 3 flames' true fire on Bum Bum was extremely powerful, far beyond what the wind demon Silver Mongoose King could withstand. At this moment, its shimmering silver-white fur was completely ignited and charred. A foul, burnt smell spread, mixed with a hint of roasted meat aroma. Gulps! Shen Yue couldn't help but swallow. He hadn't eaten since entering the abyssal prison and was starving. He couldn't help but wonder what roasted mongoose meat would taste like. Clearly, Bum Bum was thinking the same. Drool was flowing from the corners of its mouth. Don't kill me. I'm willing to be your most loyal servant. Seeing the drool dripping from Bum Bum's mouth, the wind demon, Silver Mongoose King, suddenly shivered. It didn't want to die. Although it had been captured by a powerful being from the divine realm and imprisoned in the abyssal prison for tens of thousands of years without freedom, at least it had preserved its life. However, Bum Bum was not as reasonable as the beings from the divine realm. It wanted to roast and eat the wind demon Silver Mongoose King. Chapter 638. Void Passage Crack. In the sky, the massive crack spanning thousands of miles suddenly shattered again. It was as if a long, deep wound had been cut open on a person's arm, and before it could heal, the wound suddenly collapsed for unknown reasons. Swish! Swirls of void, each hundreds of miles in size, slowly took shape in the air. Shen Yue had been looking up at the frost giant dragon when he inadvertently witnessed the scene of the space crack shattering. He instantly recognized that those void swirls were actually passages connecting to other dimensional spaces. When a star continent is on the brink of destruction, its spiritual energy exhausted. Energy will form a vacuum, like a whirlpool, constantly pulling and attracting other stars towards it. In this way, the star continent has the opportunity to absorb the energy of other star continents to save itself. This is the self-redemption of the star continent's will. If it cannot attract other star continents, it will completely collapse and perish in just a few thousand years. Clearly, the The Tianyuan continent had not reached the point of complete collapse. Its purpose for tearing apart was actually to open a passage to other star continents. Chapter 639, Celestial Demon Realm Buzz. Suddenly, a beam of light shot from afar, directly enveloping Shen Yue. Shen Yue was startled and was about to take action, but quickly gave up. He had sensed that the light surrounding him belonged to a familiar face he hadn't seen in a long time. The little princess of the East Sea Dragon Palace, little dragon girl Long Ying. Finally, you've appeared. I've been looking for you for so long. Then, 100-meter-long white dragon flew down directly from the sky. A violent and vast dragon might immediately spread out, causing everyone and all elfin beasts within hundreds of miles to prostrate on the ground, not daring to move. That was the suppression from their bloodline. Only Bum Bum and the obedient rabbit had met the little dragon girl before and had experienced her dragon might. Plus, little dragon girl had deliberately suppressed her aura, so they did not kneel. However, Modi, as a transformation god realm powerhouse, faced little dragon girl's formidable aura without any discomfort and stood there quietly. On the other hand, Qiu Wanli was shocked to see the little dragon girl, a true dragon lineage compared to the Frost. The bloodline of the little dragon girl was more pure and orthodox. Qiu Wanli was both astonished and secretly pleased. Chapter 640, Ready for Battle East Sea Dragon Palace. Shen Yue brought Modi and Qiu Wanli to the depths of the Dragon Palace dungeon. There, he finally saw the creature from the Celestial Demon Realm that had been the first to pass through the Void Passage to the Tianyuan continent, not knowing whether it was lucky or unfortunate. It was a creature with a horse's head, a cow's body, tiger's claws, and a pair of bat-like wings on its back. Little Dragon Girl activated the energy within the Dragon God Pearl and directly soul-searched it to learn some information about the Celestial Demon Realm. With his memories from his previous life, Shen Yue recognized it at a glance. This creature was called the Mima, one of the top 10 races in the Celestial Demon Realm. The Mima was born with a cultivation equivalent to the human race's condensation realm, and once they reached adulthood, they could steadily attain the transformation God realm. Some Mima, with exceptionally high talents, could even cultivate to break through the transformation God realm, shattering the void and ascending to higher dimensions. In front of him, this elk seemed to have just reached adulthood, possessing strength equivalent to that of a peak transformation realm expert. If it hadn't been unfortunate enough to suffer heavy damage in the Void Passage, it should have been strong enough to rampage across the Tianyuan continent after entering. Chapter 641, The Heavenly Demon Army. What is this thing? Dealing Yun looked at the monster in front of him with a shocked and incredulous expression. His proud open sky axe had only left a faint white mark on the creature, not harming it in the slightest. How can we fight like this? Even if that monster stood still, he wouldn't be able to kill it. Do you see clearly now? This guy is called an elk and is a heavenly demon from a medium plane of the Heavenly Demon Realm that came to the Tianyuan continent. At that moment, a figure walked out from behind the elk. It was Shen Yue. Beside Shen Yue were Mod and Qiu Wanli, along with the clown dog Benben and the obedient rabbit on either side. It's you? You're not dead? Upon seeing Shen Yue, Dealing Yun was stunned. He had witnessed Shen Yue being surrounded by the demon clan, almost certain to die. Unexpectedly, he appeared lively again and even brought so many little brothers, along with a monster of unknown origin. You're not dead. Why should I be in a hurry to die? Shen Yue smiled and said. He didn't have the slightest good impression of Dealing Yun. If it weren't for the fact that the entire Tianyuan continent was facing the crisis of extermination, Shen Yue would have ordered Mod and Qiu Wanli to kill Dealing Yun directly. Chapter 642, Powerful to the point of despair. Swish, swish, swish. In the 9 void passages, almost every incense stick of time, a heavenly demon would emerge. The first was a demon with the head of a crocodile and the body of a black bear, one of the top 10 demon clans of the Heavenly Demon Realm. Soon, the second heavenly demon that walked out from the Void Passage was from the Elk clan. In the past, the Crocodile Bear clan and the Elk clan were mortal enemies, and upon meeting, they would definitely fight to the death. However, the Elk clan heavenly demon showed no reaction upon seeing the Crocodile Bear heavenly demon and simply floated quietly in midair. The third, fourth. Soon, 9 heavenly demons had emerged from the 9 void passages. These 9 heavenly demons were different from each other, representing 9 different clans of the Heavenly Demon Realm, which were also 9 of the top 10 demon clans. They floated quietly in midair, none of them leaving first, as if waiting for something. Buzz. About another incense stick later, a heavenly demon walked out from the first void passage. It was a giant peacock heavenly demon engulfed in black flames, with a tuft of golden feathers on its head resembling a golden crown. Chapter 643, displaying great power. Boom, boom, boom. Brilliant and violent sword lights struck fiercely at the heavenly demons. However, this violent energy, which was enough to kill an 8th-tier Shen beast, only sparked a bit of fire on the heavenly demons' bodies, failing to even break their skin, let alone injure them. Dozens of spirit movement realm experts frantically attacked for a full incense stick of time, stopping only when they were so exhausted that they could barely lift their weapons. They were filled with hope to see the heavenly demons turned into meat paste. After all, even a transformation realm expert would be injured under the siege of 3 or 4 spirit movement realm experts. But soon they realized that the heavenly demons, who had been besieged for an incense stick of time, didn't even have a scratch on their bodies. At that moment, they truly understood what despair meant. It's over. The Tianyuan continent is completely finished. At this moment, this thought surged in almost everyone's mind. Even Li Yun's expression turned extremely ugly. Among the first batch of human warriors fighting the heavenly demons, he was the strongest, yet even when he wielded the open sky axe and unleashed his strongest move, he still couldn't harm the heavenly demon in front of him. Chapter 644, the weakest one. Swish. The wind demon, Silver Minx King, did not stop, transforming into a residual image as it charged towards the other 9 heavenly demons. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The 9 heavenly demons had clearly sensed the wind demon Silver Minx King's presence and had prepared their defenses early. Yet they still had no way to counter the wind demon Silver Minx King's overwhelming speed. Each of them suffered approximately a foot-long wound from the wind demon Silver Minx King's strikes. Its speed was too fast. Even the royal feather peacock, with its tail feathers fully spread out over its head, could not withstand the wind demon Silver Minx King's assault. Is this the most powerful race on this desolate continent? Comparable to the heavenly demon race. The royal feather peacock muttered to itself, drenched in sweat. Just a moment ago, the wind demon Silver Minx King had passed through thousands of its tail feathers and directly opened up a foot-long cut on its belly. This was the first time in the royal feather peacock as hundreds of years of life that it had been injured on its belly. If it had been off by a little, piercing its heart directly, the royal feather peacock would have been seriously injured if not dead. It felt the threat of death. Let's attack together and kill it. The royal feather peacock shouted angrily. Chapter 645, a frantic escape. Boom. A light golden chain instantly pierced through the heart and demon core of the 3-headed tiger bull clan heavenly demon. The 3-headed tiger bull clan heavenly demon was dead. This was after Qiu Wanli saw the clown dog Binbin directly annihilate that giant ape heavenly demon, and he no longer held back, directly killing the severely injured 3-headed tiger bull clan heavenly demon. This was the 2nd heavenly demon to be killed. The remaining 8 heavenly demons were stunned. They originally thought that the strongest in the low-level plane of the Tianyuan continent would only be Transformation Realm at most. For them, these heavenly demons, the Transformation Realm could not possibly be their opponent, and they felt no danger at all. This exploration was just a leisurely journey to enjoy the scenery and eat the food of the indigenous races of the Tianyuan continent. However, in less than an incense stick of time, 2 heavenly demons had been killed consecutively. How is this possible? They must have seen it wrong. Kill them. The royal feather peacock roared. Originally, the human spirit movement realm experts from the Tianyuan continent, for 5 people surrounding 1 heavenly demon, could not harm them at all. Now everything had reversed. The heavenly demons, realizing that alone they were no match for Qiu Wanli or Clown Dog Binbin, teamed up in pairs to attack the 2 of them. Chapter 646, the fish that slipped through the net. Quick, block them. We can't let them escape. Seeing that the 6 heavenly demons, including the royal feather peacock, were frantically fleeing towards the void passage, Shen Yue hurriedly shouted. He could clearly see that these 10 heavenly demons were actually the pawns sent by the strong ones from the heavenly demon realm to probe the situation of the Tianyuan continent. Nowadays, Shen Yue and his team have crushed and eliminated 4 celestial demons with overwhelming force, making the remaining celestial demons realize that occupying the Tianyuan continent is not as simple as they imagined. Next time, when the celestial demon realm sends its demons to invade the Tianyuan continent again, they will likely dispatch even more powerful experts. By then, will Shen Yue and his companions be able to withstand them? Therefore, it is essential to keep these 10 celestial demons on the Tianyuan continent. This way, the powerful ones from the celestial demon realm won't receive any information about the Tianyuan continent, and they may not send more demons in the short term. Even if they continue to send demons to the Tianyuan continent, it is likely to be delayed for a while. During this time, Shen Yue and his team can accelerate their absorption of divine crystals to enhance their strength. Kill. After receiving Shen Yue's order, Qiu Wanli, M.O.D., and the clown dog Benben, along with the obedient rabbit and the wind demon Silver Weasel King, all made their moves again, trying every means to stop the remaining 6 celestial demons. Chapter 647. Entering the celestial demon realm, it's over. Shen Yue frowned, his expression serious and filled with dissatisfaction. Even the strongest Emperor Feather Peacock, celestial demon, was stopped, yet the weakest and most inconspicuous deer demon managed to escape. This is simply unacceptable and too careless. The deer demon rushed into the void passage and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Now it at least saved its life. Do those guys from the Tianyuan continent still have the guts to continue chasing after it? If they dare to pursue it and return to the celestial demon realm through the void passage, that would be seeking death. Whoosh! At that moment, the clown dog Benben suddenly moved. It used its spatial teleportation ability and directly dove into the void passage, chasing after the deer demon. In its view, with its spatial teleportation talent, it only needed a few breaths to capture the deer demon, and then it could use spatial teleportation to escape from the void passage. No, seeing the clown dog Benben actually chasing into the void passage, the deer demon was instantly shocked, its face filled with fear and despair. Buzz! The antlers on the deer demon's head suddenly burst forth with colorful light, shooting towards the clown dog Benben. Chapter 648. Fire Prison Mountain. This is a continent shrouded in mist all day long, without sunlight, water, or large trees, and even the wild grass is absent. What exists instead are towering mountains that reach the clouds and bottomless abysses. The air carries a strong smell of sulfur, and from time to time, one can see volcanoes erupting violently in the distance, flames reaching the sky. Molten lava soars into the air and then crashes down, with fiery lava splattering everywhere. The environment here is extremely harsh. An ordinary person arriving here would likely not survive even 10 breaths before suffocating to death. Even powerful ferocious beasts can only struggle to survive here, not knowing how long they can last. This place is a forbidden area governed by the celestial demon realm, and it is also one of the 5 sacred places of the celestial demon realm. Fire Prison Mountain. Legend has it that hundreds of thousands of years ago, a fire phoenix and an evil dragon fought here, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack within a radius of thousands of miles. Especially at the end, when the fire phoenix self-destructed, taking the evil dragon down with it, its fire phoenix heart fragments fell deep underground, rendering this place completely unsuitable for any living beings. The void passage that the celestial demon realm inadvertently opened up to the Tianyuan continent just happens to be located on Fire Prison Mountain. Chapter 649. Li Hua Yao shone deep within Fire Prison Mountain. As one of the 5 forbidden areas and 5 sacred places in the celestial demon realm, Fire Prison Mountain is the domain of Li Hua Yao Shang. Throughout the celestial demon realm, there are a total of 5 demon saints, each occupying dozens to hundreds of star continents. The celestial demon realm, as a medium-level plane, is comparable to the Tianyuan domain in status. However, the celestial demon realm's location, the number of races, and its top-tier experts have certain gaps compared to the Tianyuan domain. Among all medium-level planes, the Tianyuan domain can rank in the top 10, as it is infinitely close to a high-level plane. The celestial demon realm, on the other hand, can only rank at the bottom among all medium-level planes. The reason for this is that the celestial demon realm itself is a barren and desolate plane, where many races are not suitable for survival and reproduction. Only the demon race can adapt to this harsh environment and thrive, gradually leading demon races from surrounding realms to flock here. After tens of thousands of years of development, the celestial demon realm was eventually formed. It took another 100,000 years of development for the celestial demon realm to establish itself as a medium-level plane. The celestial demons within the celestial demon realm have a unique cultivation system that is different from any other race. Chapter 650. Li Hua Pool Whoosh. A blazing figure quickly approached from afar. This is the deepest part of Fire Prison Mountain, the place where, according to legend, the fire phoenix and the evil dragon self-destructed hundreds of thousands of years ago. A stone pillar, thousands of meters tall, but only about 100 meters wide, stands like a long sword piercing the sky. On the pillar, a ball of orange flame continuously burns, as if refining a long sword. Surrounding the stone pillar is a massive pit several hundred miles wide, filled with deep, pitch-black fire oil, which has long been ignited. This is the most secret and important place deep within Fire Prison Mountain, the core of the Li Hua Sacred Land. Li Hua Pool, within the pit hundreds of miles wide. Countless fire oils flow, and these fire oils burn incessantly. Even a peak expert at the divine transformation stage thrown and would likely be reduced to ashes in less than 3 breaths. Only by consuming special pills refined by the Li Hua Yao Sheng and then entering the Li Hua Pool can one avoid being burned to ashes. At the same time, entering the Li Hua Pool can activate one's bloodline power, increasing the chances of breaking through to the Demon King level. For ordinary celestial demons, obtaining a chance to enter the Li Hua Pool is very difficult. Many celestial demons exhaust half their life savings to gather enough wealth. Chapter 651. The Chaos Alchemy Cauldron restoring its former glory splash. The clown dog Benben and Shen Yue both fell into the Li Hua Pool. The intense heat immediately swept over Shen Yue, constantly pouring into his body. Shen Yue desperately urged the true essence within his body, forming a true essence barrier around him, trying to resist the onslaught of the intense energy. However, this is the Li Hua Pool, where the flame energy has accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years. How could it be resisted by the true essence power of a mere spirit movement stage martial artist? Boom! In less than half a breath, the true essence barrier around Shen Yue burst like a bubble. Subsequently, the violent and intense energy surged directly into Shen Yue's body. Shen Yue let out a painful wail, but just as he opened his mouth, endless lava and intense energy poured into him again. The clown dog Bobo rolled joyfully in the fire pit, like a fish diving into the sea, completely forgetting about Shen Yue. With a series of thuds, violent and intense energy continuously surged into Shen Yue's body, causing his flesh and meridians to expand like an inflated balloon on the verge of bursting. Chapter 652. Flowing Fire Phoenix Soul Crystal. Shen Yue frowned and followed closely behind Bobo, swimming deeper into the dark river filled with oil. He was also eager to see what it was that drove Bobo to madness. Moreover, Shen Yue didn't want to stay in the oil-filled dark passage for too long. He needed to find an exit to leave this place. After all, this was the medium plane of the Heavenly Demon Realm, where the heavenly demons were far too powerful for Shen Yue and Bobo to withstand. Staying here was too dangerous, and they could lose their lives at any moment. Previously, they arrived at the Heavenly Demon Realm through a void passage, but due to it being a reverse passage, the void passage temporarily disappeared. Shen Yue estimated it would take at least 3 days for the void passage to fully restore. Only then could he and Bobo enter the void passage and return to the Tianyuan continent. The next 3 days would be the most excruciating and difficult for Shen Yue and Bobo. As long as they could get through these 3 days, they could sneak back to the Tianyuan continent through the void passage. Quickly, under Bobo's lead, after winding through various twists and turns, they arrived at the entrance of a deep cave. Chapter 653. Demon Saint Clone. If only I could find the inner core of the Fire Phoenix. Shen Yue muttered to himself, frowning as he searched the bottom of the cave entrance. The bottom of the cave was only left with Bobo, who had his mouth wide open, licking the fire oil. Bobo also hoped to find the flowing Fire Phoenix Soul Crystal, but after sensing for a while, he realized that there was no flowing Fire Phoenix Soul Crystal in this cave, so he gave up directly. The fire oil extracted from the Fire Phoenix's corpse was actually a mixture of the Fire Phoenix's blood and flesh. As a fire Qilin, Bobo's true fire was actually of the same lineage as the Fire Phoenix clan. Therefore, the fire oil, made from the Fire Phoenix's blood and flesh, had a fatal attraction for him. Moreover, in front of this dark stone tablet, he could sense at least 1/10 of the momentum emanating from the Fire Phoenix's corpse, making his control over the true fire smoother and more powerful. Shen Yue searched the bottom of the cave for a full incense stick's worth of time, but still found nothing. Suddenly, the entire cave entrance began to tremble violently, as if something deep underground was waking from slumber, shaking off the dust from its body. Chapter 654. One sword slay. Shen Yue frowned as he looked at the old man nearby, hunched over and emanating a deathly aura, filled with confusion. Is this the true body of the fire demon saint? How is that possible? The fire demon saint is one of the 5 great demon saints of the heavenly demon realm, ranked among the top 3 in strength. How could such an invincible being, capable of intimidating countless realms in the heavenly demon realm, be so old and on the verge of death? This doesn't add up. It cannot be as simple as it seems. In the cave, countless fire crows continuously attacked Bobo, with some of them stabbing their sharp beaks directly into his flesh, pouring their souls and essence into Bobo's body. Bobo frantically urged his true fire, wanting to burn these fire crows to ashes. But the true fire had no effect on them. Helpless, he could only rely on his physical strength to explode the fire crows one by one. However, there were too many fire crows, and for a moment, Bobo was thrown into chaos and was completely at a disadvantage. As more and more fire crows infused their souls and essence into Bobo's body, he felt dizzy, on the verge of fainting. Chapter 655, Soul Realm 3rd Layer Hee. The voice of the fire demon saint echoed in Shen Yue's mind. He was too excited. After waiting for thousands of years, especially the last few hundred years of entanglement and waiting, was the most torturous, even as one of the 5 most powerful demon saints in the heavenly demon realm. It could not guarantee that it could truly be reborn from the flames. After all, it was not the true bloodline of the fire phoenix. Unexpectedly, Shen Yue's sudden appearance inadvertently helped it, giving it the determination to be reborn from the flames. Sure enough, with the help of the flowing fire phoenix soul crystal, the fire demon saint successfully activated the fire phoenix bloodline and was reborn from the flames. However, at this moment, it was still just a soul body, so it directly drilled into Shen Yue's Niwen Palace. If it wanted, it could completely occupy Shen Yue's body and take over his flesh. However, Shen Yue's body was too weak in the eyes of the fire demon saint and was not worth its attention. It entered Shen Yue's Niwen Palace purely to play with him. Little guy, how should I thank you? If it weren't for your assistance, I might have to wait decades to die before attempting rebirth from the flames, the fire demon saint said with a smile. Chapter 656, Fire Rain Meteor Boom. 4 black whirlpools violently collided with each other. Shen Yue's soul felt as if it had been struck by a falling meteor, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, and his head buzzed, almost fainting. This was the price of forcibly unleashing the 3rd layer of the soul realm. 4 stars returning to 1. Swish, swish, swish. An inverted 4-pointed star vortex quickly formed and then directly enveloped the soul of the fire demon saint. The 4-pointed star spun wildly, continuously grinding and cutting into the soul of the fire demon saint. Oof. The fire demon saint, who originally didn't take it seriously, suddenly felt a piercing pain in its soul, unable to suppress a snort. How is this possible? A mere little guy who isn't even a heavenly demon can actually injure a demon saint? If this gets out and other demon saints hear about it, they surely won't believe it and will mock the fire demon saint for its incompetence. Looking for death. Suffering considerable injury made the fire demon saint furious. It no longer wanted to play. It wanted a quick resolution. Boom! A colorful feather floated up from the soul of the fire demon saint, transforming into the sharpest spike, aimed directly at Shen Yue's Niwen Palace. Chapter 657, Fire Prison Covering Heaven Formation. Boom, boom, boom. Flaming meteorites the size of millstones fell from the sky, crashing down towards Shen Yue and Bobo. Shen Yue wielded the ink light sword, splitting the falling meteorites, while Bobo lay on the ground, feet in the air, kicking the meteorites away. After a full dozen breaths, the hundreds or thousands of meteorites were finally scattered by them. However, they also delayed more than a dozen breaths of time to escape. At this moment, the pitch-black fire prison steel was just a few hundred meters away. As long as they could get away from the fire prison steel, they would be temporarily outside the influence of the fire demon saint, and their chances of escaping back to the void passage would be much greater. Unfortunately, how could the fire demon saint let Shen Yue and the clown dog Benben leave so easily? Especially the clown dog Benben, which was a creature of extremely pure bloodline. A fire Qilin. If it were completely devoured, the fire demon saint's power would definitely skyrocket. As for Shen Yue, as a human, he could be considered a celebratory sacrifice for the fire demon saint's successful evolution into the phoenix bloodline. Boom! Suddenly, a violent and blazing energy beam erupted from deep within the fire prison mountain, shooting straight into the sky. Chapter 658. Heart of Space, What to Do? What to do? Shen Yue frowned, his face serious and pale. The clown dog Benben, after devouring 2 god crystals, couldn't he even escape the formation with forced spatial displacement? What else could he do? Fight the fire demon saint? Don't joke, that would be asking for death. He had to escape from here. Since the clown dog Benben couldn't he do it, he could only rely on the Chaos Alchemy Cauldron. It should be noted that the Chaos Alchemy Cauldron was embedded with a heart of space crystal core. Last time, when Shen Yue faced Di Lingxiao, triggering the Tianyuan Emperor bloodline with the opening heaven axe, he had to risk his life to activate the time-space blade. Although he successfully killed Di Lingxiao, he almost shattered himself in the process. Since then, Shen Yue hadn't dared to try the time-space blade again. Now, Shen Yue had broken through to the 3rd level of the spirit movement realm, significantly stronger than before. However, he understood that he still couldn't fully control the heart of space crystal core unless he reached the transformation god realm, which might allow him to harness 1% of its power. Relying on the time-space blade to kill or severely injure the fire demon saint had almost a 0 success rate. Moreover, Shen Yue could very likely be severely injured in the process, making it not worth the risk. Chapter 659. Fragments of Space Boom. A flame hand nearly 1,000 meters wide came crashing down towards Shen Yue. The fire demon saint wore an expression full of mockery and disdain, as if it were toying with a little ant. For an ordinary person, the life and death of an ant was merely a game, just a way to pass the time. But for the ant and its entire colony, it was indeed a catastrophic disaster. Shen Yue understood that he could not possibly be a match for the fire demon saint, even when it was at its weakest, reduced to just a soul body. He would still be no match for it. From beginning to end, Shen Yue had only one thought: escape. He had to escape at all costs. However, even though he had been so humble and careful to avoid conflict with the fire demon saint, he still could not evade its pursuit. Enough. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered, let alone Shen Yue, who was a rabid dog driven to desperation. Buzz. Shen Yue was merely trying to activate a void passage using the heart of space embedded in the Chaos Alchemy Cauldron to quickly escape from Fire Prison Mountain. Chapter 660. Chaos Pure Chi in the Demon Realm. Fire Prison Mountain. The fire demon saint was trembling inside the pitch-black steel, not daring to leave. As one of the 5 great demon saints of the demon realm, the fire demon saint had also risen from the bottom as a small celestial demon, killing its way up over hundreds of thousands of years, from demon king to demon emperor, and finally becoming one of the 5 giants of the demon realm. The demon emperors that had died at its hands numbered in the dozens, not to mention the demon kings and demon emperors. In its hundreds of thousands of years of growth, it had faced life and death crises countless times, surviving against all odds, and had never been afraid. But this time, it was genuinely scared. It was truly terrified by the madman Shen Yue. Clearly, Shen Yue had only the power that was inferior to even the celestial demons. Yet, when pushed to desperation, he could unleash such terrifying attacking power. He could even shatter space. It should be noted that this was the space of the mid-level celestial demon realm. After absorbing, assimilating, and merging with the Phoenix Corpse, the current fire demon saint's strength was firmly at the top among the 5 great demon saints. Even so, with its own strength, it had no possibility of breaking through the legend of the sacred realm in the void. Chapter 661. Chaos Runes Buzz. A pale blue energy ball, no larger than a palm, suddenly appeared in the void. The surrounding void trembled violently, as if boiling water was constantly churning. Shen Yue and the clown dog Benben felt as if they were sitting in a wildly galloping, bumpy carriage, being propelled forward uncontrollably. What was that? Why did it feel so familiar? Shen Yue was startled at first, then suddenly furrowed his brows and began to mutter to himself. The clown dog Benben was so scared it was jumping around, loudly calling out, desperately trying to use spatial displacement to break free. However, at that moment, the entire void was shaking violently, causing its displacement range to plummet from the original 100 meters to less than 10 meters. When it finally managed to use spatial displacement to retreat 10 meters, it opened its eyes to find that Shen Yue was still lying in front of it, being swept along by the current. In other words, it had fought hard to use spatial displacement to barely move back 10 meters, but in reality, due to the void shaking, it had instead gotten closer to that pale blue energy ball. Chapter 662. Phantom 9, Star, Transformation Crack. Crack. In the Demon Realm, Thunder Valley. Strands of pale blue lightning struck down from the sky, directly hitting the valley. This was one of the 10 forbidden areas of the Demon Realm, a desolate place with no signs of life for thousands of miles. Legend has it that hundreds of thousands of years ago, a thunder dragon fell here, its corpse transforming into mountains, while its inner core became this valley. Since then, the valley has become a gathering place for thunder. Regardless of whether it was sunny or rainy, at least 6 hours out of the 12 hours of the day, dark clouds would gather and thunder would rage. Any living creature daring to approach within 100 miles of Thunder Valley would be directly struck to dust by the thunder. Even demon emperor-level powerhouses could only last less than a stick of incense in Thunder Valley. Once they exceeded that time, their demon essence would be completely shattered, and they would surely die. Only the 5 great demon saints dared to walk in Thunder Valley, enduring the endless bombardment of thunder. However, over the past hundreds of thousands of years, the 5 great demon saints, including the Fire Demon Saint, had entered Thunder Valley hundreds or even thousands of times, seeking its secrets. Yet in the end, they found nothing and could only leave helplessly. Chapter 663, Starshine's Soul, Refinement Swipe. Shen Yue's soul soared into the sky, rising straight into the vast heavens. In the boundless starry sky, countless brilliant stars twinkled. It was once said by a deity that in this vast universe, every living being corresponds to a star in the sky. The number of living beings is equal to the number of stars. It is precisely because of this saying left by the deities that the supreme technique of the Phantom 9 Stars transformation came into being. In fact, long ago, there were powerful individuals who established methods for souls to absorb the energy emitted by stars for cultivation. However, those methods varied in quality, and the effects of cultivation were difficult to describe, leading them to be gradually eliminated by history. Only a few truly top-tier techniques, after surviving the test of time, became refined and passed down. The Phantom 9 Stars transformation is one of those representatives. 4 strong practitioners in the spirit motion realm wishing to advance to the divine transformation realm, the physical body is no longer important. What matters most is to enhance the power of the soul to a sufficiently resilient level, then comprehend the rules of heaven and earth, ultimately mastering and unleashing a powerful strike imbued with the essence of those rules using the power of the soul. Since ancient times, methods for enhancing soul power have been few. Chapter 664, Surrounded in the Heavenly Demon Realm. Run! A silver shadow darted ahead like lightning. Hundreds of heavenly demons roared and chased after it. It was MOD and the Wind Demon Silver Weasel King being pursued. This was already the 2nd day since they arrived in the Heavenly Demon Realm. In these 2 days, MOD and the Wind Demon Silver Weasel King had traversed tens of thousands of miles, searching everywhere for Shen Yue and the clown dog Benben's whereabouts. However, they found no trace of Shen Yue and the clown dog, but repeatedly intruded into the territories of other heavenly demons, being chased again and again. If it weren't for the Wind Demon Silver Weasel King's speed being faster than most heavenly demons, they might have been torn to pieces by the hundreds of heavenly demons long ago. On the other side, Qiu Wanli and the Good Bunny were in a similar situation. Lacking the speed of the Wind Demon Silver Weasel King and only possessing strength comparable to ordinary heavenly demons, they dared not be too conspicuous and could only search cautiously. As a result, after 2 days, the two had searched less than 2,000 miles in total. How vast is this heavenly demon realm? Why haven't we found the master's whereabouts yet? Qiu Wanli sighed. Chapter 665, Testing the Blade Swish. The clown dog Benben used spatial displacement and arrived at the location Shen Yue sensed in just a few breaths. When they arrived, they found MOD and Qiu Wanli surrounded by hundreds of heavenly demons, their soul bodies unstable and on the verge of collapse. The Good Bunny fared worse. Every part of its body was injured, flesh and bones nearly shattered, blood almost pooling into a small lake. Even the speedster Wind Demon Silver Weasel King was in bad shape, covered in soot, clearly having been burned by fierce flames dozens of times. Its silvery fur singed and nearly cooked. If he and the clown dog Benben had arrived even half a stick of incense later, the 4 of them might have truly met their end. These 4 fools, why did they come to the heavenly demon realm? Shen Yue cursed a few times, but his heart was still warm. Although these 4 were his subordinates, and he had their soul blood under his control, They could have stayed in the Tianyuan continent without risking their lives to come to the heavenly demon realm. Yet they still came, which touched Shen Yue. Kill! Shen Yue shouted from hundreds of miles away. Chapter 666. Heavenly Demon King swish, swish, swish. For beams of starlight descended from the skies again. Then, 4 armored divine generals instantly formed, some wielding swords, some holding dual hammers, some gripping cleavers, and others swinging large axes. Together with the first armored divine general holding a long spear, they surrounded the heavenly demon in the center. If one cannot defeat you, then 5 will gang up on you. Huh? The heavenly demon was taken aback. There was clearly only one starlight shadow just now. How did 4 more appear all of a sudden? How to fight this? Shen Yue didn't care about that and waved his hand directly. Beat him. Swish, swish, swish. The 5 armored divine generals charged directly at the heavenly demon without any hesitation. Although that heavenly demon was close to the strength of a heavenly demon king, it was absolutely confident it could sweep away a single armored divine general. However, facing 5 armored divine generals, where was the chance to resist? In just a few breaths, the heavenly demon was directly overwhelmed by the 5 armored divine generals, blood splattering everywhere. Boom! The clown dog Benben transformed into a fire Qilin, its powerful aura erupting without reservation. Chapter 667. 9 stars chain kill boom. The heavenly demon king swung a stone hammer weighing tens of thousands of pounds and smashed it down hard toward Shen Yue. At that moment, it was clad in thick armor made of rock and earth, embedded with colorful gems that shone brightly. This heavenly demon king was titled King of Earth Abyss, one of the 3 heavenly demon kings of the Earth Brawler clan. The Earth Brawler clan was a large family with tens of thousands of heavenly demons, and all its innate abilities were Earth-type armors, excelling in defense. As one of the 3 heavenly demon kings of the Earth Brawler clan, the armor it formed was even more solid, with greater defensive power, and it mastered Earth-type abilities more completely, with more offensive means. Even if hundreds or thousands of heavenly demons surrounded the Earth Abyss King, they could not harm it in the slightest. This is the gap between a heavenly demon king and an ordinary heavenly demon. Therefore, even though Shen Yue could easily annihilate a heavenly demon very close to a heavenly demon king, in truth, the Earth Abyss King did not take him seriously. Close to a heavenly demon king? That is just the thought of an ordinary heavenly demon. Only after truly reaching the heavenly demon king level would one understand the vast difference between ordinary heavenly demons and heavenly demon kings. Boom! The stone hammer weighing tens of thousands of pounds slammed down on the spot where Shen Yue had just stood. Chapter 668. Return buzz, buzz, buzz. 9 beams of brilliant starlight descended from the heavens again. 9 armored divine generals formed from the starlight, emerged once more. But this time their starlight was noticeably less brilliant than before. After all, Shen Yue needed to draw more starlight from the 9 stars to condense these 9 armored divine generals. The previous 9 armored divine generals being shattered took a significant toll on Shen Yue's soul power, making it very exhausting for him to condense new armored divine generals in a short time. Based on his own estimates, he might only be able to condense the 9 armored divine generals one more time at most. The 3rd time he condensed them, the starlight would likely be even dimmer, and whether they could exhibit the strength of a heavenly demon was uncertain. Thus, Shen Yue secretly decided that the 2nd group of armored divine generals must unleash the 9 stars chain kill to block the Earth Abyss King. Swish, swish, swish. This time, the 9 armored divine generals did not rush to act, but instead formed a complete formation according to the positions of the Big Dipper and the 9 sovereigns of the left and right. Then, a silver starry chain extended from each armored divine general. Chapter 669. Changing the World, 4th Update. In the Tianyuan continent, 9 void passages span the sky. Buzz. One of the void passages lit up, and several figures flew out, like dumplings being dropped into water. Master Shen, some powerful beings from the spirit realm had been patrolling around the void passage, and when they saw that it was Shen Yue and the others, they all breathed a sigh of relief and greeted them happily. Boss. Meng Chun and Chun Chi also rushed over from a distance, their faces filled with excitement. Since Shen Yue and his companions accidentally fell into the abyss, they had separated from Meng Chun and the others. When Shen Yue had just emerged from the abyss, he encountered an invasion by the celestial demons and had to chase them into the celestial demon realm, which prevented him from reuniting with Meng Chun and the others. However, many spirit realm experts witnessed the scene of Shen Yue chasing the celestial demon from the Mi'ma tribe into the Void Passage, and it quickly spread. Shen Yue's deeds of slaying the invading celestial demons had already circulated throughout the Tianyuan continent. He was a hero of the Tianyuan continent, the savior of all, especially now, with the Tianyuan continent in a state of upheaval, with only the Emperor Ling Yun remaining among the transformation realm experts. Everyone's hope rested on him and Shen Yue. Chapter 670. Searching for the heart of origin. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures were flying over the vast ocean. It was Shen Yue, the little dragon girl, M.O.D., Qiu Wanli, and others. As a dragon race that had lived in the Tianyuan continent for hundreds of thousands of years, they had the most understanding of the continent. This time, the little dragon girl was leading Shen Yue and the others to the most secretive place in the Tianyuan continent, a place called the Heart of Origin. Once the will of the Tianyuan continent completely collapses, the Heart of Origin will also disintegrate, leading the entire Tianyuan continent to total destruction. In the end, the Tianyuan continent would become a completely dead continent, and the Heart of Origin would be reduced to nothing more than spatial crystal stones. In the countless realms of the universe, there are far too many dead stars. Hundreds or thousands of them appear every moment. The spatial heart crystal stone that Shen Yue fortuitously obtained was actually the core of a dead star. The Tianyuan continent is already in a state of collapse, with signs of imminent destruction. If the Tianyuan continent cannot be stopped from heading down the path of destruction, it won't be long before it is utterly annihilated. Consequently, the human race and the Tianyuan beast race living in the Tianyuan continent would only be left with death. Chapter 671. The Liquid of Millennia. Swish. An invisible large mouth suddenly swallowed the little dragon girl whole. Her figure instantly vanished. Shen Yue was only about 10 meters away from her, and his sole perception had been resting on her. However, the moment that invisible mouth appeared, Shen Yue felt absolutely no perception. The little dragon girl just disappeared without a trace, without any sign or residual breath. It was as if she had truly been swallowed by a large mouth and then completely digested in the blink of an eye. It should be noted that the little dragon girl was a powerful dragon race, nearly at the level of the Yinglong realm. What kind of formidable existence could swallow her without any resistance? How could this be possible? Shen Yue was momentarily stunned and anxious. The little dragon girl was his good friend, and she had taken the initiative to lead him to find the Heart of Origin. If she died just like that, how would he explain it to the old Dragon King? Ying, where are you? Shen Yue shouted and immediately flew toward the place where the little dragon girl had just disappeared. Even though he knew there was danger, he did not hesitate at all. In fact, Shen Yue even entertained the idea of being swallowed by that powerful existence so that he could find the missing little dragon girl. Chapter 672. Dream or Inner Demon. Crack. Pale blue thunder raged within a radius of several dozen miles. The giant rocks in the valley were shattered by the thunder, and those towering trees hundreds of meters high were also struck down and set ablaze. Even all the Tianyuan beasts in the valley were directly reduced to pulp by the thunder, with the smell of charred flesh wafting far away. Ha ha ha, this feels so good. Is this the power of the rules of thunder? A figure floated high above the valley, looking down with excitement and satisfaction at everything below. This valley, spanning several dozen miles, had been ravaged by thunder, devoid of any life. Even all the creatures within 5 miles underground had been exterminated. This was the effect of his initial mastery of the rules of thunder. If he could control more of the rules of thunder and elevate his strength to truly reach the transformation realm, his attack power would be even greater. The figure hovering in midair was Shen Yue. At this moment, he did not know when his eyes had turned completely red, and his state was extremely agitated, as if he were drunk and causing a ruckus. Chapter 673. Arriving at the Heart of Origin. Splash. Shen Yue struggled desperately, tried to climb out of the pool, but for some reason, he had no strength in his body at all, like a fish turned on its back, helpless and desperate. What is going on? Is this liquid toxic? Otherwise, why would Shen Yue fall into a frenzied illusion after swallowing a few drops of it? He tilted his head to look beside him and found a little dragon girl lying motionless in the pool, sprawled out. He wondered if she, like Shen Yue, had fallen unconscious after consuming the liquid. However, it was certain that this liquid of hundreds of thousands of years had problems. Fortunately, Shen Yue did not directly consume the liquid, but had the chaos alchemy furnace absorb it and then nourish him. If he had consumed it directly, it might have been questionable if he could wake up. Swish! Shen Yue's soul jumped out of his mudball palace. Fortunately, his soul was resilient enough and was not greatly affected. What exactly is this place? What is going on with this liquid? Shen Yue's soul was a bit bewildered. To understand what was happening, his soul quickly flew into the air. Chapter 674, Blood Sacrifice, Part 1, In the Heart of Origin. Shen Yue and his group stood 10 miles away, looking over from distance. Swish! Shen Yue plucked a hair from the obedient rabbit and tossed it into the heart of Origin. The colorful hair, lighter than a feather, floated down to the surface of the source sea as if an invisible hand reached up from the bottom of the sea, grabbing that hair and pulling it directly down to the seabed. The onlookers swallowed hard, their expressions turning grave. A small rabbit hair had been crushed into dust by the weak water. If a person fell in, they would likely be completely ground into paste. Young master, let me try going down, M.O.D. said through gritted teeth after thinking for a moment. Young master, I can also go down a try, Xiao Wanli quickly added. Among their group, only M.O.D. and Xiao Wanli were soul bodies, which should be lighter than rabbit hair. If the two of them dove into the weak water, they might be able to reach the location of the source heart. Xiao Wanli, you go first. If you can't endure it, don't force it. Come back up immediately. Shen Yue thought for a moment and said, Chapter 675, Blood of Sacrifice, Part 2. Han Yi's figure continuously descended into the depths of the sea. When she reached 5,000 meters below, her speed noticeably slowed. It was as if an invisible hand was blocking her path, preventing her from continuing to descend. Moreover, her flesh was being crushed by a weight of over 10 million pounds, causing her skin to break and blood to flow continuously. Sigh. Shen Yue and the others, initially filled with anticipation and excitement, thought Han Yi could easily dive into the deep sea. Now, seeing her struggle after reaching only 5,000 meters, they sighed, feeling somewhat helpless and disappointed. Just then, Han Yi suddenly flickered and reverted to her original form. A fish just over a foot long, entirely black and covered in dents. Colorful runes appeared before everyone. This fish had grown small human-like feet, and its scales had completely sunk into its body. It was the appearance of a Han Yi fish people. With her original form restored, Han Yi once again dove into the depths of the sea. 6,000 meters, 7,000 meters, 8,000 meters. Chapter 676, Thunderous Manifestations Buzz. The source heart once again emitted brilliant light, causing the entire Tianyuan continent to tremble violently. After devouring 5 divine crystals, the source heart, which was on the brink of collapse, began to rotate again, continually releasing streams of spiritual energy throughout the Tianyuan continent. The source heart was like the heart of a star continent. If it stopped beating, the entire star continent would die with it. Although the 5 divine crystals were few, they acted like a torrent from the heavens, clearing the blocked spring and allowing fresh water to flow again. Normally, even if Shen Yue and the others did not assist in restoring the source heart, it could fully recover over thousands or tens of thousands of years. However, the human race on the Tianyuan continent might die off more than 90% before the continent could fully recover. Moreover, during this time, the heavenly demon realm and other planes might connect to the Tianyuan continent, and more people could come to invade. By then, the human race might be entirely annihilated. Therefore, Shen Yue could not wait. Wah! Han Ro and the Han Yi fish people were all weeping bitterly. Chapter 677, Thunderous Rule, Runes Crack. Shen Yue silently stood there, his eyes fixed on the scene, as if he wanted to imprint all the thunderous manifestations in his mind. He understood that it would be nearly impossible to see such clarity and variety of thunder again. Although he did not know where this place was, he could guess that it should be the source space or the source secret realm. Here, one could see and comprehend various rules of heaven and earth, as if someone were teaching you step by step. This was something that could not happen in other places on the Tianyuan continent. In this source secret realm, understanding and mastering the rules of heaven and earth was easier and deeper. Shen Yue was unwilling to waste such a great opportunity and began to comprehend diligently. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning raged wildly, striking nearly every inch of the surrounding area for hundreds of miles. As time passed, the thunder gradually diminished, and the frequency of strikes decreased significantly. However, Shen Yue still struggled to comprehend and master the thunderous rules. No, it's too slow to comprehend like this. I'm afraid by the time the thunder disappears completely, I won't be able to master it at all. I need to think of a way. Shen Yue frowned, feeling anxious. Chapter 678. Ninth Layer of Spirit Movement Realm Source Secret Realm. Shen Yue looked with satisfaction at the dissipating smoke on the opposite hillside. The once several hundred-meter-high hill had been directly shaved off by more than 10 meters by the thunder's heavenly rule. The power of the thunderous heavenly rule was indeed formidable. However, Shen Yue also understood that he had only begun to grasp the thunderous heavenly rule, and this was merely an attempt within the Source Secret Realm. In the Tianyuan continent, such power would never be possible. At this moment, he was only at the 6th layer of the Spirit Movement Realm, still some distance away from truly breaking through to the Transformation God Realm. Gulp! Shen Yue quickly got up from the ground. After stabilizing his emotions, he took a step forward. This time, he stepped to the left side of his body. Swish! The scene before Shen Yue changed again. Boom, boom, boom. Several active volcanoes were continuously erupting, spewing forth blazing magma. The entire sky was shrouded in thick smoke. Dark as night, filled with a choking sulfur smell. Shen Yue immediately understood that this must be a scene for comprehending the heavenly rule of fire. He hesitated, since he had already comprehended and initially grasped the thunderous heavenly rule. Could he still comprehend and master the heavenly rule of fire? Chapter 679. Repairing the Heavens Bang. It was as if a giant soap bubble had burst. Shen Yue's figure was instantly kicked out of the source space. He looked around and found himself floating on the surface of the sea. Young Master, Big Brother. As soon as Shen Yue appeared, MOD, Qiu Wanli, and Meng Chan, Chen Qi, and others quickly surrounded him. They had also been pulled into the Source Secret Realm, experiencing scenes of various heavenly rules just like Shen Yue. However, due to differences in strength and soul intensity, each person had spent varying amounts of time in the Source Secret Realm, and even the scenes of heavenly rules they could see were different. Shen Yue glanced around and saw that MOD, Qiu Wanli, Meng Chan, Chen Qi, and several others were present, but only the little dragon girl and the clown dog Benben were missing. This meant that the little dragon girl and the clown dog Benben had not yet emerged from the Source Secret Realm. Both of them were among the 4 ancient, auspicious beasts with top-tier bloodlines and talents, allowing them to stay in the Source Secret Realm longer than Shen Yue, which was understandable. Originally, the clown dog Benben and the little dragon girl had already reached or were comparable to the peak realm of human transformation divine beings. Now, by comprehending the laws of heaven and earth in the Source Secret Realm, they could smoothly advance to the 9th tier Demon Emperor and even stronger realms. Chapter 680. Doubts, Repairing the Sky. Everyone was stunned by what Shen Yue said. It is said that not long after the birth of the Tianyuan continent, deities fought over the ownership of the continent, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack, nearly shattering the entire Tianyuan continent. Later, a beautiful goddess happened to pass by, and, seeing that the Tianyuan continent was about to be destroyed and that the human race would suffer a catastrophic disaster, she felt pity and searched for the 5-color divine stones to forge a colorful glow to repair the shattered sky. The remaining 5-color divine stones then transformed into mountains and rivers, filling the cracked earth. Thus, the Tianyuan continent was not truly shattered. Since then, the legend of the goddess repairing the sky has been passed down. Previously, everyone thought the legend of the goddess repairing the sky was just a fabrication, and no one believed it to be true. However, now, Shen Yue said in front of everyone that he wanted to repair the sky. This made everyone present have to believe that the legend of the goddess repairing the sky was probably not just a simple legend, but a fact that had truly happened. Young Master, where should we look for the 5-color divine stones? MOD frowned and asked. Chapter 681. The suddenly darkened little dragon girl. Swish, swish, swish. The little dragon girl, transformed into a little white dragon, continuously twisted and spiraled in the air, devouring the remaining celestial demons one by one. In just the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, all 90 remaining celestial demons were completely swallowed by the little dragon girl. From the sudden appearance of these celestial demons to their complete consumption by the little dragon girl, it took no more than half an hour. Shen Yue and the others watched as if they were witnessing a dragon dance performance, seeing the little dragon girl continuously devour the celestial demons as easily as eating candy. This was the formidable and terrifying aura Shen Yue had once discovered from the king of the earth demons in the celestial demon realm. At first, Shen Yue sensed a trace of a terrifying aura from the little dragon girl, thinking it was due to her significant enhancement in the Source Secret Realm. But now it seemed otherwise. The Source Secret Realm provided the greatest enhancement to the human race, helping human warriors comprehend the laws of heaven and earth and allowing them to advance more quickly to the peak realm of transformation into divine beings. However, for ancient auspicious beasts like the clown dog Benben and the little dragon girl, the assistance was not substantial. Benben had no parents and relied entirely on luck to awaken its bloodline, this time in the Source Secret Realm. Its greatest gain should be the self-comprehension of how to activate and enhance its bloodline power. Chapter 682, Dragon Emperor Projection, East Sea Dragon Palace. Shen Yue and his group arrived outside the East Sea Dragon Palace, surrounded by a dozen dragons. The little dragon girl maintained a cold expression throughout the journey and said little. Mod and Xiao Wanli had angry looks on their faces. If Shen Yue hadn't stopped them earlier, they would have already acted. Even though they had witnessed the little dragon girl single-handedly devour and annihilate the 99 celestial demons invading the Tianyuan continent, they knew that even if they teamed up, they were no match for her. However, the little dragon girl dared to threaten to kill Shen Yue, which was something Mod and Xiao Wanli could not tolerate. Not to mention that Shen Yue was their master. Threatening their master in front of them was a huge disgrace. If they couldn't even stand up to protect their master, what use were they as servants? Furthermore, Mod and Xiao Wanli's soul blood was under Shen Yue's control. If anything happened to Shen Yue, they would undoubtedly die as well. The little dragon girl was making enemies of everyone. Shen Yue said little, merely watching coldly. He was waiting to see what the little dragon girl truly wanted to do and why she had become like this. Chapter 683, Azure Dragon Bloodline Trash. The half-human, half-dragon monster snorted coldly, its face filled with undisguised disdain and mockery. If it weren't for the Tianyuan continent being a low-level plane that couldn't bear its true form's descent, it wouldn't bother with the old Dragon King and the little dragon girl at all. At this moment, it was merely an energy avatar projected onto the Tianyuan continent. Even so, this avatar possessed the strength equivalent to a celestial demon emperor, easily overpowering the old Dragon King and the little dragon girl. In fact, to make the old Dragon King and the little dragon girl more obedient to its commands, it didn't hesitate to expend a lot of energy to help them both reach the level of celestial demon kings. It also took this opportunity to plant a very secretive seed within the old Dragon King and the little dragon girl. Once the old Dragon King and little dragon girl showed any signs of rebellion or disloyalty, it only needed a thought to detonate that seed. Lightly, it would injure their souls and greatly reduce their strength. Severely, it could cause their bodies to explode and die. The reason it went to such great lengths to project itself onto the Tianyuan continent was to transform the Tianyuan continent into a place suitable for the dragon race to inhabit. According to the rules of the divine realm, no person or race was allowed to interfere with other normally functioning planes. Chapter 684, Azure with Dragon God Technique, Impossible. The Dragon Emperor looked incredulous. The little dragon girl and the old Dragon King were also stunned. They couldn't understand how a human warrior could possess the Azure Dragon bloodline. As Shen Yue's Azure Dragon bloodline awakened once again, an extremely violent aura instantly spread out. The space and seawater that had been completely frozen under the Dragon Emperor's aura exploded in an instant, and Shen Yue and his group regained their freedom. "You all hurry and leave," Shen Yue coldly shouted at Mod and the others. Mod and Xiao Wanli frowned. They wanted to say they wouldn't leave and wanted to share life and death with their young master. However, seeing Shen Yue's serious expression, they could only obediently fly away. The Dragon Emperor was dumbfounded, unsure of what to say. Earlier, it still thought about seizing the divine realm from Shen Yue's hands to completely transform the Tianyuan continent, making it suitable for the dragon race to thrive. But now it seemed that Shen Yue, who possessed the Azure Dragon bloodline, was perfectly living on the Tianyuan continent. If it forcibly altered the environment of the Tianyuan continent, perhaps Shen Yue wouldn't be able to survive. Wouldn't that cut off the Azure Dragon bloodline? Chapter 685. 3 conditions. Speak. What conditions will you agree to in order to teach this Emperor the Azure with Dragon God technique? The Dragon Emperor's projection took a deep breath and asked solemnly. The Azure with Dragon God technique is a technique that can elevate one to become a true dragon god. Although the Dragon Emperor was powerful enough, it was still far from ascending to a dragon god. It was precisely because the azure wood dragon god technique was lost that the dragon race had not seen a new dragon god for hundreds of thousands of years, leading to a sharp decline in the dragon race's status in the divine realm. And now, they were even being targeted by unknown peerless powerhouses, facing the danger of extermination. So, when the Dragon Emperor confirmed that Shen Yue had a pure azure dragon bloodline and activated the azure wood dragon divine art, he was immediately very excited and was determined to obtain the azure wood dragon divine art. This was not just for his own strength, but also to protect the entire dragon clan that possessed divine crystals. If the Dragon Emperor obtained the azure wood dragon divine art, he could ascend to dragon god status within 100 years at the latest. By then, he would become one of the top powerhouses in the divine realm, no longer fearing any covert attacks against the dragon clan. There would be no need to expend such great resources to covertly transform the Tianyuan continent into a place suitable for the dragon clan to live and reproduce. Nor would there be risks involved in secretly sending dragon cubs to the Tianyuan continent. Chapter 686. The unusual Tianyuan continent the next day. Abyssal Demon Prison. At this time, it had been barely half a month since Shen Yue last left the Abyssal Demon Prison. The Abyssal Demon Prison, established by powerful beings of the divine realm, was specifically used to exile sinners from the divine realm and other domains. However, Shen Yue thought about it and wondered why the powerful beings of the divine realm chose the Tianyuan continent among so many lower planes. Moreover, Granny Fire had previously mentioned that tens of thousands of years ago, when the human race first arrived at the Tianyuan continent, they also came in the capacity of exiled sinners. This meant that from the beginning, the Tianyuan continent had always been treated as an exile place by the divine realm. So, why was the Tianyuan continent favored by the powerful beings of the divine realm to be designated as a place of exile among all lower planes? Was it merely because the Tianyuan continent lacked spiritual energy? No. There were countless lower planes with even less spiritual energy than the Tianyuan continent, and many lower planes were on the brink of destruction. Yet, the Tianyuan continent ultimately became the predetermined place of exile for the powerful beings of the divine realm, which made Shen Yue vaguely understand that the Tianyuan continent was definitely not simple. At the very least, it was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. The Abyssal Demon Prison, as a prison personally created and arranged by the powerful beings of the divine realm, surely hid shocking secrets within. Chapter 687. The most enhanced divine realm buzz. The energy of a divine crystal exploded instantly, rapidly repairing the cracked ground around it for hundreds or even thousands of meters. After spending a full 3 days and nights, Shen Yue, along with MOD and Xiu Wanli, had traversed almost the entire Tianyuan continent. Some lands that had collapsed during the calamity or old houses on flat ground were suddenly pushed up to heights of tens of thousands of meters. Shen Yue had to restore everything one by one to return it to its original state. Only then could the Tianyuan continent recover to normal more quickly. After 3 days and nights, when the first ray of morning sunlight shone down, a massive rainbow suddenly appeared in the sky, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. This rainbow was incredibly beautiful. The human survivors, having survived the calamity, emerged from their homes to gaze at the towering rainbow, excitement and joy etched on every face. The sudden catastrophe had caused more than half of the human race to perish, and the number of injured was countless, with even the casualties among the Beast Clan exceeding 60%. Surviving the disaster was the only thought in the minds of all the surviving humans. Chapter 688. Changing Strategies. Shenzhou City Alchemist Alliance. Shen Yue slowly opened his eyes, satisfied as he looked at his palm. At this moment, on his left hand, a thunder-like rune flickered, constantly connecting with the laws of the heavenly way. When he gently squeezed his hand, small bolts of lightning surged in his palm, as if a fierce wolf was trying to break free from its cage. Meanwhile, a small sword-shaped rune condensed on his right hand. This was a heavenly rune formed by the fusion of the laws of gold and sword. Therefore, strictly speaking, Shen Yue had mastered 3 types of heavenly laws. However, the law of gold was stronger, suppressing the sword law, preventing it from manifesting. Nevertheless, the sword law truly existed, and ultimately, the two fused to form a sword-shaped heavenly law rune. Thunder in the left hand, sword in the right. Shen Yue felt such immense power, something he had never experienced in his previous life. If only he could have had this strength in his past life. Even if he was still not a match for those emissaries of the underworld, at least he could escape with his father. Chapter 689. The Arrival of the Demon King Swish. 9 massive figures squeezed out of the void passage and directly flew in all directions. It was the 9-headed celestial demons invading the Shen Yue continent. The ones guarding the void passage were Lin Qi and Meng Chun. Upon discovering the celestial demons, they immediately raised the alarm and rang the soul bell. They thought that the 9-headed celestial demons would surely engage in battle with the 2 strong beings in the transformation realm, and they only needed to hold them off for a few breaths until Shen Yue and the others arrived to rescue them. However, they never expected that the 9-headed celestial demons would not fight them at all, but instead turned and flew off in all directions. Meng Chun and Lin Qi were dumbfounded. They wanted to stop them, but there were only 2 of them. Who should they intercept? After just 5 breaths, Shen Yue and the others quickly arrived and regrouped with Meng Chun and Lin Qi. What? The 9-headed celestial demons did not engage you in battle and simply scattered? Shen Yue was also taken aback. This made Shen Yue realize that the celestial demons had changed their strategy. They did not plan to engage them head-on, nor to forcibly occupy the Shen Yue continent. Chapter 690. The Heart of the Demon King Kill. Shen Yue took the lead and charged directly towards one of the celestial demons. This celestial demon appeared to be an ordinary wolf, covered in gray fur. If it weren't for the blood-red horn on its head, it could easily be mistaken for an ordinary low-level beast of the Shen Yue continent. However, this wolf-type celestial demon king exuded an extremely violent aura, even under the suppression of the heavenly laws of the Shen Yue continent. This wolf-type celestial demon king still possessed strength far beyond that of an ordinary transformation realm. Swish! Shen Yue unreservedly clenched his left hand, and a blue-purple lightning bolt suddenly struck down from mid-air, aimed directly at the wolf-type celestial demon king's head. Buzz! Just as the blue-purple lightning was about to strike the wolf-type celestial demon king, a blood-red rainbow light shot out fiercely from the blood-red horn on its head. The blood-red rainbow light instantly collided with the pale purple lightning. The pale purple lightning, formed from the laws of thunder, was empowered by the will of the Shen Yue continent and was extremely powerful. However, that blood-red rainbow light sliced through the blue-purple lightning as if it were a sharp knife, dispersing it effortlessly. Chapter 691. The Clown Dog Binbin Advances, Part 1. Swish! A heart core, riddled with holes, yet exuding a terrifying pressure, fell from the brow of the Wolf Clan's celestial demon king. It was the inner Dan of the Wolf Clan's celestial demon king. The inner dawn of celestial demons are inherently full of holes, and only when they reach the realm of celestial demon emperor can these holes merge into one, allowing the inner Dan to be filled and repaired into a smooth state by demon essence. Before that, the inner dawn of celestial demons, including those of the celestial demon kings, hold little value. Even when celestial demons kill each other and devour one another's inner dawn, the enhancement they gain is minimal. This is also to prevent mutual slaughter. It has taken celestial demons hundreds of thousands of years of evolution to reach their current state, especially for ordinary celestial demons. Many have not even managed to condense their inner dawn. During the last secret infiltration of the celestial demons into the Shen Yue continent, most were killed without leaving behind their inner dawn. This inner Dan from the Wolf Clan's celestial demon king is the first inner Dan from the celestial demon realm to date. What use is this broken thing? Shen Yue looked at the riddled inner Dan with some disdain. Suddenly, the clown dog Binbin appeared from a distance, teleporting over and swallowing the inner Dan whole. Buzz! After swallowing the inner Dan of the Wolf Clan's celestial demon king, a violent aura immediately erupted from Clown Dog Binbin. Chapter 692. Clown Dog Binbin's Advancement, Part 2. Buzz! The body of the saber-toothed tiger, celestial demon, king exploded into fragments, and a heart core rolled out from its brow. It was its inner Dan. Although its inner Dan was also riddled with holes, it was much smoother than that of the Wolf Clan celestial demon king, with nearly half the holes missing. This means that the saber-toothed tiger celestial demon king had already begun to steadily advance towards the realm of celestial demon emperor. In a few thousand, or even tens of thousands of years, it might successfully ascend to the realm of celestial demon emperor. Unfortunately, upon arriving at the Shen Yue continent, its power was suppressed by at least 1/3, leading to its demise at the hands of Shen Yue. Swish! Clown Dog Binbin teleported over again and swallowed the saber-toothed tiger, celestial demon king's inner Dan in one bite. Buzz! Golden flames suddenly erupted again from Clown Dog Benben. Its eyes turned even redder, as if they would bleed. Boom! It rampaged towards the side. The bull-headed celestial demon king was currently being besieged by the little dragon girl, the obedient rabbit, and the wind demon silver ferret king. But as a celestial demon king with extremely strong defenses, it had not taken any damage. Chapter 693. Tianyuan returns. A huge fireball raged in the air, burning fiercely, resembling another sun, radiating dazzling light and intense heat. Below, less than 10 kilometers from the massive fireball, rivers evaporated and dried up, and forests were ignited and burned fiercely. Flowers and grasses had long withered or even caught fire, and countless people and mysterious beasts were directly burned to ashes. Shen Yue and the others hurriedly joined forces to seal off the surrounding area of thousands of miles, driving out everyone and mysterious beasts inside to prevent greater casualties. The massive fireball was Clown Dog Benben. At this moment, it had completely lost any aura. Even with Shen Yue's soul perception, he could not detect any soul fluctuations from Clown Dog Benben. Could it be that Clown Dog Benben has died, just like that? Shen Yue was unwilling to believe it, and even more unwilling to accept it. After all, Clown Dog Benben was a fire Qilin. How could it die so easily? Time passed little by little, and none of Shen Yue, the little dragon girl, or the others left. They quietly waited. The 3 void passages in the sky slowly began to dissipate. Chapter 694. The third type of heavenly Tao rule, Tianyuan, stood with his hands behind his back, standing in midair, walking step by step as if treading on solid ground, resonating in everyone's hearts. Shen Yue frowned, staring at him intently. His soul perception had already detected that Tianyuan's aura far surpassed that of an ordinary peak transformation realm expert, reaching a level comparable to a celestial demon king. This was the strongest power the Tianyuan continent could currently bear. Had it been before the continent's upheaval, such power could have easily broken through the void and ascended to the divine realm. Unfortunately, the Tianyuan continent had only just returned to normal, and the void was at its most solid and stable state. It would take at least half a year to recover. Tianyuan's previous strength was already formidable, having mastered more than 2 types of heavenly Tao rules, easily able to kill 9th-tier demon emperors and other ordinary transformation realm experts. However, after the collapse of the continent's rules, his strength had diminished repeatedly, leaving him with only the peak of the 9th layer of the spirit realm. Since then, he had suddenly disappeared. Unexpectedly, he reappeared at this moment, and upon his return, his strength surged to a level comparable to a celestial demon king. Chapter 695. The Order of the Underworld Emperor. From now on, the Tianyuan continent must obey my command. Tianyuan stood proudly, coldly snorting. As a peerless powerhouse who unified the entire Tianyuan continent thousands of years ago, Tianyuan's ambition had always been great. Last time, as the Tianyuan Emperor, he established the unified Tianyuan Empire, but only ruled for less than 10 years before being punished by heaven and having his body shattered. However, this time, the Tianyuan Emperor has reincarnated and taken on the identity of Tianyuan, but his ambition remains unchanged. He wants to become the Emperor of the Tianyuan continent. He has tasted the power of all human beliefs converging into one. That feeling is far more powerful than the transformation realm. Even though he now possesses strength comparable to a celestial demon king, it still pales in comparison to the time when he had all human beliefs converged into one. This made Tianyuan even more certain that the most effective and direct way to break through the void and ascend to the divine realm is to gather the belief power of all humanity. Last time, when the celestial demons descended, Tianyuan fled because he was outmatched, which severely impacted his image. But this time, with a significant boost in strength, he returned to reshape his image as the savior of the Tianyuan continent and continue to be the emperor of the Tianyuan Empire to absorb belief power. Chapter 696. Lingxiao Palace Bus. A violent and bloodthirsty aura rapidly spread out. That seemingly ordinary wooden tablet was actually made from a type of wood called iron fir from the divine realm. The iron fir wood itself is extremely hard, comparable to ordinary 6th or 7th tier divine weapons. Moreover, numerous intricate runes and formations were inscribed on that wooden tablet. Although Shen Yue had seen the real Order of the Underworld Emperor, he could recognize it at a glance. The Order of the Underworld Emperor not only represents the identity of the Underworld Emperor's envoy, but also seals a trace of the cultivation method practiced by the Underworld Emperor back in the day. as well as the time he acted like a turtle. Previously, during the journey to the East Sea, Shen Yue had already deceived and killed an underworld emperor's envoy, only to find that her eyes seemed to have knives, making it hard to look directly at her. Unexpectedly, this time he actually carried the emperor's order of the underworld. If this is accidentally triggered, everyone present, including Shen Yue, will be instantly split in half, dead beyond resurrection. The Ming Huang Ling contains a trace of the Ming Huang's aura, and once activated, it can unleash an attack power that is infinitely close to that of the heavenly demon emperor. By then, all those present will be easily annihilated. Chapter 697. The Ruined Dragon Throne Ling Shao Palace? Isn't this the place where the heavenly emperor of the divine realm resides, according to legend? Shen Yue looked at the broken plaque with the three ancient characters in confusion, his face full of shock and disbelief. In the Medicine Clan's library, Shen Yue had once browsed through some ancient books, which allowed him to recognize the three ancient characters as Ling Shao Palace. If it were someone else, they would never have been able to recognize these three characters, because the seal script dates back hundreds of thousands of years from the divine realm, similar to divine script. Not everyone is qualified to see and learn it, especially in lower planes or even some medium planes like Tianyuan domain. Only the Medicine Clan, which has a lineage of over tens of thousands of years, has a very limited record of the divine realm. At that time, Shen Yue was merely curious and studied the divine script of the divine realm, which enabled him to immediately recognize the three characters of Ling Shao Palace. Could it be a prank? Someone deliberately wrote the three characters of Ling Shao Palace on the plaque. Shen Yue thought to himself as he continued to walk into the ruins. With every breath he spent in this ruin, he could feel his soul weakening a bit more. Chapter 698. The Yellow Dragon Battles the Green Dragon in the Void. Suddenly, a yellowish light group about 5 miles in circumference appeared abruptly. It was the ruined ancient palace. At this moment, on the yellow dragon throne within the ruins, Shen Yue was tightly wrapped by yellow tendrils. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The yellow tendrils spread deep into Shen Yue's flesh and bones. It wouldn't take a few breaths before Shen Yue would be completely engulfed by the yellow tendrils, at which point his soul would scatter. Moreover, the most important thing was that Shen Yue was in the ruins, facing the constant weakening of his soul, and even if he wanted to resist, he would be powerless. What to do? Shen Yue was anxious, but had no way out. Just then, the yellow tendrils fused together, forming a small yellow dragon. As soon as the yellow dragon appeared, it let out a long howl, extremely excited. It was the yellow dragon sealed within the throne, which had been sealed for over hundreds of thousands of years. Originally, it thought it would be imprisoned in the throne for a lifetime, never to turn over. Unexpectedly, one day, someone actually found the palace ruins and sat on the throne. Chapter 699. Stepping on Ling Shao. Could this really be the Ling Shao Palace where the heavenly emperor of the divine realm once resided? Shen Yue's eyes quickly searched the ruins. He was looking for something that could confirm whether this ruin was indeed Ling Shao Palace. Buzz. At that moment, the entire ruin erupted with dazzling light. Broken red bricks, beams as thick as grinding wheels, and various colorful glazed tiles all flew up and began to slowly gather together. In just a few breaths, a grand and magnificent palace, which made one want to kneel upon seeing it, appeared before Shen Yue. The broken plaque also hung high. The three golden characters of Ling Shao Palace shone with a dazzling brilliance like the sun. This really is Ling Shao Palace. Shen Yue was stunned by the shocking sight before him. Although he could preliminarily confirm that this ruin was likely the Ling Shao Palace from hundreds of thousands of years ago through the previously sealed yellow dragon, it was still just a guess. However, everything was completely different now, as the ruined Ling Shao Palace, for some unknown reason, had fully restored itself and was now laid out before Shen Yue. Chapter 700. Tremor in the Divine Realm. Crack. A clear sky suddenly shattered with a thunderous sound. Countless people who were leisurely drinking tea, admiring flowers, and playing suddenly looked up. Their previously relaxed expressions vanished, replaced by solemnity. This was a tranquil and peaceful place, resembling a paradise. Towering mountains hung in midair, with waterfalls flowing down. Before they could hit the ground, the water would reverse and flow back to the mountaintop. On top of the mountains, the terrain was extremely flat, with massive and grand palaces built on them. Inside the palaces, there were pavilions, towers, artificial hills, and water pools, filled with the sounds of birds and blooming flowers. Some men and women dressed in wide sleeves were leisurely drinking tea, enjoying flowers, and playing. However, the suddenly erupting thunder and lightning struck like a heavy hammer on everyone's hearts, causing all to be greatly alarmed. What happened? What is going on? A bolt from the blue. A great calamity must befall. Everyone thought to themselves, but no one dared to say a word. Crack, crack. Thunder rumbled from the lowest tier, crashing through and ultimately exploded again in the high ninth heaven. The heavens have 9 layers, and the earth is divided into 18. Chapter 701. The Fall of Mod Shen Yue City. Boom, boom, boom. Colorful rays of light collided in the air, scattering everywhere. Blood rained down from the sky, hot as lava. The residual shock waves shot down from the air, creating deep pits several hundred meters deep on the ground, crushing innocent humans and mysterious beasts into pulp. At this moment, 3 void passages in midair were faintly collapsing. Within the passages, 3 heavenly demon kings were desperately struggling to squeeze out. A several hundred-meter-long red dragon fell from the sky, howling in agony. It had a terrifying wound on its back that shattered its spine, and its abdomen was pierced with huge holes, golden dragon blood splattering down from the sky. When the dragon blood fell, flames ignited fiercely, turning even rocks to ashes. This was already the 4th day since the void passage was opened. The 3 heavenly demon kings were desperately trying to break out of the passage. But the little dragon girl, along with Mod, Guai Guai Rabbit, and a dozen dragon clan members, were madly surrounding and attacking them, preventing them from emerging from the void passage. They understood that if the 3 heavenly demon kings managed to escape, they would surely flee and hide, then quietly slaughter the human and mysterious beast races. Chapter 702. A grain of sand can fill the sea boom. Suddenly, blood-colored rain fell from the sky, quickly dyeing the entire Shen Yue city and even most of Shen Yue blood red. The fall of a peak transformation realm expert, accompanied by rain of blood, mourned heaven and earth. Mod was the first peak transformation realm human expert to fall since the invasion of the heavenly demon realm. Threads of extremely subtle dark energy began to spread outwards. The rules of the dark heavenly path have collapsed because there is no peak master of the divine transformation realm among the human race to control it. Unless the next peak master of the divine transformation realm who can control the dark heavenly path appears, these rules cannot be restored. Mod is currently besieging the other 2 heavenly demon kings, Meng Chun and Lin Shi, and is filled with deep sorrow. At this moment, both Meng Chun and Lin Shi are covered in blood and have suffered serious injuries. After all, they are just ordinary beings in the divine transformation realm, at most equivalent to ordinary heavenly demons in the heavenly demon realm. At this time, they need to desperately block the heavenly demon king, but they are definitely outmatched and powerless. There is no other choice. They can only grit their teeth and persevere. Otherwise, if the heavenly demon king truly breaks free from the void passage, the human race may soon have to helplessly accept the fate of extinction. Chapter 703. Visitors from the Divine Realm. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 void passages in the air all exploded with a loud bang, turning into fragments and disappearing. In Shen Yue City, at the back mountain of the Alchemist Alliance, 2 newly built tombs stand closely together, and a group of people stands before the tombs, all showing expressions of grief. Han, he has fallen. Mod has also fallen. Although Han, he was only at the spirit realm and not even human. Very few people knew of her. However, if she hadn't sacrificed herself to help the heart of origin of the Tianyuan continent fully recover, all the human and Shen beast races in the continent would likely have faced extinction. As for Mod, a peak master of the divine transformation realm known for thousands of years, very few people have known about him recently. After all, under the coercion of the Tianyuan Emperor, he established the infamous assassin organization, the MOJ, in the Tianyuan continent. Therefore, even after following Shen Yue, Mod never publicly revealed his identity and remained hidden in the dark mist. This time, facing the dark feather soul killing of the Emperor Feather Peacock King, Mod sacrificed himself to save the little dragon girl and others. Originally, I had intended to take you away from the Tianyuan continent. Shen Yue thought to himself as he bent down and poured a jar of fine wine onto the grave. Chapter 704. Xiao Yi's break through the colorful rainbow in the sky slowly dissipated, and then a shower of colorful raindrops fell. These raindrops contained boundless spiritual energy, dozens to hundreds of times denser than the original spiritual energy of the Shen Yue continent. Everyone present was immediately filled with joy and flew into the air to compete for the raindrops. Each drop contained over 10 times the spiritual energy found in the purest Shen crystals of the Shen Yue continent. It truly is a visitor from the divine realm. Shen Yue's eyes narrowed slightly, secretly shocked, though he did not show it on his face. He had seen descriptions of divine beings descending in an ancient book in the alchemist's library, and what just happened was extremely similar. The rainbow light fills the sky, and spiritual rain falls everywhere. This is the phenomenon that occurs when a divine being opens a passage from the divine realm, inadvertently bringing a trace of spiritual energy from the divine realm to the lower realm. Others might still be clueless about why divine beings are descending from the divine realm. Is this a blessing or a curse? However, Shen Yue guessed that the divine being from the divine realm is likely here to find him. Previously by chance, Shen Yue had acquired the Lingxiao Palace from ancient times. Although he had not yet inherited the Lingxiao Palace, he at least had a causal relationship with it. Chapter 705, Testing Clang, Clang, Clang. The sound of countless sword strikes echoed throughout Shenzhou City. The two sword lights contained boundless killing intent, with sword intent spanning thousands of miles. Xiao Yi was momentarily stunned. Clearly, he had mastered the rules of the sword heavenly path. So how could Shen Yue also unleash sword attacks? It is known that once someone masters a certain heavenly path rule in the Shen Yue continent, others cannot master it again. Could it be that, due to the previous chaos in the Shen Yue continent, Shen Yue took advantage of the turmoil to also master the sword heavenly path rule? No, that is not right. Shen Yue had previously unleashed an attack with the thunder heavenly path rule. He should have mastered that instead. How could he suddenly perform an attack with the sword heavenly path rule? Could it be that Shen Yue has mastered the power of two heavenly path rules? Xiao Yi's heart was filled with confusion and shock, but at this moment, the arrow was already on the string, and he could not turn back. Clang, clang, clang. Xiao Yi gritted his teeth, his face flushed, desperately unleashing attacks with the power of the sword heavenly path rule. In contrast, Shen Yue stood quietly in place, hand behind his back, relaxed and indifferent. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 706, The Shadow Half-Step Kill Swish. A concealed divine thought quickly swept towards the Alchemist Alliance. At this time, Shen Yue, Qiu Wanli, and the obedient rabbit were each residing in 3 adjacent rooms. This divine thought swept past the 3 of them almost simultaneously, showing no signs of stopping or concealment. In the eyes of the elder who descended from the divine realm, the human martial artists of the Shen Yue continent were no different from ants. A fierce tiger entering a flock of sheep doesn't need to worry about being discovered, let alone entering an ant colony. Shen Yue sat quietly, clearly sensing the powerful and violent divine thought probing them, yet pretended to notice nothing and continued meditating with his eyes closed. He could not be certain whether the ruins of the ancient Lingxiao Palace hidden in the chaotic alchemical cauldron will be discovered by the elder from the divine realm. Of course, the probability of it being discovered was low. After all, since the chaotic alchemical cauldron had repaired about 80 to 90% of its cracks, its power had greatly increased, resembling that of a divine artifact. Swish, swish, swish. Indeed, after the divine thought swept over Shen Yue and the others, it returned to scan them 4 or 5 more times. Presumably, the divine thought could not find any clues and was somewhat unwilling, so it repeatedly probed again. Chapter 707, Brutal the Shadow, Half-Step Kill. This is the strongest killing move that Lin Qi can currently unleash. By burning his soul, he can activate several times the power of the Shadow Heavenly Path Rule. Although the Shadow Heavenly Path Rule ranks at the bottom among many heavenly rules, the power activated by burning the soul can rival the strongest killing moves of the Thunder Heavenly Path Rule and the Sword Heavenly Path Rule. Huh, it's hidden so deeply. This elder from the divine realm almost fell for it. The elder from the divine realm murmured. Then his figure flashed and instantly disappeared. Boom! A blade light flashed past the spot where the elder had just stood. This blade light was formed by Lin Qi burning his soul and channeling it into the Shadow Heavenly Path Rule. If struck by this blade, even a heavenly demon king would suffer severe injuries. However, to kill 1,000, he harmed himself 800, by using this move, Lin Shi completely consumed 1/3 of his soul. If it cannot be repaired and supplemented in time, Lin Shi is very likely to fall into a coma, or even completely lose his soul. Gulp. Lin Shi suddenly swallowed the Holy Spirit pill that was in his mouth. Chapter 708. Dance of Annihilation. Bang, bang, bang. The little dragon girl and others were easily smashed away one by one like broken sacks by the old man. In front of the old man, they seemed like children who had just learned to walk, each holding a small stick and provoking a fierce tiger. The result was that they were slapped away by the tiger. The old man was also somewhat anxious and annoyed. If this were the divine realm, he could easily annihilate these little guys with a single move, even if another 100 or 1,000 transformation realm experts came. Unfortunately, this is not the divine realm. The old man must suppress and hide his true strength. Otherwise, once he is targeted by the source will of the Shen Yue continent, he would also be in danger of falling. So, he could only wait quietly, waiting for the one who truly took the ancient Lingxiao palace to reveal himself, so he could strike with all his might to annihilate him. One by one, the transformation realm peak experts were smashed back, spitting blood. Yet, none of them retreated. After getting up, they continued to charge towards the old man. Xiao Yi furrowed his brows, standing still in place. He did not attack the old man. Instead, he had the thought of wanting to leave with him. Chapter 709. One blade cuts the soul. Boom. The black mist of the dance of annihilation exploded, quickly enveloping Shen Yue. Sinister shadows, like ghosts, howled as they rushed into Shen Yue's Niwen palace. They were the darkest and most terrifying demonic beings, formed from the shattered chaotic demonic energy at the beginning of heaven and earth, born to kill and destroy everything they saw. Therefore, they were also called chaos celestial demons. Of course, these sinister shadows were not true chaos celestial demons, but mere phantoms condensed by the old man using the rules of the heavenly Tao of destruction. However, even so, these phantoms of chaos celestial demons contain an extremely terrifying aura of bloodlust. Once tainted by even a trace, one would undergo a drastic change in temperament and fall into madness. This was the aftereffect of the old man from the divine realm, who controlled the rules of the heavenly Tao of destruction. Or simply put, they were replicas. Even as replicas, they still possessed formidable power. A single phantom of a chaos celestial demon was comparable to a celestial demon king. At this moment, 18 phantoms of chaos celestial demons were fully condensed in front of Shen Yue. At the same time, images of burly men wielding huge axes were also forming in the mist, swinging their axes fiercely toward Shen Yue's head. Chapter 710. Chaos Rules, Part 1a. Shen Yue screamed in pain while holding his head. He wished he could take a knife and cut off his own head to see what was causing him such agony. The chaos celestial demons invaded his soul, rampaging madly, continuously eroding and killing. If Shen Yue could not find a way to cope, it would take no more than 5 breaths for his soul to be completely eroded by the chaos celestial demons, at which point he would lose all consciousness and become a walking corpse. Quickly tell me, where exactly did you hide the ruins? The old man from the divine realm asked impatiently. As a deity, he forcibly descended to the Shen Yue continent, consuming his own lifespan and cultivation every moment. He did not want to waste time here any longer. In the old man's view, once eroded by the chaos celestial demons, no one could withstand it, and they would eventually beg for mercy. Once he quickly extracted the whereabouts of the ancient Lingxiao palace, he could return to the divine realm sooner. I don't know what you're talking about. Shen Yue gritted his teeth and said, still stubborn at the brink of death, don't blame me for being ruthless. The old man snorted coldly and waved his hand. The chaos celestial demons became even more frenzied. Chapter 711. Chaos Rules, Part 2, / A crack over 1 meter long and half a meter wide opened in the void. This was within the stable space of the Shen Yue continent, and it was astonishing that such a long crack in the void could be easily cleaved with a single strike. If this crack were doubled in size, reaching 2 meters long and over 1 meter wide, it would be enough for someone to escape through. The so-called breaking the void to ascend to the divine realm is nothing more than this. Of course, most people who wish to break the void to ascend to the divine realm, for the sake of face or for more safety, generally need to cleave a spatial crack of over 3 meters. Moreover, the spatial crack must be able to maintain for at least 3 breaths. Just now, the old man from the divine realm executed a soul-slicing strike. Although it did not reach the level of breaking the void, it was not far off. Shen Yue, hiding in the chaos alchemy cauldron, could clearly see and perceive the power of this soul-slicing strike, causing him to shudder. How powerful, Shen Yue thought to himself, estimating that his strongest killing move, even the first level of the Qingmu Dragon God technique, could not possibly have such power. This meant that if Shen Yue wanted to attempt to break the void and leave the Tianyuan continent, he still could not do so. Chapter 712, Chaos Rules, Part 3, Whoosh. The Yuchang sword transformed into a shadow and directly struck towards the old man's head. The ninth-tier divine weapon of the Tianyuan continent could not harm the old man who descended from the divine realm. But this Yuchang sword was brought by the old man himself, so it should be able to hurt him, right? He gritted his teeth, feeling extremely anxious. Just moments ago, driven by greed, he had suddenly asked to take the old man as his master, and unexpectedly, the old man really agreed and even rewarded him with a Yuchang sword that was 100 times stronger than a ninth-tier divine weapon. The moment he picked up the Yuchang sword, he stood on the opposite side of all the transformation realm peak experts in the Tianyuan continent. He had only one path left to take, which was to leave with the old man. However, once Meng Chun saw the old man as weak point, the old man would be completely at a disadvantage, since the old man dared not strike down other transformation realm peak experts. The sheer number of ants could still bite the elephant to death, and the little dragon girl and others still had a chance to kill the old man. At that time, Xiao Yi, the traitor, might end up with his body and head separated. However, Xiao Yi had just advanced to the transformation realm. How could he be willing to die just like that? So, after much consideration, he made this decision. Chapter 713, Chaos Unity Technique Boom. Hundreds of chaos, celestial demons, exploded. The old man from the divine realm dared not linger any longer and hurriedly waved his hand to carve open a 3-meter-high crack in the void, then directly dove into the crack. In his view, the impact generated by the explosion of hundreds of chaos celestial demons was enough to annihilate everyone present. Even Shen Yue, hiding in the chaos alchemy cauldron, would undoubtedly die. Therefore, even though the old man's soul was severely injured, a cold and disdainful smile appeared on his face. As long as he killed Shen Yue, obtaining the ancient Lingxiao Palace would be of no use. For at least thousands of years, no one on the Tianyuan continent has been able to ascend to the divine realm. Moreover, the secrets of the ancient Lingxiao Palace will not be exposed for at least 1,000 years. As long as the old man returns to the divine realm to heal his injuries soon, he can definitely return to the Tianyuan continent within 100 years to reclaim the ancient Lingxiao Palace. Therefore, when the old man entered the void crack, he proudly turned to look at the Tianyuan continent, wanted to witness the scene of the dozen or so peak transformation realm powerhouses being blown to bits. How could this be? However, when he turned around, he found that, at some point, Shen Yue had actually burst out from the chaos alchemy cauldron and was frantically devouring the chaotic gas produced by the explosion of the chaos sky demons. Chapter 714, Blood of the Demon Emperor Buzz. A small white cloud-like shadow slowly began to take shape at Shen Yue's brow. On that small cloud, faint azure air currents were gently flowing. Although Shen Yue did not know what this cloud-like shadow was, he could roughly guess that it represented his initial comprehension and control of the chaos rules. Otherwise, the chaotic energy generated by the explosion of hundreds of chaos sky demon shadows would have completely overwhelmed him. At this moment, under the guidance of the Hunyuan Qi Ju, the chaotic energy flowed slowly within Shen Yue's body, gradually merging into his flesh and bones. In fact, comprehending and controlling chaos rules is extremely difficult. Generally, no one would foolishly choose to comprehend and control chaos rules. This is because chaos rules usually exert their greatest power in the void, on the star continent. Their power is even inferior to that of the 5-element rules. Moreover, compared to the 5-element rules of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, chaos rules are even harder to comprehend and control. No one would foolishly choose chaos rules. However, Shen Yue was forced to comprehend and control chaos rules under passive circumstances. Chapter 715, Half-Demon Emperor. Deep in the Demon Abyss Forest, the 7-colored sky swallowing python gritted its teeth and nodded heavily. Ever since half of the 9th-tier demon emperors of the Xian beast race were wiped out in the Great Massacre against the human race, they could only obediently retreat deep into the Demon Abyss Forest and no longer dared to venture out. Although the upheaval of the Tianyuan continent caused the collapse of the rules of heaven and earth, significantly reducing the strength of the peak transformation realm powerhouses of the human race. The 9th-tier demon emperors still did not dare to counterattack. Especially after the arrival of the Sky Demon Realm, the 9th-tier demon emperors had no advantage at all, not even enough to be devoured by a sky demon. Not long ago, a sky demon invaded deep into the demon abyss forest. The 7-colored sky swallowing python, along with other 9th-tier demon emperors, besieged that sky demon, only to be severely injured and nearly killed. At that moment, a powerful will projection suddenly appeared, and with just a thought, it turned that rampaging sky demon in the demon abyss forest into a pulp. That violent will projection did not attack the 7-colored sky swallowing python, but instead left it a cultivation method that only Xian beasts could practice. It should be noted that on the Tianyuan continent, all Xian beast races, even 9th-tier demon emperors, had no means of cultivation, relying solely on activating their bloodline inheritance and fighting with bloodline power. Chapter 716. Golden Lotus Blossoms Swish. A massive figure with a fierce aura suddenly appeared in midair. Its head had transformed into a dragon's shape, but its scales were dark red, and its tail was that of a python. It was the 7-colored sky swallowing python, which had swallowed the blood of the Sky Demon Emperor and advanced to become a Sky Demon King. After all, it possessed the bloodline of an ancient ferocious beast, with immense potential. After consuming the blood of the Sky Demon Emperor, it had now reached the peak of the Sky Demon King, just one step away from advancing to the Sky Demon Emperor. At this moment, it had the strength of a half-step Sky Demon Emperor. Boom! The 7-colored sky swallowing python swung its tail and struck Shen Yue. Shen Yue had just killed the saber-toothed Tiger Sky Demon King and did not have time to react before being sent flying. With the strength of a half-step Sky Demon Emperor, this strike broke several of Shen Yue's bones, and before he hit the ground, he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Even though Shen Yue's body had been tempered to be stronger than a 9th-tier demon emperor, he could not withstand such a violent attack. A half-step Sky Demon Emperor alone could easily annihilate over 10 Sky Demon Kings. Chapter 717. Foit Whirlpool Boom. The purple gold flames exploded. Like blooming lotus flowers, they suddenly opened. The petals of those lotus flowers spun like sharp blades, sweeping toward the 7-colored sky, swallowing python. These purple gold flames were extremely hot, hundreds or even thousands of times hotter than lava. At the moment the purple gold flames exploded, even space was torn apart, creating fissures over 2 meters long. What's going on? The 7-colored sky, swallowing python, was momentarily stunned. When did such a powerful expert appear on the Tianyuan continent? Moreover, this person was controlling the rules of the heavenly way of fire. Swallow. The 7-colored sky, swallowing python, gritted its teeth and opened its massive mouth again, unleashing its innate divine ability of swallowing heaven and destroying the world. Swallowing heaven and destroying the world. Nothing is unconsumed. When the 7-colored sky, swallowing python, was merely a 9th-tier demon emperor, it could fight evenly with peak transformation realm powerhouses, relying on its incredible innate divine ability. Now, with its strength elevated to the half-step sky demon emperor level, its innate divine ability had further improved. In a full-force use of swallowing heaven and destroying the world, it could swallow half of the entire Shenzhou city in one bite. However, it still preferred to slowly devour hundreds or thousands of people, listening to the despairing wails and pleas of the human race as it fed. Chapter 718. Reversing Time and Space. Part 1. Boom. The crimson gold fire phoenix wings behind Yi Liuxuan suddenly expanded to thousands of meters long. Then her wings fiercely extended forward, completely enveloping the 7-colored sky, swallowing python. Spit Shen Yue out. Yi Liuxuan shouted angrily. She had originally planned to give Shen Yue a surprise, so she quietly burrowed underground, sensing Shen Yue's aura and quickly approaching him. However, before Yi Liuxuan could emerge from underground, Shen Yue was swallowed by the 7-colored sky, swallowing python. How dare you swallow my man? How could you tolerate this? Fortunately, Shen Yue had just been swallowed by the 7-colored sky, swallowing python, and should not be so easily killed. As long as she could cut open the 7-colored sky, swallowing python's belly, there was still hope to rescue Shen Yue. Boom! The crimson gold flames erupted, directly engulfing the 7-colored sky, swallowing python. The crimson gold flames were hotter than the purple gold flames, ignited by Yi Liuxuan's bloodline power, the true fire of the fire phoenix. Roar! The seven-colored sky, swallowing python immediately screamed in fear, frantically using swallowing heaven and destroying the world, trying to swallow the purple-gold flames into its belly. Otherwise, these purple-gold flames would reduce it to ashes. Chapter 719, Reversing Time and Space, Part 2. Shen Yue used shadow escape to rapidly approach the void whirlpool that appeared to be less than 100 meters away. Under normal circumstances, he could instantly reach places several thousand meters or even dozens of miles away with shadow escape. For a mere 100 meters, Shen Yue would actually only need a fraction of a breath to arrive. However, despite using shadow escape over 100 times, the distance to the void whirlpool remained 100 meters, showing no signs of shortening. After trying several times, Shen Yue finally realized that there must be invisible chaotic currents in the void between him and the whirlpool. Otherwise, he would have easily reached the side of the whirlpool and passed through it to return to the Tianyuan continent long ago. The chaotic currents of the void are extremely dangerous. Even ordinary deities from the divine realm do not dare to recklessly venture into them, because no one knows in which direction or time the chaotic currents will flow. There were cases of deities accidentally entering the chaotic currents, only to find themselves swept back hundreds or even thousands of years into the past, losing the divine artifacts they had painstakingly acquired and all their cultivation, which turned to nothingness. Chapter 720, Reversing Time and Space, Part 1. Shen Yue gritted his teeth and urged the chaotic energy to quickly approach the void whirlpool. With his normal speed of shadow escape, he could blink and reach distances of dozens or even hundreds of miles. To cover a distance of 100,000 miles, Shen Yue would need at least nearly 100 blinks. Calculating at 3 blinks per breath, it would take about 30 breaths. This is assuming Shen Yue could use shadow escape continuously without rest. If he could only manage 2 blinks per breath and needed to rest for the remainder, it would take around 50 breaths. By then, the void whirlpool might have already completely shattered. No, he had to hurry and rush through. Shen Yue gritted his teeth, urged the chaotic energy to transform into a sword form, and dash forward. With the enhancement of the chaotic energy, Shen Yue's speed increased several dozen times. A single blink could cover thousands of miles. Even for a distance of 100,000 miles, it would only take about 10 breaths. However, Shen Yue was still uncertain about when the void whirlpool would shatter. Would he make it in time? Chapter 721, The Kiss in the Air Above Shenzhou City. The void whirlpool was gradually collapsing. Yi Liushuang silently floated in midair, staring intently at the whirlpool with unblinking eyes. As time passed, tears began to well up in the corners of her eyes. "You have to come out," Yi Liushuang choked out. After struggling for over a year to break through to the transformation god realm, she was finally able to leave her ancestral grounds, eager to find Shen Yue and share the good news with him. But she never expected that just as she caught a glimpse of Shen Yue, he was swallowed by the seven-colored sky-devouring python. Could this be the last time she saw Shen Yue? No, she couldn't believe it. Shen Yue had faced countless life and death crises before, and even in seemingly hopeless situations, he always returned unscathed. This time would surely be no different. He would be fine. However, as time passed, even Yi Liushuang, who had been certain that Shen Yue would be okay, began to panic, especially as the void whirlpool continued to collapse. It looked like it was about to shatter into dust. If Shen Yue couldn't escape in time, once the whirlpool completely shattered, even if he were still alive, he would likely never return to the Tianyuan continent. Chapter 722, Entering the Demon Realm in Shenzhou City. 2 figures embraced in mid-air, kissing each other, witnessed by millions of onlookers. Many women, seeing Shen Yue and Yi Liushuang openly embracing and kissing in the air, had stars in their eyes. It was simply too romantic and touching. If any man was willing to embrace and kiss her in public like that, she would marry him on the spot. After a long moment, Shen Yue and Yi Liushuang reluctantly parted. Both were peak experts in the transformation god realm, with incredibly strong souls and resilient spirits. Even surrounded by millions of spectators, they showed no signs of shyness or awkwardness. Shen Yue originally thought that after resolving the crisis of the demon realm in 6 months, he would have to leave the Tianyuan continent alone. After all, Yi Liushuang would need 3 years of closed-door cultivation to have a chance to break through to the transformation god realm. Unexpectedly, Yi Liushuang had emerged ahead of time and had already broken through to the transformation god realm, possessing the strength of a top-tier expert. This meant that Yi Liushuang could completely break through the void with Shen Yue and leave the Tianyuan continent together. Although Shen Yue didn't want Yi Liuxuang to get involved in the feud between the Medicine Clan and the Messenger of the Underworld, as his woman. Once Shen Yue truly clashed with the Messenger of the Underworld, Yi Liuxuang would definitely be implicated. Chapter 723. Sealing the Yuan and controlling the void in the Demon Realm. 3 void passages spanned the air, shimmering like rainbows. 5 massive, shadowy figures stood beside them, their eyes gleaming as they gazed at the 3 void passages. In reality, as the 5 demon saints of the Demon Realm, they were not concerned about a low-level plane at all. They sought to ascend to a higher plane and achieve true divinity. The 9 heavens of the Divine Realm, even the lowest layer, were hundreds or thousands of times stronger than a mid-level plane. Moreover, it is said that once one achieves divinity in the Divine Realm, their lifespan becomes infinite, living alongside the heavens, immortal and indestructible. As demon saints, although their lifespans extend for tens of thousands of years, they are ultimately not immortal. They will perish after a certain period. Therefore, demon saints generally remain in closed-door cultivation, rarely concerning themselves with the affairs of the Demon Realm. After all, they stand at the pinnacle of the Demon Realm, and no one can shake their status. Below the 3 to 5 demon saints are the 99 great demon emperors. The 99 great demon emperors represent the interests of the 10 major races of the Demon Realm, with the first major race, the Huangyu Peacock, being the one that produced demon saints, boasting more than 20 demon emperors among them. Chapter 724. Phoenix Wings Soaring Buzz. The 3 void passages began to converge under the continuous pressure of black mist and mysterious runes. It wouldn't be long before the 3 void passages merged into one. At that time, the Demon Emperor of the Huangyu Peacock would be able to enter and exit the void passage with some difficulty. A faint smile appeared on the face of the Huangyu Peacock Demon Emperor once the void passage took shape. The Tianyuan continent would no longer escape the grasp of the Demon Realm. Suddenly, the void passage trembled violently. 3 figures flew out directly from inside. Huh? What is going on? This stunned the Huangyu Peacock, Celestial Demon Emperor, and the others. In the low-level plane of Tianyuan continent, there should only be invasions from the Celestial Demon Realm. How could anyone dare to go against the tide and kill their way into the Celestial Demon Realm? Truly overestimating themselves. Kill them. The Huangyu Peacock, Celestial Demon Emperor, snorted coldly. Immediately, dozens or even hundreds of Celestial Demon Kings charged towards the 3 figures. The 3 figures were Shen Yue, Yi Liuxuang, and the little dragon girl. Originally, entering the Celestial Demon Realm from the void passage of Tianyuan continent was a very brief and straightforward process. Chapter 725. Crocodile Swallowing the World Boom. Boom! Boom! Dozens of Celestial Demon Kings exploded into pieces. Their souls didn't even have time to scream before being completely burned to ashes by the purple-golden flames. This was Yi Liuxuang using the Phoenix Wing Heavenly Flight killing technique, and even she was shocked. Dozens of Celestial Demon Kings, each possessing strength far beyond the Transformation God Realm, were effortlessly wiped out by her. Moreover, whether it was her illusion or not, during her comprehension and mastery of the laws of the heavenly way of fire on Tianyuan continent, the process was not very smooth, and the power she unleashed was only about 70 to 80% of its normal strength. She could clearly sense that her purple golden flames were being suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth. However, in the Celestial Demon Realm, she could directly and almost effortlessly control the laws of the heavenly way of fire. And the power of the Phoenix Wing Heavenly Flight killing technique she had just unleashed had surged several times compared to when she was in Tianyuan continent. It was as if Tianyuan continent was not her home, but rather the Celestial Demon Realm felt more like home to her. In contrast, Shen Yue sensed immediately that the thunderous laws of the heavenly way and the golden sword laws he had previously mastered showed no reaction within the Celestial Demon Realm. Chapter 726. Illusory, a Celestial Demon Realm. Bang, bang, bang. The teeth of the crocodile bear, Celestial Demon Emperor, shattered into pieces. It spat out blood and wailed as it fled into the distance. The originally rusted, broken sword, after battling with the crocodile bear, Celestial Demon Emperor, slowly shook off the rust and regained its luster. This was a broken sword from the ruins of the ancient Lingxiao Palace. It was unknown whose weapon it was back in the day or its rank. However, at that time, Shen Yue had fought with the old man who descended from the divine realm using the broken sword, and the broken sword was no less than a divine weapon, indicating that the intact broken sword back then must have had a high rank. It was just a pity that the broken sword was ultimately just a broken sword, greatly reducing its power. Shen Yue was already considering trying to fuse the Mo Guang sword with the broken sword to reforge a new divine weapon. Even if he couldn't forge a true divine weapon, at least it could be equivalent to a semi-divine weapon. However, he still didn't have time to forge it. Just as Shen Yue was preparing to annihilate the crocodile bear, celestial demon emperor with a broken sword, suddenly, a loud noise rang out from midair, and a figure pounced towards Shen Yue. Chapter 727, Void Exile, Part 1 Is. Shen Yue's divine power was directly pierced by a golden spear, pinning his body to the void passage. Poof! Shen Yue spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly injured from that spear. As he was hurled away from the injury, the illusion in front of him shattered and dissipated. The little dragon girl still had her eyes completely red, attacking wildly, but in reality, she was just hitting empty air. This meant the little dragon girl was still trapped in the illusion and had not been rescued by Shen Yue. Moreover, Shen Yue hadn't even touched a single hair of the Huang Yu Emperor, let alone kill it. One incredibly powerful soul force. Shen Yue secretly marveled. This was the strongest soul force he had encountered so far. Of course, the mysterious old man from the divine realm had not used his soul force during their battle, so Shen Yue had no way of perceiving how strong his soul really was. Logically speaking, the soul force of the divine beings from the divine realm should be stronger. It's possible that after the old man from the divine realm came to Shen Yuan continent, he was suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth, and coupled with the fact that he didn't dare to unleash his soul force recklessly, he used soul attacks. Chapter 728, Void Exile, Part 2 Boom. A violent energy erupted from Shen Yue's body, shooting into the sky. A slowly rotating gray cloud vortex at his brow was now spinning wildly, and strands of gray-white mist began to gather in front of him. It was indeed chaotic energy. When Shen Yue saw Yi Liuoshuang suddenly wrapped in flames and then disappear, he immediately became anxious. Although Shen Yue had mastered 3 types of heavenly way rules, they were all in Shen Yuan continent. Now, in the celestial demon realm, a medium-level plane, how could the heavenly way rules of the celestial demon realm be so easily comprehended and controlled? Especially the thunderous heavenly way rules and the golden sword heavenly way rules. Both were extremely powerful heavenly way rules that were difficult to comprehend and control in any plane. Shen Yue knew very well that he would need at least a month or even longer to comprehend and control the thunderous heavenly way rules or the golden sword heavenly way rules in the celestial demon realm. No, in the celestial demon realm, Shen Yue probably wouldn't even be able to control the golden sword heavenly way rules. At most, he could only master either the golden heavenly way rules or the sword heavenly way rules. After all, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in medium-level planes is much denser, and the power of the heavenly way rules is hundreds or even thousands of times that of low-level planes like Shen Yuan continent. Chapter 729, Grave of the Buried Corpse. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the chaotic energy clouds exploded, forming giant whirlpools that sucked in 4 celestial demon emperors, instantly making them disappear. Void Exile. In fact, this was not a technique Shen Yue had learned or knew how to use. It was entirely the result of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Moreover, he himself didn't even know where those 4 celestial demon emperors had been exiled to. If luck was on their side, these celestial demon emperors would be exiled to other spatial areas of the celestial demon realm or to the void between other spatial areas. In that case, they could take some time to return to the celestial demon realm. If luck was bad, the void exile could very well exile the 4 celestial demon emperors to a desolate void millions of miles away. Even worse, they might encounter void turbulence and void storms, which could lead to their immediate demise. In fact, Shen Yue hadn't held out too much hope initially. He just thought about perishing together with the 4 celestial demon emperors. Unexpectedly, through a stroke of luck, he managed to exile the 4 celestial demon emperors. Liuoshuang. Shen Yue gasped for breath, desperately wanting to pull out the long spear made of the Huang Yu Emperor's golden fur, and then search for Yi Liuoshuang's whereabouts. Chapter 730, Chaos Demon Emperor Grave of the Buried Corpse. This is a perilous place in the celestial demon realm. In the celestial demon realm, there are 5 great demon saints, and thus there are 5 forbidden areas, which are the territories of the demon saints. No outsiders are allowed to enter these forbidden areas without permission. Otherwise, it would be seen as a provocation against the demon saints, leading to ruthless extermination. Therefore, the celestial demons are very cautious and dare not step into the forbidden areas. However, apart from these, there are actually 3 major forbidden grounds in the celestial demon realm. These 3 forbidden grounds are no less notorious than the forbidden areas of the demon saints. In fact, for various reasons, their infamy is even more widespread. The Corpse Burial Valley is the foremost among the 3 forbidden grounds. Legend has it that hundreds of thousands of years ago, when the celestial demon realm had just been born and was still just a small star continent, a large number of gods and demons suddenly descended from the vast universe and began to fight around the celestial demon realm. The gods were extremely powerful beings from the divine realm, while the demons were fierce, chaotic demons. The 2 sides fought for hundreds of years, suffering heavy casualties. Later, 2 of the strongest chaotic demons had an internal conflict over the throne, leading to the chaotic demons being splintered, and ultimately, more than half of them were slain by the gods. Chapter 731. Return to the Tianyuan domain. Swish. A dazzling white light flashed and disappeared. Shen Yue was holding Yi Liuxuan, while behind him was the little dragon girl clinging to his thigh. The few of them opened their eyes, and their soul perception quickly spread out to the surroundings, always ready for defense. Just then, they discovered that they had unknowingly returned to the Tianyuan continent. Before Shen Yue and the others was a rather ordinary small valley, but it held extraordinary significance for Shen Yue, because this was exactly the first place he arrived at after his rebirth in the Tianyuan continent, the mass grave outside Qingyan town. The ruins of the ancient Lingxiao Palace were also discovered here. One could say that Shen Yue had very special feelings for this place. How did they return here? What was that white light? Shen Yue furrowed his brows, pondering silently. He had already heard the celestial demon Emperor Huang Yu shout. Knowing that it was the forbidden area of the celestial demon realm, the Corpse Burial Valley, from which even the celestial demon emperor might not be able to walk out alive. However, Shen Yue, Yi Liuxuan, and the little dragon girl combined did not possess the strength of the celestial demon emperor. How could they have so easily escaped with their lives from the Corpse Burial Valley? Chapter 732. The Tragic State of the Medicine Clan. Swish. A pitch-black crack suddenly appeared in midair. Then, 2 figures suddenly sprang out from the crack. It was Shen Yue and Yi Liuxuan. For Yi Liuxuan, the Tianyuan domain was a very unfamiliar place, but for Shen Yue, this was where he was born and raised. It was his hometown. They had actually arrived at Mai City. Shen Yue's soul perception quickly spread out to the surroundings and soon confirmed his location. This was a small, ordinary city near the southernmost part of the Tianyuan domain called Mai City. Among the tens of thousands of small cities in the Tianyuan domain, Mai City was just the most ordinary and ranked the lowest. However, in Shen Yue's memory, there was a branch of the Medicine Clan's Spirit Medicine Pavilion in Mai City. This was also the most southern and remote branch of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion in the Tianyuan domain. Come on, let us go take a look, Shen Yue said with a smile to Yi Liuxuan. Before ascending to the Tianyuan domain, he had already told Yi Liuxuan that he actually came from the Tianyuan domain. Furthermore, he had clearly explained his identity as the young master of the Medicine Clan because he did not want to deceive Yi Liuxuan. Yi Liuxuan was initially shocked. She never expected that Shen Yue was not from the Tianyuan continent, but rather the young master of the first alchemy family in the medium plane Tianyuan domain. Chapter 733. The Mysterious Assassin Tianyuan Domain. Southern Region. The entire Tianyuan domain is divided into 5 major regions: East, West, South, North, and Central, each occupying a vast and immense spatial continent. Even the smallest southern region contains thousands of low-level plains similar in size to the Tianyuan continent. The place where the Medicine Clan is located is in the northern region of the Tianyuan domain, hundreds of miles away from the southern region. Fortunately, there are complete teleportation formations between the regions. Traveling from the southern region to the northern region takes at most the time of a stick of incense. However, entering the teleportation formation requires a significant cost, even for those at the Divine Transformation Realm. Generally, unless there is an extremely urgent matter, one would not activate or use the teleportation formations. One day, in the top 3 major cities in the southern region, Luoyan City, the City Lord's mansion suddenly erupted in flames. 3 years ago, the city lord of Luyan City was just an unknown, ordinary martial artist, but by chance, he received guidance from a powerful being, rapidly improving his cultivation from the first stage of returning to Origin Realm to the first stage of Divine Transformation Realm in a very short time. This might not be much in the entire southern region, and he could barely be considered a low-ranking city lord. Chapter 734, Thunderstorm Encirclement Bastard. We must find that person and then slice him into 1,000 pieces in front of all the powerful beings in the Tianyuan domain, so they know the consequences of offending the Underworld Emperor, a young man who looked to be no more than 20 years old, with an extremely handsome appearance. Shouted with a frown. At this moment, his expression was grim and frenzied, far from the elegant demeanor he once had. He was the head of all the Underworld Emperor's envoys in the Tianyuan domain, and the 8th disciple under the Underworld Emperor, AOE. The Tianyuan domain is a treasure land that has the hope of advancing to a higher level plane within 10,000 years, which is why the Underworld Emperor laid out plans early, allowing his disciples to secretly infiltrate the Tianyuan domain and place the Underworld Emperor's followers everywhere. Each person who received the Underworld Emperor's orders had unknowingly given their soul blood to the Underworld Emperor, thus obtaining various resources and benefits granted by the Underworld Emperor, allowing their strength to grow rapidly and occupy one city after another. In fact, the Holy Realm and the Divine Realm originally belonged to the chaotic universe and were also high-level planes. However, later on, powerful beings rose up, forcibly elevating their occupied planes to the highest level, surpassing all other planes, thus forming the Holy Realm and the Divine Realm. Chapter 735, Awakening of the Qingshan Divine Dragon Bloodline, Southern Region, Tianyuan City. This is the center of the southern region of the Tianyuan domain and also the largest and most prosperous city in the southern region. The city lord is a genuine envoy of the Underworld Emperor named Yuzhuang. Although he is not a disciple of the Underworld Emperor, he is the cousin of the Underworld Emperor's first disciple and often receives guidance from his cousin. Even among the 99 envoys of the Underworld Emperor who entered the Tianyuan domain, his strength ranks within the top 20. Therefore, Yuzhuang truly does not regard other envoys of the Underworld Emperor highly. Only in front of the 8th disciple of the Underworld Emperor, AOE, does he dare not act recklessly. This time, AOE dispatched 9 envoys of the Underworld Emperor to assist Tianyuan City, ordering them to find the person behind the assassination and slice him into 1,000 pieces as a warning. Meanwhile, Shen Yue and Yi Liuxuang were also quietly heading towards Tianyuan City. The entire southern region has been cleared of almost all the minions of the Underworld Emperor, leaving only Tianyuan City. Shen Yue did not hide his intentions. He wanted to inform the Underworld Emperor's envoys that his next target was Tianyuan City. If they were unconvinced, they could gather more helpers to wait for him there. Since all the minions Shen Yue had encountered before were killed, no one knew just how strong he truly was. Chapter 736, The Underworld of Shadows, Descending to the Ancestral Land of the Medicine Clan. AOE walked leisurely in the medicinal garden with his hand behind his back, occasionally tossing leaves or fruits of extremely precious materials into his mouth. Although he appeared relaxed and carefree on the surface, he couldn't shake off a sense of unease in his heart. In reality, he had nearly reached the strength of a main god, making him a dominant figure even in the Holy Realm. Above the main gods are the semi-emperors, and beyond them are the invincible rulers of the Holy Realm. There are only a handful of rulers in the entire Holy Realm. Only when a ruler falls can a semi-emperor potentially ascend to that position. AOE's goal was not merely to reach the semi-emperor level. His master, the Underworld Emperor, had been secretly helping him prepare to plot against a certain ruler and quietly take their place. His visit to the Tianyuan domain was merely to keep a low profile and secretly enhance his strength. Once he reached the main god realm, he would return to the Underworld Emperor's residence in the Holy Realm and strive for the semi-emperor level. With AOE's strength, he was undoubtedly among the top existences in the medium-level Tianyuan domain. But why did he have this unsettling feeling? Chapter 737, The Underworld Emperor's Projection Clone. The Underworld of Shadows, Descend. This is one of the Underworld Emperor's ultimate moves, allowing him to traverse the vast universe and the Holy Realm. With his unparalleled divine power, he condensed the Underworld of Shadows and used one of his clones to oversee the billions of souls within, creating 6 cycles of reincarnation with supreme power. Among them, the Underworld is a means to punish powerful souls, where even a main god would have no ability to resist if thrown into it. Once entering the underworld, one would passively undergo 6 judgments corresponding to 6 major sins: greed, lust, filial piety, murder, and so on. No matter who it is, they must endure the burning of karmic fire. Just entering the underworld would strip one of their skin, even if they were immortal. Therefore, Aoe was confident that as long as he unleashed this move, Shen Yue would surely die. Buzz. Shen Yue could not evade and was directly enveloped by a dark, cage-like underworld. At the same time, waves of ghostly karmic fire quickly engulfed his entire body, continuously scorching him. Shen Yue cried out in pain. Just the karmic fire of murder was enough to burn Shen Yue for several days and nights. Even though he maintained the state of the green wood dragon god, he still could not withstand the relentless scorching of the karmic fire. Chapter 738. Who am I? Not the ending of the ending, bold madman. Accept your death quickly. A dark figure shouted angrily. Although it was merely a simple projection of will, it was still a clone of a ruler from the Holy Realm, bearing an inviolable divine power that no one could desecrate. Its words were akin to a holy decree, a rule. Shen Yue and Yi Liuoshuang felt as if an infinitely large mountain was descending from the sky, intending to crush them completely. This left them with no courage to resist. The entire ancestral land of the Medicine Clan, and even most of Tianbei City, fell into a deathly silence. The arrival of a saint silenced everything. No one, no life, was allowed to make a sound. This was the most basic respect for a saint. The members of the Medicine Clan watched the dark figure with despair in their hearts. They had initially thought that their young master Shen Yue's sudden return and the extermination of all the Underworld Emperor's envoys would allow the Medicine Clan to regain their freedom. But after their joy, they were met with great sorrow, falling into utter despair. Just as Shen Yue and Yi Liuoshuang's souls were about to be crushed into fragments, suddenly, a small dark cauldron jumped out from Shen Yue's dantian.